Good morning, everyone. Okay, that was weak. I know it's early on a Sunday, but you should have gone to church at 8 a.m. service. Amen. So good morning, everyone. Yes, and welcome to the Climate Justice Summit, People Deliver. I am Felicia Davis, founder of the HBCU Green Fund, and I am just delighted to be again in partnership with the folk here at Columbia Climate, Columbia World Projects, and of course, Donors of Color Network, and all of whom you'll hear from by and by. So by way of introduction, I was thinking about the moment. And so in this moment, as a woman of color, African-American woman specifically, I'm feeling like we're in the moment that my grandmothers, my mother, the women that I know really have worked so hard to see. Like we are right there. And at the same time, my father was one that always impressed upon us. If you don't know your history, you're destined to repeat it. And he had us deeply immersed in African history. So I was that kid in the 3rd grade saying, really the map is not accurate. Africa is 3 times the size it is. And I'm trying to argue, in the 3rd and 4th grade level. So now, there's this kind of cognitive dissonance. What moment is it? And it seems like we can reach for this greener, more sustainable horizon. But we're hearing no to DEI. And I'm like, do you know what the letters mean? Is this even possible? Like diversity, equity, inclusion, how do you go forward without it? So those are, and I guess it's the feeling for me of the moment that we're in. Kind of even a bit of internal conflict in terms of, as an advocate, activist, worker, committed to justice, what really do we do in this moment? And so with that, I have to give a lot of appreciation to Asati Cintron, who helped us to shape this program today. And so starting out, in case we don't get back around to it, because we have a long program, I want to acknowledge and clap it up for Asatis. And so we have a long program, but I often don't say, what is HBCU Green Fund? So here in the U.S., we work to increase sustainability at historically Black colleges and universities, and that whether that's infrastructure, curriculum, faculty development, or student engagement. On the continent of Africa, HBCU for us is helping Black communities unite. And so it really feels good that it's resonant on at least 2 continents, and we're hoping to move throughout the diaspora. So that's HBCU Green Fund. But we wouldn't be here in this moment with this beautiful program and look without the Donors of Color Network. And so I'm not going to describe them. I'm going to bring Isabel Lighton up to tell you a bit about the Donors of Color Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Can you all hear me? Okay, welcome. Good morning, beautiful people. And welcome to Harlem, New York. It's such a vibrant neighborhood with rich history and culture. So I know you're tempted to sneak off and get some food, fried chicken, Ethiopian food down the street. But wait, don't do it yet, because this is the main show for today, okay? This is the main environmental justice, climate justice event for a whole week of climate events in New York, right? This is the biggest one, and it's now going to be a tradition. So thank you, Columbia, for hosting us. I'm Isabel Layton, the Executive Director of Donors of Color Network, or DOCN. We are the only cross-racial donor network that organizes high net wealth donors of color to invest in racial justice. We are proud to co-host this convening with the Columbia Climate School, Columbia World Projects, and Felicia Davis at the HBCU Green Fund. I cannot take any credit for the work or the vision, so I want to thank the genius of the leadership that was brought this idea to life over the last 2 years and many years of working together. So please join me in thanking Felicia for all of her leadership. I would also like to thank my dear colleague Abdul Dasumu, who leads our Climate Justice Funders Pledge. And we cannot thank her enough, Asati Cintron Rodriguez, for the work that you've done to make this vision possible. And we look forward to all that you will bring for the next day and the days ahead. Thank you so much. When we say people deliver, we're talking about you, and we're talking about all of you. Donors of Color Network knows intimately the power of bringing people together. We were founded in 2019 when we brought together for the first time a group of cross-racial people of color with wealth to envision what fully investing in racial justice could look like. At that first convening, DOCN established that there are many ways to advance economic and racial justice, but without winning on climate justice, we have no path to victory on any issue in the long run. I am proud to say from that first convening, a group of donors, a small group, came together. 2 of them are in this room today. Shout out to Sharon and Elizabeth. To envision that we must launch a campaign to hold philanthropy accountable. As a result of that group of people coming together and a lot of organizing afterwards, with Abdul at the leadership and one of our leaders, Danielle Dean Ryan, came together and launched the Climate Funders Justice Pledge, which in just 3 years mobilized over $130 million to invest in environmental justice work that's led by people of color. You'll hear more about that later today. We're all gathered here today because all of us know that any path to victory requires the people. Centering people is what climate justice is about. Knowing our own stories, the history of each family's struggle, each community's trauma, and unfortunately the ways that systems of oppression, be they government or industry, have intentionally worked to erase and suppress our power. It is only by centering those stories of people who are most directly impacted by harm that we can find the most effective solutions. Not only do people-powered solutions deliver the most impact, they are also the most creative and fun. And you'll hear a lot about that today. That is why at Donors of Color Network, our values are joy, power, community, and solidarity. Looking around this room and seeing all the creativity, the intellect, the voices, the resources, I can say that this room fully is a perfect reflection of Donors of Color Network's dreams. This is what we want to be a part of, and you all are the people that deliver it. I offer you these values, joy, power, community, and solidarity, as you step into your learning and your leading today, as a reminder that we must always bring our humanity first to this work, and to stand together fearless in fighting for justice. We all know too well that there are forces working tirelessly to take down our efforts. They tell us we don't have the right to make our dreams of what is best for all of us come true. This is simply not true. We have that right, and we have the power to deliver what the people need and want. Because we know, in the words of Frederick Douglass, that power concedes nothing without a demand, and if there is no struggle, there is no progress. And clearly there has been progress. We're going to hear all about that today. You'll hear about the efforts of climate justice leaders from all over the world. You'll hear about research, you'll hear about activism, you'll hear about government, you'll hear about philanthropy, and the creativity and art that are the power of our community. And it is the power of this movement. So bring your curiosity, bring your humanity, bring your boldness, your demands to every conversation you have today and in the next week. Find your co-conspirators and your champions. There is much at stake for all of us fighting for climate justice, and it requires us to be vigilant, open, and resourceful. This climate summit is our path to finding our people so we can be even more powerful. Have a wonderful summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. So, look at this room. Just look around. You know, I'm here from Atlanta, so it feels especially good, you know, like wiggling the seat. They're all cushiony, and everything is working, right? Dr. McLean, it's such a good feeling, isn't it? It's like the mics work, you can hear me. You can see the thing on the screen, and it's there on the floor like a teleprompter, like on TV. It's so wonderful. So there's no HBCU in New York. And yet, when Asati said we had an opportunity to partner with Columbia School, Climate School, I'm like, let me think. Yes. So, Sheila Foster, if you would provide a better welcome than that for us being in this lovely, lovely, wonderful establishment, we cannot thank you enough. We appreciate being here. We hope to come back many years with great stories to tell. So thank you to Columbia.
Thank you, Felicia. You're always welcome back, trust me. This is the first of many. So welcome, everyone. Good morning. I know it's early on a Saturday morning. I'm really proud to stand here as someone who's been in the environmental justice movement for more than 25 years, particularly to kick off Climate Week with one of the most pressing issues, I think, that marginalized communities face, and that is that climate impacts are not born equally. Simply put, those who have contributed the least are suffering the most around the world. And as we know, the situation we find ourselves in is not by accident, right? The historical legacies of colonialism, systemic racism, economic exploitation have left our communities so vulnerable. And we must acknowledge these historical legacies and work to dismantle them, or else we will not achieve climate justice. And that's why I'm excited to be here at the Climate School, a relatively new school, because it is deeply committed to advancing climate justice. One of the 3 pillars of the school is social systems and justice. And this pillar is home for understanding how social systems operate, including the role of historical legacies in shaping injustice and the climate crisis, as well as how societies need to be transformed in the future to achieve justice. The other 2 pillars are Earth systems and sustainability and data analytics. And our commitment to climate justice is reflected in our interdisciplinary approach. So I'm trained as a lawyer, but I've long recognized after litigating some environmental justice cases and representing community-based organizations that we need experts from all fields, environmental science, law, public health, social sciences, and more, to develop holistic solutions that are equitable and sustainable for our community. So here at the Climate School, we believe in working together across disciplines, that only by doing that can we create a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. And as importantly, we stress action. The Climate School was born out of the 4th purpose of the university, which is to use scholarly knowledge to create societal impact and serve the public good. So the Climate School, through its action collaboratives, activate these multidisciplinary teams from across the university with external partners in pursuit of impactful real-world solutions. So today, I'm thrilled to be joined by some of you whom I have known for a long time, and others are new, but you're all some of the most passionate and dedicated movement leaders and activists. Your tireless efforts to advocate for climate justice inspire us all. You remind us that real change comes from the ground up, from the voices of those who demand a better world. So as we embark on this conference, I look forward to the opportunity to listen, to learn, and to build a movement that's inclusive, intersectional, and forward-looking. Thank you for being here, for your commitment, and for your unwavering dedication to climate justice.
Thank you so much. And now we have our first panel that will be managed, moderated, and brought to you by our own Asatis.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm so happy that you guys are here. I will be introducing the panel, but Sheila will be moderating. These are going to be your moderators for today. And we have Felicia, we have Abdul, we have Andrea, we have Sheila, we have Jesse, and Christian that will be with you. So for this first panel, I'm very excited to be joined by Janine Jassy, and we will have also Malcolm Delesa from Vanuatu, and I will read their bios, and Sheila, you can join us as well. But while they're coming up, we want to bring a Mentimeter so that you guys can interact with us today. We want to have this very participative, so I don't know if maybe we can bring up the Menti or the slides that are here. We'll see. If not, we can do it. Oh, there you go. Can we go to, yeah. So these are the instructions. You can go to Mentimeter. You can scan the QR code. And I'll give you a minute, because it's early. It's early. All right, maybe we can go to the next slide. So what are you most excited about today? Being inspired, engaged, learn. A lot of learning, a lot of learning. I love that. Community. Oh, we're excited about Janine. I am excited about Janine. Awesome. All right. I love it. And we're very, very inspired to have you all here, and also by our panelists. And Janine is an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. She has over 12 years of experience as a community organizer and human rights advocate, deeply rooted in local community issues, beginning from her community, Sesiani, in Diné Bikea. I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. She has worked on the intersection of climate change, water insecurity, food security, energy development, and nation building with indigenous communities and indigenous-led organizations in the US, Canada, and Latin America. Working at the local and national and international levels of governance, she has built expertise in advancing indigenous peoples' rights through policy and facilitating rights-based approaches to development through holistic place-based solutions, and she has a background in international policy and human rights. Welcome. We're also joined by Malcolm Delesa, who currently serves as the climate attaché at the Vanuatu Permanent Mission to the UN. He's actively supporting the implementation of Vanuatu's climate diplomacy program, which includes Vanuatu's campaign to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice with respect to climate change and human rights. Mr. Delesa has an environmental management and sustainability development background with over 10 years of experience leading national development initiatives, particularly in the climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. So maybe we can go to the slide for the panel, and I will leave it to Sheila to take the conversation from here.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And Wawa might be joining us a little bit later, but thank you.
Great. So we'll fold her into the conversation. Welcome again, everyone. And it's so wonderful to be with you, Janine and Malcolm. So I thought to, excuse me, to kick us off, each of you comes from a different community deeply affected by the climate crisis. And so I thought to set the tone, you can share just how your personal experiences shaped your vision and led you to become an advocate for climate justice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yat e shikedo shidana like was introduced. I'm from a town called Tessa Ane. The English name is Lupton. It's in the state of Arizona, but the Navajo Nation extends across what we call the Four Corners region: Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and just a little bit of Utah. I'll claim that. One of the things I always talk about is that being Indigenous, we are born into the struggle on the front lines. As Indigenous peoples, our very ways of life and the things that we are doing to protect our communities and build our communities inadvertently always lead us back to needing to understand the root causes of many of the disparities that we face. In my community, just in my lifetime, I've grown up with stories about how much has shifted in the ability of my own community to sustain itself and our food systems, and how just two generations ago, there was no hunger in our community because people were able to get enough from the land. But because of uranium mining and the legacy of uranium mining in Gallup, New Mexico, and Church Rock, New Mexico, the nearby border town closest to my reservation, that way of life was drastically changed in a very short amount of time, especially resulting from the 1979 Church Rock uranium mill tailings spill. And so as a child, just asking the simple question for why we weren't able to continue to grow the way that my grandfather did and the way that my parents did, led me to then have to unpack like a very complicated and traumatizing history for what it means to grow up in a sacrifice zone. And that was just the beginning, you know? And so once we start to peel back these layers and understand why these injustices are allowed to occur, it brings you into the history of colonization, of settler colonialism, of the monopolization and the theft of lands, territories, and resources, and the exploitation of Indigenous peoples that has not stopped and continues to be ongoing. And so as Indigenous peoples, we're born into the front line, or born into a way of life in which revolution is in our blood. And what we fight for is for restoration of our communities, justice in our communities, but for a way of life that benefits all peoples and Mother Earth. And that's what we'll share about more today.
Thank you, very powerful. Malcolm, over to you.
Firstly, thank you for the invitation and to be part of this very vibrant and passionate group of people. For those of you who are not familiar with Vanuatu, it's in the Pacific, a very small island state, and you grow up where the environment is fragile, not much land space, and as a little boy, you would experience a number of cyclones, but it's not as frequent, not as intense. I recall back in I think in the mid or late 80s, we had a Cyclone Uma, which came over the island, had an impact, but didn't go to school for about one and a half weeks, and then we managed to have recovery. Restoration of services, and then you go about 20 years forward in, say, 2015, where we've been experiencing more and more extreme events and intense cyclones. We had one of the most powerful cyclone in 2015, and for myself that was very harrowing, but it was more harrowing and very impactful for children within our islands. And UNICEF did a study where they found that with the five-year-old children less than, say, 10 years old, within their first 5 years, they'd be experiencing real trauma as far as extreme impact events is concerned, and particularly cyclones. So our youths and children are growing up in a totally different world and different environment as what I've been experiencing. And we had in 2020 a cyclone that hit the north part of the islands, and even then you had the nature of disasters are changing. You had multiplicity of disasters and compounding disasters, and it makes it very hard for little nations, countries, or small island developing states to be able to recover. So you're sort of in survival mode from one year to the other. So that has very much given me the I guess the drive to ensure that we address this in a way that our children, our youths that come after will be able to live in a world where there's some sort of shared prosperity, but there's also resilience in the face of all the different adversities that they're facing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. You both talk exceptionally powerfully about how growing up in your communities has shaped how you've come to this moment. And I just wonder, just picking up on what you've said, what are the pressing challenges that lie ahead for your community on this, and how they may connect to the global challenges, particularly as Black, Indigenous, and small island state communities who are facing, you talked about this slow onset, but increasingly, right, powerful set of events that are really threatening livelihoods and our communities' health as well as sustainability. So what are the most pressing issues that you're facing right now, and how do these intersect with global justice issues?
The most pressing issues for my communities, but also for all Indigenous peoples, is that the attacks against our lands and territories have never stopped. There's never been a point in this nation's history where they've really effectively acknowledged the atrocities that they have carried out that led to those conditions. And I don't know if you guys got a memo, but I never got a memo of them actually saying, okay, we're going to stop this now because this is unjust and we've learned our lesson. And so the invisibility and the erasure of Indigenous peoples and our issues and our solutions is still very prevalent in many spaces. And that's why I'm grateful that we're starting off this event with this opportunity to be here and to share our stories. When we think about what we're dealing with on the front lines in our communities, we are fighting so many battles all at once, all the time. There is no rest. There's no day off. There's no opportunity to wait for someone else to come in with the solutions. And, at Indian Collective, one of the things that we always say is, what if the best days of our people are in front of us and not behind us? And when we use that as a call to action, it spurs an understanding that we have to have disciplined, principled responses to all that we are doing. And that as complex as our problems are, our solutions have to be just as complex in order to be effective. And so one of the challenges that we face when we're bringing our solutions to spaces is that because people don't have an understanding of our history, because many people don't even know we're still here, or that we still have sovereign lands, or that we have treaty rights, or that there's a UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that breaks down the connection between our social, cultural, political, and spiritual rights as a framework and as the floor for how to uphold Indigenous peoples' rights. We have so much emotional labor to do and mental labor to do to educate people, to get them to the place to even start to have the conversations that we need to have for how and why our strategies are structured the way we are, or the way they are. And at Indian Collective, in the last 5 years, we've become the largest Indigenous-led and Indigenous-designed philanthropic organization in the US, Mexico, and Canada, successfully rematriating $100 million directly back to Indigenous people so that we can help them overcome many of those systemic challenges that still prevent us from exercising our self-determination to this day. That was our That's one of our major accomplishments, because we know Indigenous peoples know what to do. We know our peoples do not need saving. They need for these attacks to stop against our lands, our territories, our ways of life. We know that we need to stop extraction in all of its forms, because there is cultural extraction happening at the same time there's economic extraction and mineral extraction in our communities. And we know that if our movements and our climate consciousness is not rooted in understanding that real history, we're going to continue to replicate the mistakes that have been made from the past. Like even right now with the so-called just transition that is happening, and that many spaces and people have, justifiably and rightfully taken up as a call to action to create effective climate solutions and responses to meet our carbon emission goals. Even in that process, we're not discussing consumption. We're not discussing the need for degrowth. We're not discussing what does it actually look like to take rights-based approaches for climate solutions that truly help us build a regenerative economy. And so as a result of that, we have a national priority to mine critical minerals. And guess where those minerals are found? On Indigenous lands, territories, and resources, and sacred sites. Guess where you're going to get the water to mine those minerals? From Indigenous territories, lands, and sacred sites. And I'm coming from the Southwest, where even on the Navajo Nation, we're seeing this push and this revamp in uranium mining, despite us having to have shouldered the burden of proof to show that our communities were contaminated, show the extent of the contamination, to map it out, and then to fundraise for generations so that we could carry out the health studies that show that there's uranium in the bodies of our children that are being born today. And we do not have the technology or the solutions to remedy that. And so when people are coming to us talking about nuclear energy being a transitional energy to help facilitate this just transition, we call BS. Because we do not have the solutions right now to deal with the legacy that mining uranium and processing uranium and dealing with the very toxic waste issue creates for all of our people. The contamination doesn't know boundaries. It doesn't know your ethnicity. It doesn't know your color. It affects all of us, and it puts us all in a critical position where it doesn't matter how many solar panels we have if we're dying from cancers. It doesn't matter how much energy we get and are able to generate from renewable sources if we don't have a good quality of life, and if we aren't able to feed ourselves with sustainable food systems, if we aren't able to address our housing issue, our poverty issue, so that people have access to the resources, the community services, the networks that they need in order to have a quality of life. And that's why as Indigenous peoples, I think we should be leading all of these discussions, because we don't pick and choose issues. We approach these things understanding that they're all interconnected, that one thing is tied into another, that our just solutions means us fighting for our liberation because our liberation is tied to yours.
Yeah, I know that's right. Thank you. Thank you. You put a lot on the table that I want to come back to, but let me go to Malcolm for a minute. Just talk about some of the issues right now that you're fighting for that are on the table and that are connected to this global struggle for climate justice.
Yeah, thank you very much. For Vanuatu, in terms of the issues and challenges, I can speak to probably 3 or 4, especially firstly the existential threat that climate change is posing. We have rising sea levels, extreme weather events, ocean acidification, which impacts on our livelihoods. And given what you mentioned earlier with your opening statement, the disproportionate impact on those that are emitting the least, but we're having to suffer the brunt and the majority of the impacts from greenhouse gas emissions. And then you have the loss and damage aspects, which is, for us, this is something that you have homes, you have livelihoods, ecosystems, and as far as culture is concerned, as rightly mentioned, by my esteemed colleague panelists. It's something that you can't take back, and those things don't have sort of an economic value to that. So that brings up the issue of responsibility, which is something that we're Vanuatu, particularly our communities, are very passionate about in ensuring that there's that recognition of the responsibility that the major emitters need to recognize and acknowledge and act upon. And even in acting upon the issue of climate finance, which for a small island developing state, you have issues as far as accessibility, the predictability of getting those particular financial mechanisms. You have burdensome bureaucratic processes that for a small island developing country you would have to navigate and overcome, and then you have the restrictive criteria as well. So it boils down as well to the aspect as far as the resource distribution, the pledges that are being made, and how small island developing states or vulnerable communities are being able to access those particular financial commitments or resources that are out there. So you then, fourthly, there's the aspect as far as climate mobility displacement is concerned. Every year when we have those extreme weather events, the cyclones, then you're displacing about thousands of people from their homes. They would have to go to a temporary site. Often it's the schools. And then that also infringes on children's right to have access to education, because then they wouldn't be being able to go to their own schools or facilities to gain learning. So those particular aspects as far as climate mobility and displacement is concerned is something that when you look at it, there's the aspects as far as the human rights element of having to displace, having to move to a certain area by which there's the infringements on a whole suite of rights. So we face an uncertain future as far as our communities are concerned, especially if more and more those climate impacts are becoming more severe and intense, and then having to displace, having to move, which is something that it makes, especially young and the children to come, living in a future that will be probably unlivable. Yep. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I want to come back to the loss and damage point. But one of the things that's always, I think, shaped the environmental justice and now the climate justice movement is this issue of sovereignty, self-determination, speaking for ourselves, having control over our land, and being able to shape what happens with our resources. You're at the forefront of building Indigenous power, and I just wonder if you could talk about like how we collectively build Indigenous power, build sovereignty, and just some of the work that you're doing and how we can do that as a community committed to climate justice.
Simple questions this morning, yeah? The first thing could be done is give us our land back. Simple answer to a complex question. No, at Indian Collective, when we work to build collective power and Indigenous power, we do so from a theory of change that investing in and supporting the self-determination of Indigenous peoples leads to the best outcomes for all people and for Mother Earth. And we've seen that. We've seen that in work. We know that because we know this to be true because we've seen the extraordinary resilience, ingenuity, and solutions that have been coming out of our homelands in the midst of dealing with all these things and all of these fights. That's one of the things I love to say because I have so much love for my Indigenous peoples from all over the globe. But it's just so beautiful to know as many fights as we are taking on to defend land, water, people, Mother Earth, our languages, our ceremonies, our ways of life, everything, that we're still just trying to gift to the world pathways towards healing and towards regeneration and towards respecting and restoring the sacred. And that's rooted in a deep love and consciousness and understanding that we are all inextricably connected to Mother Earth. And that connection is not one that's based on what we can take from the earth and what earth can do for us and like all of the things that we can do to make our lives comfortable, but the connection is rooted in our responsibility to the earth. And so when we talk about land back, we do mean our land back, but we also mean the right, the sovereignty, the protection, the safety to live out those responsibilities so that we can be the people the land wants back. And that's one of the things we want to do for all. And so one of the things I want to talk about with like the loss and damage conversation and what our brother is sharing here is that it was small island states and indigenous peoples negotiating at the international level that were pushing for the strongest climate change commitments. Because we were already seeing that even accepting a 1.5 degrees Celsius rise was like not how the earth works, right? You don't put a cap and be like, we can raise it, if we just reach this number globally, this global average with our imperfect calculations and our imperfect monitoring all around the globe, that somehow makes sense. Where like any inaction is risking already the places that are already being heavily devastated by the severe and rapid changes that we're witnessing in our own lifetimes. It's to the point right now where the traditional ecological knowledge and practices, the indigenous traditional knowledges and practices that have been built over like generations of living on the earth, of learning of our own sciences, of observing, of tracking and monitoring what is happening with the cosmos, now can't be applied in many places because the changes are so rapid that we are seeing patterns that we have no historical memory about. And in places like the Arctic, where Arctic peoples have over 150 ways to describe snow and to name ice because they can see and distinguish with absolute precision those different types of ice and what they mean, how fast they melt, what season it is, what it means for the plants, what it means for animal migration patterns so that they can like track, sustain themselves and hunt, carrying out these practices. They are seeing changes that they can't name in this lifetime. And so when we talk about the sense of urgency, it's not a conversation where we can we drag our feet and we take time in understanding the responsibilities we all share. It is a call to action because climate justice is food sovereignty, it's racial justice, it's land back, it's Black reparations, and it's also a call to action to actively dismantle the systems that have created these harms in the first place, to dismantle white supremacy, to dismantle settler colonialism, and to dismantle extractive capitalism so that we can have the space to breathe. There's no way to imagine that we will get to where we need to go if we allow these systems to continue to carry out the violence that they are carrying out in our lands and our peoples. There's no way for us to be able to build the collaboration we need with each other that's going to help us realize our power and come from a position of power and of love and of strength instead of fear if we're not actively protecting each other from the ways the system causes our communities harm. And so that's our call to action. That's what we carry in every space, no matter what level of governance we are building it, whether it's at the state level, at the tribal level, at the national level, or at the international level. We are able to unite despite the differences of our languages, our ways of life, because indigenous peoples aren't a monolith, right? That's another thing I want to really bring out. We're not a monolithic, like we're all the same. We can all communicate with each other in our traditional language. We come from such a diversity that it is a learning in itself how we have managed to come together to create frameworks, global frameworks, that help us forward and progress our ability and our rights in a way that allows us to work for the sacred, to work to restore and protect Mother Earth. and to understand that we're doing it with a value system and with principles that benefit all life, and we don't care who stands in our way or who thinks it's illegitimate or who thinks it's a foo-foo concept or who doesn't understand it or who actively thinks of it as a threat. It is what we will continue to do, because it is our responsibility to honor our ancestors' prayers and everything they had to overcome in order for us to be here when everything was intent on wiping us from the face of this earth. And it's our responsibility to set that prayer for the next 7 generations so that they may achieve and may live the quality of life that we know we all deserve now.
Thank you for that. So I'm glad you brought up reparations. Loss and damage I think of as a reparative justice imperative, right? Taking responsibility for the damage we've caused to the people who have not contributed, not just between global North and South, but also the American South as well, right? Between the South here. And Vanuatu has been at the forefront of leading the push for loss and damage at the international level, as well as the journey to the International Court of Justice. And I wonder if you could tell us where you are in pushing for that responsibility and for those for a loss and damage fund and for reparations for communities like yours.
Sure. Yeah, our journey, excuse me, our journey began in 1991 when we were, I guess, the first state to even call on the UNFCCC to ask for compensation. So from 1991, when we've had a growing momentum of developing states and other partners willing to galvanize that campaign. And it has come to when we had the COP27 that eventually you had the decision to operationalize the loss and damage fund. So you're now at a stage where it's basically about trying to sort out the governance arrangements around that particular loss and damage fund and the different types of funding that would need to be put into that particular fund. So complementing that, as you mentioned, the ICJ campaign, which started in 2019, and some of you would know about this whole journey. We had a group of passionate university students from the Pacific, the University of the South Pacific, that approached a number of governments around the Pacific, and the Vanuatu government agreed to take their particular concern and initiative on board. So from 2021, the government has, as well as other civil society organizations, other nations, other states, have been going on a diplomatic push to have that particular resolution to pass through the UN General Assembly to request from the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion as far as clarifying the responsibility or the obligations as far as impacts on environment and human rights from climate change. So we're now at, we had last year in March this particular resolution being passed by consensus, and we were very fortunate as well to have a core group of countries that helped Vanuatu shepherd that particular resolution into the General Assembly. And this year we've had so far the first 2 phases of the written submissions, the written comments on that particular resolution that have been they've been materialized. So we've passed that in April and in August this year. And in December we'll be going for the actual oral hearings, and this is where we're planning on getting communities, especially the affected communities, to appear in front of the ICJ as well, and all the different stories and the different evidence that we have, especially in telling the story to the court as far as how that's being impacted. And our hope is that with such an advisory opinion, although it's only advisory in nature, but it can shape and foster the whole architecture, the whole landscape as far as climate negotiations is concerned, and also boosting climate ambition, especially with addressing the needs of marginalized communities, those on the front lines, and as well as looking to shift this whole financial architecture as far as loss and damage is concerned.
And just a quick follow-up, the Bridgerton Initiative, is that at all connected into, and that's the idea of kind of really challenging the World Bank and the IMF and the international finance system that makes it difficult for Caribbean nations, small island states, et cetera, to really adapt and to respond to their own challenges.
Yes.
Yeah, could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned, the Bridgetown Initiative, which was being pushed by the Caribbean group and Barbados in particular, which we see as being complementary to this whole legal pathway that we're also pursuing. Because at the moment, as far as the Paris Agreement is concerned, and having a definite definition as far as climate finance is concerned, it's pretty, I would say, nebulous, not definite. So it's very much open to interpretation. So we're looking at ensuring those particular enhanced transparency and accountability mechanisms is concerned with this whole UNFCCC mechanism.
So I want to open up to the audience in a minute, but I want to come back to Janine for a sec to talk about kind of the so obviously policies won't solve the climate crisis, but they're so important in terms of advocacy. And I just wonder about what challenges frontline communities and indigenous communities face trying to participate at the global level, right, in policies like these, and how can we create more space for indigenous leadership, for instance, at that level?
Oh, thank you so much for that question, because it's becoming an increasing challenge. Indigenous peoples have always fought to create spaces in international negotiations because fighting settler colonialist institutions in the country that you're from, you don't tend to get the best results. And so having exhausted domestic remedies, indigenous peoples moved to our advocacy to the international arena. And a lot of people don't know that the American Indian movement was very intentional in building out that advocacy. And the International Indian Treaty Council, who I had the privilege of working with for many years, became one of the first international indigenous organizations to take that advocacy to that level. And I think just this year actually became ECOSOC certified. So it's the first indigenous organization that has consultative status with the UN. And so I'm very proud of them, but it's a long way to go because there are 350 million indigenous peoples across the globe, and we have countless organizations, and we're still facing so many barriers when it comes to actually being in negotiation spaces and then being heard. In Glasgow, was it Glasgow? No, it was when COP was in Madrid. I'm always mixing up what number COPs it was, so I'm so sorry.
2008?
Yeah, someone knows here. When COP was moved to Madrid, it was a last-minute change. And they were just like, okay, sorry, we can't go to Brazil anymore. We're going to now do it in Madrid. And the challenges that created for indigenous peoples who already like scrimped and saved to scrap together the resources to buy responsibly ahead of time, like their hotel rooms, their airline flights, so that it was at a lower affordable cost, suddenly lost all of that all of those resources and had to then switch to then trying to travel to Madrid. That's just one challenge, right? There's also the challenge of accreditation. There's challenges of visas. Many indigenous peoples from so-called developing nations have such a hard time getting into many countries and going through the visa process. There's also the challenge that since the Patriot Act, many indigenous rights activists continue to face increased surveillance. And so many of us get put on a no-fly list simply because of our activism to protect land and water is seen as a threat. And many of us don't even know we're on that list until we show up to the airport trying to get on our plane. All of these things have a direct consequence because it polices indigenous movement building and advocacy at every level of government. So we don't just need funds. We absolutely do need funds. Let me make that clear. But we also need accomplices that understand the challenges that we face and work with us to ensure that we are actively dismantling them and going to every space so that I'm not the only indigenous person that's always asking where are the indigenous peoples in these conversations. Everyone should be asking that because there is no justification for why indigenous people still shouldn't be at the table in any discussion. And taking me back to Madrid, that was one of the reasons why I was trying to bring it up. We had a major win there. And it was sad because we didn't get as many indigenous peoples there because of the financial complications that was created from shifting venue. But that was the establishment of the Facilitative Working Group. It is the only body in the UN that indigenous peoples can select our own representatives to sit on equal standing as the state representatives. It's the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, an output of the Paris Agreement. And that took a lot of negotiations because even with the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which is literally structured to create a space in the UN for indigenous peoples to be represented, we can only put nominations for it, then the states have to agree like who actually becomes a sitting member on the Permanent Forum. And so like the Facilitative Working Group having our ability to put our own individuals forward without having to go a state approval process and being on equal footing with the states, that is an accomplishment in itself, but now we're still trying to work to even have that body mean something. And it's been 5 years actually, 5 years in, and we're still working to mean something. But it has created a pathway for traditional elders, indigenous elders and knowledge holders and youth knowledge holders to have a new seat at the table. But even when we go to COP, so if any of you are going to COP, ask this question. Ask this question in Azerbaijan, where are the traditional knowledge holders? Because even though we now have pathways into these negotiations and it's UN sponsored, they put us in the side room, like over in some other space, so that we're talking to ourselves again instead of actually being integrated into the main conversations and negotiations. That's not just. We need to stop this practice of having people come do the land acknowledgement or do the prayer and then not talk about our policy priorities and positions.
Okay, so are we at time? Okay, we are at time.
I'll end there.
But I want to thank both of our panelists. It's been incredibly powerful opening. Thank you very much. And we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was rich. You know, that was so many issues. So we are now moving to our next panel, and that is investing in regenerative justice, equity, and a special look at Afro-descendant communities. And we have Dr. Mildred McLean, if you would take a seat of your choice, and also Dr. Usman Pam. And I believe, do we have that PowerPoint? Yes, okay. Come. And you can pick a seat that Dr. McLean does not pick. So, and then we have Sarah, and look on the program, Kuwait. Sarah, where are you? I was texting and asking where are you? Because I didn't see her come in, and she was like, "I'm right behind you." So I still don't see her. So you have to come down front and she, oh, that's not right behind me. I was over there. So I was looking to the back from Uganda. So she came a ways, and I think I'm moderating. So I'm going to sit in that chair, the one that's left, and yeah, we'll get started. But Usman, Dr. Palm, I think you might come here because I thought we would start with your presentation, and they do have it. How do I prompt? Oh, duh.
How to change this like this? How do I change?
Here,
Where?
this. I think you do that.
This
See
one?
if it works. Okay. They have a guy, though. They have a guy. They can show.
He told me that if you go here, it's next. Oh, that wasn't it. This is pointer. Oh, I don't know. Maybe there? No? Oh, there you go.
Where?
Okay, here, but over there.
Oh. Okay.
You drop your keys.
It's okay, it's okay. Just continue.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, I mean, yeah, thank you very much. And, oh, yeah. I'd like first to express words of gratitude to some friends who are here in this circle. Ms. Felicia Davis, who is here, and who's also supporting the work we're doing in the north of Senegal. Marie Nazan, my host, and who's been also bringing students for the past 10 years to support also the tremendous work that is happening also in this area. And my friend, Katrina Jeffries over there, who's an artist, who is also supporting the growth of REDS. And also thank you to all these people and their networks and also the circles around, because also the work, this journey is theirs, but also the work of so many other circles in Senegal River Valley. Oops, there. The what? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so I really resonate with everything Ms. Janine Yazi said about, all the problems and also the solutions in the indigenous part of the world. So we are in the north of Senegal, close to the border to the Sahara Desert. And of course, it's a very, very hot place and windy. And then the degradation has been very massive also with the creation of the building of dams of River Senegal, the introduction of chemicals and all this. And also this border itself, which is completely artificial. It divides families, it divides also people from also their land, and also, it's just the same issue all over Africa. And REDES is really, it's a non-profit which is really focused on solutions, bringing solutions in this area, and it's holistic, so different dynamics coming together, to solve the problems we are facing in this part. Okay. All right. So today, when you visit this area, most of the places are like this, no trees, and also we also have often droughts, like at this moment of the year. We've got also droughts, and then we've got lots of sandstorms. Yes, we're facing extreme challenges at the moment, and again, REDES is really committed to bringing the right also solutions. I don't know why it doesn't work. Yeah, look at the land over there. That's the place that we are transforming at the moment. And then the results are spectacular. Hopefully we'll see some images. Right? Green? Okay. Yeah, so this is the land we have been working on to transform and, bring back the ecosystems. And it wasn't like this just about 70 years ago. I was fortunate enough also to have a grandmother who was 109, who had seen her place, go from a complete desert, a complete forest where there were lions, hippos, and a huge diversity of birds, etc. She could just walk from one place to the other, from one village to the other, without seeing the sun. And today, most of the land is like this. And which one? Okay, can I just give it to you and then say next? I'm transferring the problems. Yes. Good. Yeah, and also, also because of the degradation, rapid, quick degradation of the land, many of the young people are leaving the villages to go to the cities, and also we've got millions of young people across Africa who are also crossing the desert to go into southern Spain and Italy. Some of them also drown in the sea as they also, follow the path of their resources. Remember, we still have the colonial powers in this part of the world, still extracting our uranium, our resources, and then it's just normal for these young people also to follow the path, the route that their resources are taking. And through the coverage strategies now, also REDES is providing, next please, is providing the resources to bring back, life on the land and also create some opportunities for the people. The lady over there, that's my grandmother, who was a herder and who passed away when she was 109. And still at the very last minute, she was mentally very present, very alert. In fact, she is the one who educated me and my brothers and sisters, and she is my university. And she is the one, while we were helping her look after her cattle, she was telling us how it was when she was young and all, this. And then I think she was indirectly trying also to inspire us into action, okay, to bring back, the ecosystems. And this gentleman is still alive. He is in my village. And in the 50s, while he was a herder, he was also attacked by a lion. He's still alive. And again, when you go to many of these places, it's just like a lunar landscape because no more trees, etc. Because after the building of the dams on River Senegal, people were, conventional agriculture was introduced so that people can also pay back, all the debts and the loans. Next, please. Right, this is the place where I was a mayor for 5 years, and this is We had Europeans who were there, Chinese who were there to teach us how to grow rice according to Chinese standards, which means lots of chemicals for free. Also to show us that communism was much better than capitalism. But in both situations, so we came to the killing of the land because of the massive use of chemicals and pesticides, and also farmers got caught up between poorer and poorer yields, every year, and also bigger bank loans. So in 2007, we invited the population. We had some reflections days, and we decided, to change the paradigms. Next, please. Right, this is again Gede with, and the students have been really very, very instrumental in also bringing the change. So the students from the US and local students and coming to the place and working with the local farmers, training how to promote, how to promote organic agriculture, how to start, projects like fish farms and process food. Next. Yeah, and then when I was elected mayor, one of the first things, was really to clean up the place. One of the big challenges right now in West Africa, you've got plastics all over the place. And these plastics also end up in the seas, in the rivers, killing the fish, and also animals do not have much to eat. They eat these, and they become sick. So one of the things we did was really to bring out, the youth, and then so that we can clean the village and also raise awareness. Every time we do this, we also have some campaigns to educate also the young people. Next. Right, this is the mayor there showing leading by the example, and this is one of the streets of my village after the cleaning. Next. Right, same pictures, yes, in Gede. And also because we are in a semi-literate also environment, not many people can read and write, so we use theater to educate people on children's nutrition, on plastics, on eco-village design, and a number of other also sectors. Next, please. Yeah, and also it's important also that the youth, the people also remain rooted in their own cultures also, because we are in a global world where we've got the continuous influence of media, television, and all this. And many of the young people think today, when they're asked to become modernized, so modernization means westernization. No, you can be a true African, modern, and not, copy what's happening in the West or in the East. So it's important to have this sense of pride, this sense of connection with the traditions among the youth, especially. Next, please. Yes, this is one of the finest examples, models of eco-villages in Mauritania, in the Sahel region. So in the mid-90s, it was like any other village in this area. They were fully affected by desertification, lack of food, heat, rural exodus. And through different discussions, they agreed to fence 18 hectares of their land and let it regenerate naturally. And then, so today, in less than 2 decades, it has now become a real forest, a real sanctuary for animals, the last animals in the area. And also because this forest is close to the river, so all the nutrients from the river also feed the fish. The fish has become abundant. Fishing birds are back, and the full cycle of life is restored. And when you go into the forest, usually it's 15 points less, hot than outside the forest. Next, please. Yeah, and then we created REDES, which is a network for eco-village development in the Sahel to scale up this work. Next, please. Yeah, and in 2018, just not long ago, we had a meeting in the desert with the youth, women's representatives from the 2 countries, and we were dreaming loud how to restore the ecosystems. And some of these, the guests from Mauritania had never crossed the border because of the fear that this border had also implemented. And also one of the missions of REDES is to dissipate this fear that has been also created by the colonial forces. Next. Right here, yes. And then that was the day also we signed an MOU with the municipality of Gamagissare on one side, which has about 40 villages. And also the next year, we went to Mauritania, did the same thing. Next, please. Yeah, again, as I said, I mean, students have played a major role in the transformation of this region. So when the students come, they can support, the health systems. They help build, the community orchards. They participate in local community radios, etc., to speak to the people and also mobilize the people, to get into the work and action, join REDES. Next, please. Yes, and this is also a hero, a heroine over there who had spent 6 months in my village supporting the work of REDES. And she is also one of the students of Marie Nazon. Her name is Ketcha. And here we also built a mobile library to support also the different schools, because also when in this remote area, the schools really usually do not have materials. They do not have books. And on this area where we had our meeting in 2018, we're building now a library, which is almost ready. Next, please. Yes, so while the students come, they also do hands-on work. They also write their research paper. And this lady over there has also completed her research paper, Saving the World from Ground Up, to illustrate, the work of REDES. Next, please. And of course, my friends Marie Nazon here and Katrina will recognize also many of these pictures because so we did, all these activities together. So this is Alwar, where we also came together with the local youth, with the students, and then we built up a classroom, and we also participate in a number of other activities. Next, and in January next year, 25, we're going back with also a new group of students to support the work. And students from HBCU and City College, yes, came to visit and support also the reforestation efforts going on. And also it's an opportunity to thank again Felicia Davis, who has also supported us building a shelter in our nursery, because it's so hot in June, July, and August. The temperatures are close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I hope my conversion is correct. And so this shelter will also help us, keep producing trees all year round. Next, please. Yeah, and practical workshops of permaculture, with the farmers in the fields to produce our own fertilizers, and again, bring back all the traditional knowledge into the activities. So some of the orchards, we have made 7 orchards in different villages, and so happy. So this is the land we have. When we started, it was like this. So, and then gradually we have been transforming the land. Next, please. Next, and then one of the issues was water, and gradually you can see how the land is transforming. Next. So this here was December last year, December 23. And this is what it looks like right now. We've got date trees, mango trees, moringa. It's so green and so beautiful. So again, this is a demonstration center to show also the local people that it's possible to to change. And our tree nursery, where we have produced about 500,000 trees that we also distribute across the border. Yes, and we have implemented several nurseries in different villages also. Yes, so a real factory where we produce thousands and thousands of trees. Yes, and also these trees are very important because Senegal and Mauritania almost went to war in 1989 because of a conflict between a herder and a farmer. It escalated. And now when we produce these trees, we call them trees of friendship. We also take them to Mauritania. And we know also by restoring the ecosystems, we also growing peace between the two countries. And we also collect seeds in Dakar, which we also take to the sites and turn them into trees. Yes, during the mango season, in some areas also, we collect mango seeds in one part and then take them to the north to turn them into plants. Yes. Yes, please, go. Yeah, food processing is also important because it rains 2 months a year, and for the 10 months, the food production is very, very low, and so processing and conserving is also a strategy also to fight against hunger, and so yes. Water program, so people also across the world, send money so that we can also dig wells, we build classrooms. We also have doctors who come to consult people for free. This was last month when we also brought some wheelchairs to support people with disabilities in the region. Well, there's so much to share. Sorry about the rush, but I mean, I hope the pictures will give you an idea of the holistic approach that is also taking place in this part of the world. And we are really, through our actions, we are restoring hope. We are building also a new present for the local communities. Thank you.
Everything works here. You have to come back. So I'm going next to, I think, another round of applause. And let me say, I don't want to take this home, even though well, I might want to, but I'm not going to take it home. Let me say that I let that go a bit because it captured so much of what we collectively are trying to do. So I think it was good information, and it's definitely work that collectively we support. So my ride or die partner in crime person and colleague in doing the work both domestically and globally on the continent is Dr. Mildred McLean, who we lovingly refer to as Bahati. So if you know her as Bahati, you are cherished and blessed. And if not, you have to approach and see if you can possibly ever call her other than Dr. Mildred McLean. But Dr. McLean, which she can very much speak for herself, but I think she will tell us a bit about her work with Harambe House, and then also a bit about her global work and perspective. So I just toss it to you, and I think your mic works, because they have everything here.
Okay, how you turn it on? Is that on? Oh, it's on already. Okay.
I told you.
Cool beans. Y'all don't mind if I stand? I have a bad back, and all the sitting is getting me nervous, so I'm gonna stand up.
Usually she sings, but...
If you don't mind, let me change the energy just a little bit. We are always engaged in convenings and conferences and summits that share with us so much rich and important and critical information. We look at policies, we look at programs, we look at initiatives, we look at partnerships, we look at regulations and statutes and all of that kind of a good stuff. But I'm impressed by the last line of this conference. It says, people deliver. And so I want to speak a little, because if you want to know about work, you can go on the web and all that kind of stuff and find out. I might say a little bit about it in a minute. But I want to share with you this morning, what will it take to make true that people deliver? Why am I going to focus on that a little bit? Because I have been in the justice movement with my friend in different places for 62 years. Many of you weren't even born, during that time. I've been on the front line and the fence line and the sorter line and every kind of line, the dance line and everything for justice. For 62 years, for the environmental justice part and the climate justice part, it's been 36 years. 36 years ago, we decided to organize and build what we call the Harambe House, Citizens for Environmental Justice. And Harambe in Kiswahili, which is spoken in East Africa, means let's pull together. And the reason why we took that name, because we understood even at that moment that in order to undo all of the injustice and injustice and egregious traumatization that people had gone through in every continent, every village, every city, every town, that it was going to take a powerful alliance between all people to achieve the lofty and necessary goals that we have set for ourselves in the environmental justice, climate justice space. What does it take to build a presence in Hudson Hill, which is a community located on the west side of Savannah that's surrounded by 17 polluting industries, and it sits right at the mouth of the port? And they have been misused, abused, railroaded, land taken, everything you can think of. They have suffered from these egregious acts, and yet we go into their community every day, Doc, and we say, now we want you to be engaged, because we got something, we're going to help you, and we want to address all these problems. And the people be like, well, we just got off work. We went to work since 6 o'clock. Now you want us to come here at a 6 o'clock meeting, and you want us to understand all this terminology and all of this thing here. And then you want us to suit up and mount up and go to the State House and go to the White House and your house, my house, to try to figure out how we're going to get ourselves out this mess. We ain't in with it. And we be like, no, you have to conquer. All of us is needed. We have to Harambe this thing. We got to pull together our small resources, medium resources, big resources to join and strengthen ourselves across the oceans and the villages and the continent to put together a powerful coalition that can meet the polluters where they are and whoop their butt. I want to say something else, but I'm in mixed company, so I ain't going to say whip their ass. Oh, I said it anyway. Okay, all right. So I wanted to shift just a little bit, because what is it going to take you to engage in nature-based, every year we come up with something else. Every year we got a new thing we got to take to the community. And they be like, dang, we are no intellectuals, we ain't going to school, we just trying to survive and have you to solve the problem. But what is it going to take students like you, activists like you, warriors like you, freedom fighters like you to stay engaged for 60 years or plus. Because it look like that's how long it's going to take us to make inch by inch by inch. But every time we get something, they change it and take something. Am I right or wrong? Every time we win one battle, we are faced with 40 more. So what is it going to take for you to say, okay, I'm in, I'm going with you. I don't know where you're going, but it looks like it's going to freedom, so I'm going with you because I want to be free. I want to be self-determining. And when you are people of color, when you are indigenous, when you are African, when you are Black and American, you can't call yourself African, you are up against a whole lot of stuff. So how is it that we will keep you engaged? So I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to ask you to think of all the names of your ancestors. Think of the names of all those people whose shoulders you stand upon. Think of all those people who have lost their lives, Brother Usman, on the front line and the fence line, just fighting for the right to breathe. So as a part of nature-based solutions, I'm going to stay on that because you're going to get me if I don't. As a part of nature-based solutions, I'm coming straight for the juggler. You are a part of nature. And you are a part of the solution. So think of all those people who have gone before you, have fought the good fight, and lost their lives as a result of being sick, and then being sick and tired of being sick and tired. We used to say, we're going to kick those polluters right out of town. We're going to kick those polluters right out of town. Because we're sick and tired of being sick and tired, but most of all, we are sick of dying. We're going to kick those polluters right out of town. So if you would, for a moment, just go with me to the ancestral kingdom, where we can see and breathe and smell good air, where we can see and drink clean water, where we can reforest those desert places, where we can pull on that internal strength to keep us going on. Come with me for just a moment to pay homage, to give thanks, as Janine said earlier, to give thanks for those who have paved the road and saw it not robbery to stay on the front line until we win. Because that is the goal, to stay on the front line, to understand all your strategies and tactics and initiatives and projects and all of that in the face of when you do what you do, Doc, they still kick you in the butt. They still don't give you enough money. What is $14 million to do what we need to do? Ain't nothing. So if you will, for just one moment, I want you to do two things. I want you to give thanks and homage to people like Connie Tucker from the Southern Organizing Committee, who died way too soon. To give thanks and homage to Cecil, right here from New York, from WEAC, who went far too soon. To give thanks to Damu Smith, oh my God, from Greenpeace and every other kind of peace he could get his hands on. For all of the children who suffer from asthma every day on the west side of Savannah, where we work constantly, have been there for 30 years, and I don't know what we're doing. Because we still doing. But most of those children are absent from school because of a simple thing called asthma. My God. So I want you to just say thank you to the unsung, the unnamed, the unidentified frontline soldiers who without them, we would not be in this room. Looking all fine and everything. We got our African clothes on from Senegal. And then the second thing I want you to do is to understand that you need me, and I need you, and we need each other to do all this beautiful work we've been doing. Harambe, let's pull together. The Harambe House is almost 40 years old, and we've been trying to pull together with every sector of society as possible, including the polluter, that we leave out the equation so often. We're asking ourselves to sacrifice so much. Well, what happened to the concept of the polluter pay? That's right. We want the government to give us some money. We want the green people to give us some money, some philanthropy people to give us some money. We want money to go to HBCU Green Fund. It's not F-U-N, it's F-U-N-D. But we leave out the polluters who are making trillions of dollars on our backs. Hey. So we must pull together. We are now partnering with the HBCU Green Fund. We are going to help this brother plant them 27,500 trees. We already got enough money for 5,000. Huh? We are going to work with the indigenous people in any way we can, because the reason why we got into this fight is one morning in 1991, we woke up and 20,000 picocuries of tritium had leaked from the Savannah River site all the way down to the river of Savannah, and they told us, ain't no problem. Tritium ain't going to help you. But tritium, as I understand it, has some shelf life of 12 and a half years and all that science stuff. Anyway, we knew it's poison. And nobody at that time was working with the indigenous nations to address the egregious impacts of the military complex in this United States. 13 federal facilities throughout this land under the jurisdiction of the Department of Energy and the Department of Defense. Nobody wanted to take that one on, but we did. Ain't nobody wanted to do it. So we have to pull together to work with each other across all the barriers and lines that we all make ourselves and that are imposed on us. I'm coming to an end. I know I saw your hand. I saw your hand. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around, turn us around. Turn us around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. We gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom's land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. We gonna keep on walking, keep on holding hands, keep on partnering, keep on building alliances. Oh, we're going to keep on walking. And one day, we'll find ourselves that we've won. And there won't be no front line or fence line communities. We all just going to be in community. So we're going to take them young people from Hudson Hill that's living in them 17 poisonous industries and at the mouth of the port. And we're going to take them for a second time to Senegal. But this time they're going to come and plant trees. Thank you. You know she get me going.
So
It's Monday.
We still on? We still on time. We still on time. And I never wanted anyone to accuse us of not being intergenerational. And I'm actually not Gen Z. Sometimes people, so you weren't as surprised as I expected. But my friend and young colleague, Sarah, who's from Uganda, and I love saying that, right? Sarah from Uganda. That's really because I can't say her last name, which she will say for me. But just a list of issues. HBCU Green Fund has a network all across sub-Saharan Africa. And we have the opportunity to work with young climate activists, advocates, workers across the continent. Sarah is one. I think she will share with you the impact we were able to have early on and some amazing research that she's engaged in now. So Sarah, and I think you have at least 10 minutes. Do we still have 10 minutes? So you have 5 of them, and then they have to wrap up.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank all the panelists that came before me. Thank you for the very spirited talk that you had. I think that is what we really need as young people, and that spirit to continue moving forward. I think that's something that all young people all across the world really, really need, so that we keep this fight and make sure that we win at the end of the day. So thank you so much. So my name is Sarah Kwerit Chebjura. So it's quite a lengthy name, so I understand. I'm originally from Uganda, and my work in the climate field has been mainly climate justice. And one of the things that I think way back when I was in high school, I participated in a couple of essay competitions. And one of the essay competitions was on climate change, and particularly climate justice. And that was the first time that I was really exposed to the extent of the climate crisis. And that kind of motivated me to, raise awareness, because within the school setting that I was in, there were very many students that were not really aware about how the climate crisis was affecting us. So I started up climate action clubs in a couple of schools. We started doing awareness raising. And as I kept learning more about the climate crisis, I got to understand the complexity of the issue. So around 2022, I came across a program on a particular training on solar geoengineering, an emerging climate field. And I was really intrigued, by the concept of geoengineering and solar, solar radiation modification. So I enrolled for the program. I got to learn about, solar geoengineering, which is this kind of attempt to artificially manipulate the Earth's climatic conditions. There's a lot of ongoing research that is looking at how scientists can kind of reduce the impacts of climate change by injecting, a certain gas into the atmosphere. So for me, learning about it really it didn't sit well with me because, of course, understanding how complex the climate crisis is, I think that I thought at the time that such a technology is going to create it presents serious climate justice issues. Yeah, so we, after the program, we founded an initiative called SRM Youth Watch, which is Solar Radiation Modification Youth Watch, that's really aiming at raising awareness about solar geoengineering as a whole and ensuring that there is some sort of governance and regulation that is going into what is, kind of regulation that is regulating the research that is currently ongoing. So if I'm to just, in a very short break down what solar geoengineering is, like I mentioned earlier, it's this attempt to artificially manipulate the Earth's climatic conditions. So we saw reports from the Intergovernmental Panel, the IPCC's report, and the Sixth Assessment Report. They clearly stated that we are most likely than not to actually exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. And all the climate scenarios they're showing are most likely going to lead us to a 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature by about 2050. So we've already seen the extent of the climate impacts in Africa. Of course, recently there was, in South Sudan, there was extreme heat waves, and schools were closed. We've seen the same in India. And so we see that at 1.5 degrees or even at 2 degrees, 3 degrees Celsius, it's a death sentence for communities like mine that are already suffering very severely from the climate crisis. So scientists are now looking at this new approach that is aimed at addressing a situation when we go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this attempt to reduce the impacts of climate change beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. So they're looking at certain varieties of technologies. There's one called solar radiation modification, which I just want to talk about briefly. It aims at, injecting sulfur dioxide, which is an aerosol. It's a shiny aerosol about 10,000 kilometers above the Earth's atmosphere to kind of make the surface brighter and reflect sunlight back into the Earth's atmosphere. And the aim is to reduce the impacts of global warming. The idea came up from, I think, in 1991, there was a very gigantic volcanic eruption in Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines. And scientists noticed that in a period of 2 years, there was about a 0.5 degrees Celsius decrease in average global temperature. So they wanted to understand what could have caused this reduction in average global temperature. So they did studies and realized that when the volcanic eruption occurred, there was sulfur dioxide that was released into the atmosphere about 10,000 feet up, 10,000 kilometers up, and it reflected sunlight for that period of time, and hence reducing the average global temperature. So when I was studying about this, I thought it was something that was in theory. I didn't know that this is actually something that there's a lot of research that is ongoing across the world. There's a lot of funding that is going into this field. So I think in Australia they are doing already outdoor experimentation on a particular technology called marine cloud brightening. And then here in the US, I think there was an attempt to conduct outdoor experimentation in Washington to see, there was a machine that they're trying to test that was going to produce the aerosols, and the project was actually closed down because the community raised concerns that we don't understand how this technology is going to affect them. So the reason I'm talking about this is that, like Dr. said earlier on, when we are talking about climate justice and when we're fighting for climate justice, we are confronted with newer terminologies or newer concepts every single day. And it's very important that we really are aware about this and we're able to raise awareness about what is ongoing in the climate field, and that we're able to act and able to demand for what we need, and to able to protect, we should be able to protect ourselves. For example, mainly there's a lot of ongoing research in the global north, and there's very little research that is happening in the global south. We do not understand exactly how introducing this gas in the atmosphere is going to affect, areas like health, for example. We don't understand how it's going to affect agriculture, it's going to affect all these other issues. And this is something that is, emerging at a very rapid phase. And there's a lot of interest, of course, from companies that are polluters, because they see this as a way to buy themselves out of actually taking the necessary actions to address this issue. So we founded this initiative to raise awareness about these issues that are happening, and to also push international bodies, especially that are looking into climate change, to kind of bring up, set up a regulatory body to understand who is doing what on this issue and how is it going to affect, and sort of to create accountability mechanisms. What if the research goes wrong? There's nobody that is actually holding these organizations that are conducting research accountable. We're already seeing private sector, interest of private sector actually coming into the field. That in itself introduces serious governance challenges to the whole discussion. So I think it's very important for us to know about this, and I would like to thank Madame Felicia because she's been very supportive. Aside from my work with solar radiation modification, Youth Watch, I also co-founded the Climate Action Africa, which is an initiative that is raising awareness about climate change and also inspiring young people across Africa to think about solutions. We are organizing a climate innovation challenge that we plan to conduct across Africa to kind of have young people showcase the solutions that they think can address climate challenges from within their communities. So yes, I think I can end there.
Thank you. Thank you. And you will get it. You will get it. So on that one, I mean, really, we have this thing of knowing that we can't solve problems with the same thinking that got us into the problem. And so now we're going to a level like, oh, we have climate change, we'll fix it. Let's put up a big shade in the sky. And I mean, sulfur, I remember working that we wouldn't have sulfur dioxide. I don't care at any level. I remember what it did to the trees and plants and people. But so to have a young person, as we're doing this work, that's an issue that wouldn't have surfaced for me ever, except that it came bottom up. So in closing, I do want to have each of us, because we still have 2 minutes, because we're good like that. So we're going to divide them evenly. So I'm going to start on this end and just wrap up. I think, Sarah, you should say something about your company, and then Dr. Palm will say something about what's next, and then Dr. McLean will do a finale because she has paper in her hand. I know what that means. So quickly.
So I think I mentioned almost everything that we do, but maybe under Climate Change Action Africa, we actually, the first climate innovation that we conducted, there was a project that was brought up. It was called EcoSense Cities Uganda, which is a waste management project. They're currently conducting a pilot study in one of the cities in Uganda. And I think that the initiative alone is an example of how much young people are willing and are able to actually get solutions for, the problems within their communities. So, I think that's
a good one.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
all I have to say.
And Usman.
Yes, well, thank you so much. And on my birthday, I plant trees every year. Okay, so it just happens my wife and myself celebrate our birthday on the 28th of December. So we are on the field, we plant trees. And also Dr. Mahati on her birthday also sent us money so that we can also plant trees in the desert. So we have a full, forest legacy where also people can give contributions so that we can also plant more trees. And the next big event, and hopefully also Dr. Mahati, Felicia, and all the friends also I mentioned, will be also there in the north of Senegal in February, between the 15th and the 18th of February 25, when we will organize, the second edition of the Sahel Eco Village Festival. And all of you are welcome to join us and to meet the people, the communities, to celebrate the achievements and also, carry on the journey together. Thank you so much.
And this is a part of our nature-based solution This is one hand helping another hand. The Harambe House is a very small community-based organization, but we believe in sharing our resources. So on behalf of the Harambe House and our family, it's not much, but this is $5,000 to help you with working with youth in Africa. Thank you. I love you so much. I love you so much. I love you so much. And we're going to take young people to Senegal in December to be with you to help plant some more trees.
I told you we were gonna have the best panel. So. Thank you, thank you. Then I get to do the Bahati dance. Oh. Yes, thank you so much. So, as you close out, you probably feel that we are deeply emotional because we have been on a very challenging journey for a very long time. And we know so many of the people who are impacted. I can say I crossed the river to Mauritania with a very special passport. So it's really important to work, and everybody can do something. And I can't imagine, if there's a legacy forest in the north of Senegal, could you imagine having a birthday and not planting at least a tree that's gonna be in the legacy forest? It's like better than a birthday card. Better than a gift. It's something we can do, and you can do it not only for yourself, but you can do it for yourself, for family members. You can do it for people who have passed on. Anytime something happens, we turn and we say, because that community has been there and come hell or high water, which the high water they often get, even in the desert. But they're gonna be there. It's like a living book of life. So I just reinforce the way it doesn't take much, just being conscious and acting. And it's somebody, the initials are M&O, do something. Do something. Somebody we know said, do something. Because we're nonpartisan, but do something. And as we close, also vote. Do something and vote if you're voting for somebody whose name starts with a... if not, feel free to take a vacation. But again, I thank everyone, and now I get to jump back into MC mode. So thank you very much. Oh, yes. Okay, scuttle along. So next. So some of my favorite people are architects because, you know, you learn late in life. There are some careers that you can't start late. That would be one of them. But if I had started early, I would love to have been an architect because even though I can't draw, but Vanessa Keith. So this particular architect, who is renowned in so many ways, and I'm not sure what she will share today because she's like next level in the future already. She produced a book that I'm sure she will tell you about. so awesome that every time I get a copy and show it to someone, they steal it. That's a really good book. It's also not inexpensive because she's a really great architect. It's reduced? Oh, ebook. That is not an ebook book. This is a table book. And now she's directing me to, look, I can get a book. No, just kidding. This is HBC. No, Vanessa, come up. No, actually, I get the title wrong. Dystopian Utopia. Is that right?
Give this lady a hug. I love her so much.
Yes.
Her in so long.
She's so good. This is yet another jewel. So Vanessa, take it away.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you're just going to leave me up here? Okay. Okay. All right. Wait, do I have a clicker? Okay, this?
Yes.
Wait.
And push
The giant green button?
the giant green button.
Okay.
There's several green buttons.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to put a timer because I know y'all are a little bit behind schedule, and I want to stay on track. Okay, so wonderful to meet you all, and one of the things that I want to say, on the heels of this amazing panel that was, I'm sure, the best panel, I don't know, it's hard to follow that, is that each and every one of us here alive today, whether or not we feel that we are in a seat of power or not, the fact that we are on this planet now at this time means that we have the ability to do something that no other human that comes after us is going to have a chance to do, which is change the course of history, change the future for the better for every other human, for every other species, for all of the ecology, everything on this planet. So no matter how empowered or not you feel, the fact that you're here now, you are sitting in a seat of power that is unique to the human race, right? So that's kind of a tall order, but I'm an optimist. Okay. So how can we mobilize to change the future for the better? Climate change unquestionably represents the biggest challenge to the continued presence of humankind or any other species on this planet. Managing and attempting to limit the effects of global warming should be our biggest project, prompting us to marshal our collective will, energy, and creativity to design a livable solution to the inevitable shifts in weather and habitat. Pick your future. I am Jamaican, Italian, and Chinese, so every time there's a hurricane, I worry about my house, I worry about my family, I worry about everybody back home. So this is something that I feel very personally. So we're currently obsessed with the environment, climate change, and the role that architecture can play in solving this crisis. This is just a little bit to show you who I am. Instead of worrying every time a hurricane was approaching Jamaica, I decided that I would start to do something, and so I ended up writing a book. You can see me with Crystal Chisel from Project Drawdown. That's actually the conference where I met the wonderful Felicia, and we've been friends ever since. Okay, it's an interesting moment to re-envision human life across the globe and how we live and interact with one another, right? So I want you to see this crisis as an opportunity. Humans don't change unless our backs are to the wall. That's kind of how we're wired. But you can ask yourselves, is this working? For 99.99999% of the population of the world, it is not working. So it's up to us to change that, and we have strength in numbers. So here you can see some of the things that we've done. That's me on Costa Rica and on a horse doing a site visit. We go places, we do things. One of the things that we're very interested in is connecting real life action across the globe where we connect people. So this is something my family has been doing for years, and it's something that I'm going to talk about in the context of this game that we're developing. So first came the book. So you're seeing some students at City College holding my book. We won the Sundance Stars Collective Imagination Award in 2023, got to go to the Sundance Film Festival, which was amazing. We also won the Sachs Program for Arts Innovation. We won a residency there where we worked on Envisioning Climate Afrofuturist Chronicles, where we're looking at how can we bring, for lack of a better word, diverse perspectives into the world of gaming and into the world of imagining beautiful futures. Regenerate X was the Filmgate Interactive Media Festival where we showed our work. So I've also given keynotes. I've been talking about this for a while.
How do human beings function as a system? What's the economics of it? And how can we work to make positive change? As an architect, we look at things as systems. So I look at us. Of our species, I am the anthill builder, right? We all have patterns. We need to look at ourselves as part of the overarching biosphere as a species that has a pattern. We have a pattern that's gone a little bit out of whack, right? That needs to be brought back in line. We can look at ourselves too. I think part of the problem we have a mental problem, right? And our mental problem is that we see ourselves as a part. We are separate. We are at the apex of the triangle of everything that is here, and we're running to the show. We don't have the right to say that. For all we know, and actually probably, dolphins are way more intelligent than we are because they're not destroying the world, right? So destroying the world that you live in doesn't connote a whole lot of intelligence. So I think humility is key. So 2100, A Dystopian Utopia, The City After Climate Change is my book. The year is 2100. So from when we started our research in 2012, this statistic is probably way worse than it was back then because we haven't done nearly enough, but anyway, we're projecting a 4-degree world. So the world is now an average of 4 degrees warmer. The UK is an archipelago of hilltop islands. Bangladesh has lost 1/3 of its fertile land. Wildfires sweep up and melt the remaining mountain glaciers of the Alpine slopes. That's from Mark Linus, 6 Degrees. I'm sure you've read it. It's an amazing book. Is this the future we want? My answer is no. So, 2100 cities from print to VR. We did this book. We had no budget. We had no PR. We had nothing. We just, basically, I did what I'm doing now, and people kept inviting me to stuff, and I kept saying yes, right? And so that's kind of what happened. There was no publishing, Michael Sorkin published my book. I love him. He's amazing. But there was not a lot of money for any of that, right? But I realized that people were interested in looking at what does it look like if we take all of this stuff, right? We take all of the things that you're talking about, like all of the tools and technologies and techniques, and we put them in the world, and I put you in there in VR. What does that look like? Could we do that? Because I think that in order to imagine a positive, bright, beautiful future, you actually kind of need to visualize something first, right? You need to know what that looks like and then move towards it, right? So by immersing people in worlds that imagine potential future realities to generate empathy, the all-encompassing nature of the medium impacts all of our senses, replacing the physical space around you with something new, allowing you to dream bigger. Envisioning hopeful futures is the first step towards generating them. So here you're seeing all of the different cities that feature in the book and 4 of the cities that we're starting to work on in virtual reality. So how can we envision potential futures in VR? One of the things that I think is really interesting is Stanford University's Virtual Human Interaction Lab has found that if a person cuts down a tree in VR and they feel the chainsaw and they hear it and they see the tree crash, they're more likely to conserve paper. It has an emotional impact. That is why we are interested in using this medium to deal with the issue of climate. Okay, so introducing the problem. Everyone knows this here. The climate crisis is falling on deaf ears. What are the solutions? Where in the world can we live? We also know we can't really retreat. We were thinking retreat before. Guess what? Retreat's not even possible. So, solutions found through play. What if we could experience the future, know what's at stake, and then change course? And what if we could have fun while doing it? You know what I mean? I think we could use some fun. We could also use some shooting some bad guys, right? In a game. In a game way, right? With a laser, not machine guns. So, one of the premises of this world is that we need to maintain or increase current living standards for all by densifying and going vertical, vastly increased efficiency through technological innovation, that might be energy generation on site, increased battery storage, and techniques such as soft edges at the shoreline to blunt the forces of waves, rebuilding wetlands to stop flooding. Vastly decreased energy for transportation and buildings, concentration in compact megacities, public mass transportation systems, green cool systems, food sources near centers of population, vegetarian diets, everyone, to reduce carbon footprint, and hybrid spaces combining farming, energy generation, recreation, and other uses. So here you're seeing some of the visualizations we have for New York. So I'm not going to go over this whole thing because I'm running low on time, but at current levels of consumption, we'll need 3.5 more Earths than we already have. Is this sustainable? Heck no. So in 2100, New York has become the storm energy capture center of the Western Hemisphere. So we're imagining life has given us lemons, we're going to make lemonade. So what if you could capture even a fraction of a percentage of the energy in those storms? You wouldn't need to be like digging in the earth for oil, right? So here's the Gowanus Canal. This is actually, we started looking at projections for what the site would look like in 2100. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, and the circles you're seeing there is actually where the game takes place. So the mission that is actually downstairs right now, takes place along the Gowanus Canal in actually year 2180, not 2100. So the New York Gowanus Outpost, we have a renewable energy park. We have mycelium vertical additions, which are those white things you see on top of the brownstones. We have soft edges. We have all of these things that we're talking about. This is the site on a nice day, right? So all hope is not lost. Those tough survivors, that's all of y'all, are working hard to bring the Earth, now a hostile planet, back from the brink. So in this virtual world which we're building, each player will make choices impacting their own life as well as the lives of others in gameplay. So we're developing a multiplayer VR game in which people become fully immersed in the exciting future cities of the world. Players will connect as a community. We need a third space. When I met Felicia, we also met a whole lot of other amazing people at Drawdown. I've stayed in touch with you and Hawk and Mukaro from there, and also Sherry, right? But there were so many more people, right? I'm sure you guys are going to meet people today that you're going to want to connect with. What if you could go into a third space? What if you could put on your headset or your phone and connect with people all over the world who are interested in this issue and play with them and look at new solutions, right? That's kind of what we're looking at. Oops, sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go through some of the virtual destinations we have. So New York, hurry, a fast-moving Category 7 storm is approaching New York City. Sirens are blaring, the city is humming with activity. We need your help. It's up to you to prevent the underwater turbines in Energy Park from being destroyed. You must close the storm surge barriers, enter the eye of the hurricane, and survive. So this is what we have downstairs downstairs as a demo at lunch, which you guys can play. Johannesburg, South Africa, each of these locations is slightly different, right? And we've also chosen locations based on the challenges that they will face. So what if your neighbor was a flock of weaver birds? You can learn to farm, build, or scale the city walls if you're not afraid of heights. A river oasis and grazing animals are hidden beneath your feet. Design innovative technologies and techniques to address the ongoing climate crisis. Retrofit cities all over the world where the coexistence of humanity and nature is a reality. This is a goal of mine. Could we do this? Can we do this, folks? Can we? Okay, good. Wellington, New Zealand, collect water, grow food, generate clean energy, and capture carbon. Innovate, develop expertise, and bring your skills to other cities. What if you could scale a vast vertical forest stretching 2,800 feet into the sky? Feel the warmth of the sun deep below the ground as you farm, play, and swim in a suspended waterfall. Right, and you're seeing also, we're integrating buildings with growing, with nature, with habitats for animals as well, right? Moscow, Russia, immerse yourself in a new realm of infinite possibility. Shoot 760 miles per hour through the Hyperloop and soar in a Zeppelin 2,000 feet above this megacity of 20 million. Subway surf a maglev with your friends or lead a robot army to the poacher's lair hidden between the twist towers of Moscow. Thank you very much.
So now you get to play or try the game downstairs and maybe stop and get some Dramamine from my experience. No, it does make you a little seasick. But now we have lunch. So lunch is on the first floor, and there's also a wonderful exhibit, posters, research, amazing young people, networking. We will pull you back because part 2 is just as rich and robust as part 1. Well, almost. Really, it'll be great. But do enjoy your lunch, play the game, see how good you are, compete, and come back. Thank you. Everybody, Move quickly. I love the attention. Okay. I was trying to find a different word, but that was truthful. So, okay, did we have a wonderful lunch? Was that a delicious lunch? So, Asati's again, incredible menu. So, there's a young man that has been both an inspiration and a challenge. You know those people, you know those young people, that they're very confident, that whatever they do, that they do it well, but you haven't seen them do it. But they exude such confidence. And so you have to think, well, maybe you can do it. And then they name themselves strange things. Like, I was like, how do you say your name? He says Michael. And I'm like, I know how to say Michael, but it's DJ Cave M. And then he has yet another name. But I think he might be good. So I'm going to bring him up over here to do what he does. And he has to get out of the conversation he was in, multitasking, and come over to where I am. Probably give me a hug, but you have to have go back. That walk wasn't all that cool for what you're supposed to do. Oh, okay. Okay. So now, come on up. This is DJ KM. I think he has, yes. So he's all the way in from California. Some people come from Oakland and LA. He comes in from Sausalito. So that's a little different. Oh, you want your own mic, so that means I'm supposed to go sit down. DJ Cave-In.
It's all good. Peace. We got some sound. Peace and love, y'all. Alafia, respect. I just want to acknowledge y'all and acknowledge the ancestors. Thank you for the elder for permission to speak. My full name is Omi Bade Ifashegu, representing Wild Wild West. Number love for y'all, you know what I mean? I had to come up and just show some love real quick. Yeah, going down the line, I'm a vegan chef, b-boy, organic gardener, teach people how to grow food. I like organizing in the hood, showing people different layers of sustainability. And I think it's important to talk about how hip hop can be a vessel for that. You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna blaze through this real quick because at the end of the day, we all know that hip hop, the acronym of it, higher inner peace, helping other people, also known as the intelligent movement, to be hip. And then the hop is the movement. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta move with the culture, understanding that there's different layers to really talk about sustainability. And I think that that's really what we're doing right now. My style is utilizing culinary climate action. I've been a vegan chef for over 30 years, and I think it's really important to address climate change with sequestering carbon through urban atmospheres, at the same time teaching young people how to create green jobs, you know what I mean, sustainable development. I got a day dedicated to environmental hip hop called Keep It Fresh Day. It's a full-on proclamation, and the whole goal is Earth Day, but for hip hop. So you know what I'm saying? We break dancing and in gardens and stuff like that, So it's like that, we get down, and continue to have this conversation what, culture looks like. I got the first certified USDA organic hip hop record label. We drop albums in packets of seeds. We teach people how to grow food and different albums along the way, you know what I mean? So I just want to just keep it moving because energy be flowing like that. You know what I mean? Films and all that, but boom. I'll just give you a quick run. Hey, yo, run the film, homie. Run the film.
What's good? This your man, Chefy Taff, DJ K from all the way from the Wild Wild West, and I'm happy to be here. You know what's going down, because it's about to get in the ground and talk to you about how you can get involved in culinary climate action. Pull up on the block with that veggie van. I started off as an educator. I was working in schools. The work that we are doing with Going Green, Living Blink is bigger than myself. The idea of sustainability and the lifestyle of hip-hop. The music is supposed to be able to inspire you. When I'm coming into town, I like to find exactly what, I normally look for. Fresh food, urban farms. I want to see the garden. I want to see the graffiti art. I want to see the inspiration of the city. So I'm going to hit a record store. So in 2019, I ran into some farmers from Minneapolis.
Here in the flesh?
Yo, check
in Minneapolis?
This is an opportunity to go and check out their urban farm. You got the broccoli. I thought it was so important to teach people how to grow food that I released my album and package of seeds.
Meet me out in the wood, ready to plant in the tree. Homie, I'm gone.
Growing up for me, it was easier to find a lemon in the liquor store than it was to find organic kale. I was hungry all the time, so I started writing music about food. And thinking about giving back to my community was important. I figured if we can flood the streets with drugs, we can flood the streets with seeds. I had to bring you some seeds. What's been popping?
We had a harvest where people came and gathered. It was a place of healing. We did spoken word, music on the mic, and continue the conversation about, what kale does to your body, what other vegetables can do for your body.
Kale and just fresh pressed juices to transform everything that's going on, yo. I'm so inspired, man.
Pause that real quick. Pause that. So straight up, this is a clip from a short film that I'm working on called Decolonize the Kitchen. It's basically talking about what artists do when we travel and what it looks like to transform and redefine the image of wealth in hip hop culture. So when I'm on tour, I go to record stores, I go to urban farms, I connect those urban farmers that I gave seeds to the local restaurants, and then they actually create this closed loop system between farm to table. And so this is the power of hip hop. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to show you a different style, but let me just go and give you the vibe. Hey, yo, run the next clip. Run it, yo, homie. Let's do this real quick.
Let's do it.
Let's
All right. Check this real quick. Turn up the sound, player. I got so much seeds, I got no more land. Pull up in the block in that veggie van. Keep my broccoli local like I always did. This the eco hip hop, healthy for them kids, yeah. I got so much seeds, I got no more land. Pull up in the block in that veggie van. Keep my broccoli local like I always did. This the eco hip hop, healthy for them kids. Hey yo, turn my mic up, player. Hey yo, check this out. Yeah. Some of my veggies so fresh, fit so fresh, garden so clean, growing with the best. Rose in my hood, throwing up the X. Dirt stay wet, flex, flex, flex. Got a pocket full of seeds. What's next? Farmers markets always going ahead of fresh. What? Yeah. Look at the way that I eat. Look at the way that I eat. You ain't finished your plate. Why is you falling asleep, man? Never too late, be who needed to be. Meet me out in the woods, ready to plant that tree. Homie, I'm growing. We keep it growing, sprout that life. Why? We keep it growing, sprout that life. Yeah, we keep it growing, sprout that life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, homie, sprout that life. Yeah, keep it growing, sprout that life. Why? I keep it growing, we sprout that life. Yeah, I keep it growing, sprout that life. Why? I keep it growing. Hold up. Put your hands like this. What? Put your hands like this. What? Put your hands like this. What? Yeah. I'ma make you think twice before you pull up on the corner store. What a shelf life of the food, homie. I don't know. Why you eat that processed food, homie? Why you eat that processed food, homie? I got gold grapes with them gold carrots. Rolling tower garnets with romaine lettuce. Grow them yams ASAP, always for the fam, and turn it up like a chef and post one for the gram, you know what I mean? Yo, this is what real hip hop looks like in the community. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Earth Guardians in the squad. You know, big green homies sprout that life. It's big green homies sprout that life. What? It's big greens homies sprout that life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, let's sprout that life. Yo, we keep it growing, homies sprout that life.
I keep it growing, yo, we rock that life. Why? I keep it growing, tell us rock that life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tell us rock that life. So what I do, I literally go into high schools, I go into elementary schools, I write music about growing food, I teach teachers how to educate, you know what I mean? They really got to get this style in, because, you know, ain't nobody want to go in and like mess up their J's in the garden. So I'm always showing like, this is what you got to do. Pull out the tower gardens, pull out the aquaponics, pull out the hydroponics, subaponics in it, they down with it, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, got to get in the soil, you know? So shout out to the elders, ancestors. Hey, yo, clip it.
He kept trying to tell me. He said he was good. He didn't say real good. He didn't say great. No, he didn't say that. He was like understated, like me, you know, not extra. But Asati said we needed entertainment. Did we have entertainment? But, you know, entertainment, I'm entertaining, but edutainment takes it a level up. And so I want to appreciate my brother and let him know from me, I got a deeper understanding of who he is. And I also have to say that he joined us last year when we were here in this place. And he said, I have something special to bring if you come back. And he did that, so I want to thank him. And now with that, as Asati's being, I don't have my phone, I don't have a paper, whoever is next should come up.
All right. Well, we have a very important panel right now. We have a fireside chat with donors of color. So Abdul, please come up, and also Isabel Langton and Christina Fernandez. Sorry, it's not here. Thank you.
Yes. Sit wherever. Please be seated. So I don't know who on the planning committee does not like me, because I'm not sure how we are supposed to follow what we just saw. I don't have any beats, I don't have any rhymes, but I feel the need to say, yo, homie, hit me right here. But what I do have is a song from the 1970s that I'm sure some of you will know, right? So when I say money, 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 you say? Money. Okay, that was very poor. All right, we're gonna try this one more time because we gotta get it on the gram and it needs to be good, okay? All right, so when I say money, 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 you say? Money. All right, okay, all right, that's much better. So I don't know what those great philosophers, the OJs, were talking about, but what I know for sure is that in order for movement to scale and grow and have the impact that it can have, movement needs money, right? And that includes our climate movement. But sadly, a few years ago, when the New School conducted a study into how much climate philanthropy was going annually to BIPOC-led and serving climate justice organizations, they found that only 1.3% of all climate philanthropy was going to BIPOC-led efforts. So we've already talked today about the importance of centering justice, the importance of the communities that are closest to the problems, and therefore closest to the solutions driving our climate movement. But we can arrive at that conclusion all we want to as a room. If the money does not follow, change will not happen, right? So about 4 years ago, in the aftermath of the George Floyd murder, the Donors of Color Network set out to leverage the collective influence of our membership to challenge institutional philanthropy to do more, to direct more money toward BIPOC climate efforts, And we were led in that work by my predecessor, Danielle Dean Ryan. I don't know if she's here. Is Danielle here? All right. Well, give it up for Danielle Dean Ryan in her absence, as well as the DOCN's Climate Working Group. And I know we have 2 members of our Climate Working Group here today, so I want to recognize our Climate Working Group. And of course, we have our board chair here today as well, so I want to recognize our board chair. We launched a pledge called the Climate Funders Justice Pledge, which challenged the nation's top institutional climate funders to commit to giving at least 30% of their climate philanthropy to BIPOC-led and serving climate justice organizations, and to commit to transparency, which is really about allowing us to track their annual giving because, as we like to say, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So today I'm going to share a few results from our pledge. In the 4 years that we've been around, we've mobilized $135 million. All right. And all of that money has gone to amazing BIPOC-led and serving efforts. But what's perhaps more impressive is the transformation that we've seen at some of the nation's largest funders in their climate giving. So I'm going to just name a few. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund went from 21% to 35%. The Barr Foundation went from 10% to 22.8%. The Nathan Cummings Foundation went from 47% to almost 80%. MacArthur went from 16 to 20. Northlight went from 24 to 32. I could go on and on and on, and we have one of our funders here today, the David Rockefeller Fund, which went from 17% to now almost 40%. So these are real dollars that are going directly to BIPOC-led and serving climate justice efforts. That money does not come to the DOCN. It goes directly to the work happening on the ground. But there is still more work to do. There are still funders, if you can believe it, that have not quite arrived at the recognition of the importance of taking this pledge. They say things like, well, we do climate, we don't do racial justice. Right? To which we say, you really don't do climate if you don't do racial justice. Or they'll say, well, you know, we already incorporate a racial justice lens into our work, so there's no need to take a pledge to prove it. To which we say that what you do not measure, you do not care about. Right? What you do not measure, you do not care about. And we know that often without measurement and without metrics, the first thing to go when the seasons in philanthropy change is racial justice, right? And so it's important that we continue to drive the message forward to these funders that they're missing out on a critical tool that will enable them to be more effective in their work. Because yes, this pledge is about equity, but as our signatories have discovered, equity and effectiveness go hand in hand. Equity and effectiveness are one and the same. So we're proud to have one of our pledgers here today to share a little bit more about their journey with the pledge. As I mentioned, the David Rockefeller Fund is an anchor pledger to the CFJP. They were among the first to take the pledge, and we have seen amazing progress in their climate giving, and the person who has stewarded that growth is here with us today, Christina Fernandez, Program Officer at the David Rockefeller Fund. Also joining us in conversation is the Executive Director of the Donors of Color Network, my boss, so please make me look good, y'all, Isabel H. Layton, to share a little bit about how the CFJP fits into our overall commitment as an organization. So, looking forward to diving into the conversation. All right. So, Christina, David Rockefeller Fund, an anchor pledger, really from day one of the pledge. Can you talk a little bit about why it was important for David Rockefeller Fund to take the pledge and how the pledge has helped drive transformation in your climate giving?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Abdul, and thanks so much for the opportunity to be here and share this story with all of you. I think it's really important that we go back to early 2021. I think taking stock of 2020 and what that meant and the implications for our climate grant making. Our trustees actually had a strategy retreat in early 2021, and we decided to focus the majority of our climate grant making essentially to provide multi-year funding to BIPOC-led grassroots organizations working at the intersections of climate justice, gender, economic justice, voting rights, recognizing the intersections between all these movements and the necessity of building that long-term sustained power and support. And so that's why when the pledge came to our attention, I think it was that critical, very important moment where we were already trying to align our values into this work, and the pledge offered the opportunity to do so and to really implement the values that we hold dearest as an organization: accountability, transparency, respect for the earth and for our grassroots partners all over the field. So I think it was really a vital opportunity at that moment that we signed on to the pledge. I think I'll also say that a lot of times conversations happen very secretly in boardrooms, and foundations make decisions and decide on strategy shifts. And so I think it was really important for us that when we were thinking with our trustees, we're making this commitment to racial justice and equity, it was really important to make that explicit to the field and share that commitment, and really in the hopes of even inspiring other funders to come along with us. And I think that's leveraging that privilege, leveraging that positional power in the sector to be able to bring others along with us and recognize that importance.
And if you don't mind sharing a little bit, how have you all gotten there? So we've seen a shift from 17 to almost 40% going to BIPOC-led and serving organizations. What has that journey been like?
I think that's been an interesting journey for us, and I think it's brought a lot of things to the table. We've had to have a lot of critical conversations internally, and I think because it's so rooted in our values and so very much important to us that we've really had these painstaking conversations to elaborate what this will all look like. And so going back to the very early days when we signed on to the pledge, we actually hadn't been collecting any demographic data on the demographic composition of any of our grant partners, like who are they led by, the board of directors. I know that's part of the pledge commitment too, like is the board primarily people of color? Are the executive directors people of color? And so that's something that we had no idea. And so we had the best of intentions, but no data. So the very first thing that we did was to devise a data collection mechanism. I know the pledge, part of the transparency was that call to understand from 2019 to 2020 how much of our funding was going to resource BIPOC-led groups. And so the very first thing we had to do was to understand who did we actually fund over these past several years. So we created a survey. I think it was a bit tedious for our grant partners. So I think over the years we realized we're maybe asking too much of them. They may be reporting this to other funders and other places in the sector. And so we have tapped into other mechanisms that exist that help to streamline this data collection and gathering to better understand, because applications and reporting processes that are very rigorous, that themselves are barriers to equity in receiving philanthropic funding. And so it was important to us to follow this and best understand this data. I'd also add that we've recognized that women of color-led organizations in particular really are deeply underfunded and are really critical to resourcing movements for climate and environmental justice. And so that's been the direction that we're really leaning into now, is women of color-led organizations specifically.
That's amazing. Give it up. You can give it up for that. So Isabel, welcome.
Hi.
Can you share with us a little bit about how the Climate Funders Justice Pledge fits into DOCN's overall theory of change and theory of impact, and what lessons can we learn from it to help drive change in philanthropy?
So first of all, I agree with what Abdul said at the beginning, like, how are you going to do this to us? Money's supposed to be like a big centered conversation, but I was really appreciative of DJ Kim's story and joy that was expressed, because a lot of what Donors of Color Network observed when we first started our work is that the kind of stories that you hear are about food insecurity, right? Not the joy of what it looks like to bring seeds and veggies to the community and the type of work that's actually already happening. So that kind of work is invisible in philanthropy when you have words like food insecurity, right? All of the great work that we heard about that's happening in Senegal, that is all invisible when you look at a form and the application says we are addressing systematic drought, right? So we're in a position as people of color with wealth and a network to actually influence a lot of philanthropy, right? We may not necessarily fund it directly, but we have relationships. And it's part of our theory of change to make sure that we leverage those relationships. So the Climate Funders Justice Pledge is one of our strategies, what we call philanthropic advocacy. And I think, Abdul mentioned that we didn't give any grants out, but what we did was we realized, well, we have access to certain relationships where we could actually start the conversation from a different place. And I think I just met a young person who is starting a brand new organization and said, how are we going to even meet these funders if they don't know about us and they don't accept grants, right? They don't accept invitations, unsolicited proposals. Well, a lot of it's relational, right? That's a double-edged sword, right? Because when it's relational, that means that it's very important to make sure that there are people who are directly impacted by injustice are in those relationships, and how did they get in the door? Well, we got to make sure there's a pathway for them to get in the door, right? So the kind of advocacy that we do is within philanthropy and holding these institutions accountable, right? We have broader vision around that, which is around organizing donors. And so I'll just speak from one aspect of it is, the story about vegetables that we just heard is actually something that I hear about a lot at my house, right? So my mom is from Taiwan. She is from the eastern side of the island in a place called Hualien. If you all have never heard of that, it was the place that got hit with a really big earthquake a couple months ago. In the background of where she lived, there was always indigenous communities like coming down from the mountains down into where her family had farms, and they would play with the kids and hang out. There would be some bartering and exchange, and I always heard about these stories growing up, right? I heard about these stories. I heard about why are the vegetables in America so big? They don't taste as good, and about those practices. And to me, I was always very removed, and I always felt, well, that's very far away. That's a culture that's far away. But now, guess what? Oh, we have these farmers markets where people have these very small vegetables, and they try to grow things. And we realize, for me at least, that story that I heard is actually something that's being appropriated and brought back into a different type of system. If we're not able to connect our personal stories and our heritages to the types of economies and what's like mainstream right now, we're not going to be able to advocate for the things that we think are going to make real change. And so some of us, and this is the thing about philanthropy, and I would say about democracy as well, we're working in some imperfect, broken systems, right? And it's our job to figure out what are the inroads to get there. And so Donors of Color Network, we're doing advocacy, we're doing organizing, we're telling stories, we're finding individuals who have access to reconnect with the beautiful, powerful work that we've been hearing about all morning.
That's excellent. So just to drive home what we're trying to do with the CFJP, how many of you have ever applied for a grant from a philanthropic organization? All right, it's almost everybody in the room. Okay. How many of you would say that that process was easy, sensible, accessible, thoughtful, intentional? It's almost nobody in the room, right? So part of the work that we're trying to do at the CFJP is change the culture of philanthropy, right? Reimagine philanthropy so that it is more equitable and more accessible. So my question to both of you is, what steps can we take as we move forward in this pledge to change the culture of philanthropy, to address the issue that we just saw in the room? Either one of you.
Thank you. I think part of what being part of this pledge has really catalyzed for us in terms of our learning is that it's not just the volume of grant making that we give to BIPOC-led organizations, but it's also how well we're being supportive of them. And so it's something that we internally like to think of as pantry cooking philanthropy. How can we do our best as a sector to move all the resources that we have at our disposal, be it our dollars, our networks, our names, even how we mobilize our endowments in service of the solutions that will help move the work forward. And so that's kind of the lens that we've shifted to thinking about as we try to be supportive as funders. So that might look like minimum 5-year, multi-year general operating commitments, which is really a practice that we've shifted towards. It's also seeding leadership and really being supportive of the leaders moving the work forward. That might look like supporting sabbaticals and opportunities for rest. Like, people are people, and they can't kind of drive the work endlessly without some support feeding into themselves. I think also just supporting equitable transitions and succession so that the next generation of BIPOC leaders can carry that torch forward and further advance those movement goals. I think even funders have to think not competitively in terms of fostering really rigorous competitions for funding, but collaboratively. Like, how are organizations that are working towards the same goals positioned, and can we foster those introductions and build those connections and resource them to work together? So I think it's really shifting a lot of mindsets. It's not about the positional power of the funder, more so empowering the community solutions that we know are best positioned to solve the climate crisis, and then how do we move every resource, non-monetary and dollars as well, like in service of those goals.
That's great. Isabel.
I'll just add that, so part of the reason why the pledge is effective is it's not just the hard dollars make sense, right? But 135 million is still a tiny drop in the bucket compared to the $400 billion of charitable dollars that are moved in the US each year, right? So being able to tap into the rest of that funding requires leadership, right? It requires inspiration, it requires risk. And so this pledge is not just about the actual dollars themselves, it's also about training ourselves who work in philanthropy to think differently and to take on some risk and to push ourselves to be part of the coalition of the willing who will lead and inspire and influence this huge wealth of resources that could be directed. And so that I would say is something that we're still working on. Conversations are really challenging, as I can imagine many of you have already had. But at the same time, there are so many people who are very hopeful and just want to have an opportunity to learn, right? And that's why having this type of convening is really important. And as we build that culture of philanthropy that's actually more aligned with movement, we in philanthropy need to learn how to sit back and listen and yield our power. And that's going to be big part of the work, the organizing.
Thank you so much. So she doesn't know I'm going to do this, but I'm going to call an audible and invite someone you already know and love, Felicia, to join us very quickly on the panel and grab a mic, which she typically does not need to be convinced to do. Felicia, I want you to share a little bit about an exciting project we've been working on between the DOCN and HBCU Green Fund, which is our new HBCU Green Fund DOCN Fellowship. Share a little bit about that and how that is progressing.
Yes. So we are so excited. Let's see, I guess it was back in the spring when DOCN, Isabel, the board, Abdul, let us know, we would really like to support a fellow to do a little research around the pledge. It's 4 years in. We'd like to know what has the impact been for the funders? What has it been for the organizations that have benefited from the increase, and that they wanted this to be an HBCU fellow. So that's already great. And then we decided it should be a graduate student because we started to assess the amount of work, data, opportunity, and we want this blockbusting report to hit early next year. And along the way, we have had amazing applicants. So I can announce today that we have selected not one, but two graduate students from Howard University, and it was not, we definitely sent it out far and wide, but.
So Felicia went to Howard University, in case some of you are confused about that.
Coincidentally, but we had the opportunity, it happens to be two very brilliant young women who we advertised one robust fellowship, and we asked them each in the interview if they'd be interested in splitting the fellowship and having support and working as a team. And they both spoke to the advantage and embraced right away. Not like, and a lot of times people, I don't know, sharing money is not, the typical response. And they were so enthusiastic, so eager. One has a background in environmental justice, the other a background in journalism, and loves to write. And so and the one was from, I think, South Carolina, and had worked on environmental justice issues in South Carolina. So amazing. So we are so pleased and honored, and I'm happy to take this moment to thank Donors of Color. I am happy to have these two young women working with HBCU Green Fund, and we know the research is going to be impactful. They'll be calling you and setting up interviews and really doing the work. What we want to see is how has the pledge changed culture? What have the challenges been? What has been the impact on the grantees? Did you select new grantees? Did you increase the old grantees? So we really want to have that deeper understanding as part of more broadly changing the culture. So thank you for the moment, Abdul. Thank you for letting me announce it, because he could have. He was there in the interviews. And I should also mention that also on board and partnering is the Ron Walters Institute at Howard University. And for any of you in the political science arena, the late Ron Walters was the dean of Black political science. And so we are really honored to have somebody marshaling that research on campus. So thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. All right, so hopefully you have seen how we are, through this pledge, helping to change the culture of philanthropy, and then also helping to seed the next generation of advocates who will help to change the culture of philanthropy. So please give it up for our panel, Christina Fernandez, David Rockefeller Fund, and Isabel Layton, DOCN. And I am actually closing a panel on time. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. We're doing better on time. Right now, we're going to have a super great panel on building resilience through participation and climate governance. So first, we have Jesse Worker from WRI, so please join us here. And perhaps so that I don't introduce myself, you can call in the attendees.
Thank you, yes. Thank you, Izatis. So one of our wonderful panelists, is Izatis Sintron, who will be joining us, has many, many roles, as you all know. I think she's going to be here primarily in her capacity as the director of the ACE Observatory, the Action for Climate Empowerment, but she may wear other hats as well. We have Tim Hughes, the lead on democracy and participation at the Open Government Partnership. We have Maciel Cairo, who is an adaptation specialist with the National Climate Change Council of the Dominican Republic, as well as the Action for Climate Empowerment focal point. And finally, we have Dr. Francesca Marzarico, who is a professor and works directly, has a deep history on land governance, which she will talk about. So should we go ahead, Izatis, and get started? So thank you for, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the organizers of the summit and this workshop. Really delighted to be able to moderate this discussion because I think it is critically important as we talk about how we're going to achieve justice, how we're going to have a just transition, that we dig into how we ensure that communities are truly empowered to have a voice and shape what those decisions look like. And if they're led astray, if governments or companies are not accountable, what are the actions that they can take to hold those actors to account? So I just wanted to first, climate governance can include a lot of different things, and we all probably come at it from a different perspective. So I wanted to ask you all to just reflect a bit, and wanted to hear how you think of what climate governance means for communities. So how can we ensure that climate governance at all levels, local, national, global, centers the voices of communities most affected by climate impacts, particularly indigenous and marginalized groups? So what would you say is its key importance from your perspective?
All right, thank you so much. First, I would like not to thank you, the audience, but I would like to congratulate you in your commitment because it is a Sunday and we have quite a bit of attendance. So for that, we are very grateful. I think that it is key, being a government official myself, I think that it is key to keep in mind that when thinking about climate change and designing public policies, one solution does not fit all sizes. So it's important to get behind the thought that we need to first understand that climate change does not affect everyone equally. And so with that in mind, we should be able to connect with these marginalized communities. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we do not have indigenous communities, but we have very rural areas that are very different and have very different circumstances from the people that live in the big cities. And so one key item that it's important that we do, and I don't see that replicated in a lot of countries, but conducting needs assessment on what those rural areas need, I think it's very important because that also provides the opportunity to engage with those communities, identify also how they see and understand climate change. We had a KAP survey like 2 years ago in the Dominican Republic, and it was pretty incredible to see the results because when you asked people about climate change, they would say that they know. But then when you went to the control questions and you would assess whether or not they understood concepts that were related to climate change, they had no idea what we were talking about. And so designing public policies for that type of people, it's very important to see through their eyes how they understand and how they feel climate change.
Thank you, Maciel. Izatis, you look ready to follow on to that.
Thank you so much for that question. I think that when I think about, and something that in the international sphere, we talk a lot about action for climate empowerment. And it's often silo, right? Like it's like this thing that talks about public participation, that talks about like education, et cetera. But really what we're talking about is about dismantling the systems of oppression and colonization because we definitely need to have people at the center. The same way that we have like the recognition that not one size fits all, there is no way to know if you don't have people in conversation. So for example, what does that look like when you don't have people in conversation? 2 days ago, it was the anniversary, the 7th anniversary of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. And that led to 4,565 deaths that were totally preventable. This is a failure of the system. But we don't have a system because of a lot of history, complicated of colony with the US. We don't have a system that's empowered people or that its policies actually reflects the people. So we have done like citizen assemblies to kind of raise up that voice and ensure that when we are talking about how are we shaping that future, we have a mechanism. Throughout all of our talks, like we had citizen assemblies across the country, or nation, I would say. And we say that because Puerto Rico is a nation. So we had different assemblies in different regions, we had different topics, and you know, we were talking about water, we were talking about the coast, and they all came back to the same thing. They all came back about the importance of having participation, transparency, and accountability. It didn't matter what we were talking about, people always came back to that because there's such a lack of trust, and trust is in high demand, both in like our international fora and also at our local level. So I think like when we're talking about what is the importance of including people is to ensure that our climate action delivers hope and trust and ensures that it kind of builds a future that is different from what has led us here.
Yes, please do. Thank you, Zetis, for reflecting on that. Francesca, would you like to follow on?
Thank you so much. Kia ora, Tenakwe. My name is Francesca. I'm Italian, but I live in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I want just to acknowledge two communities. Is the community of Maori community in New Zealand, because we are on the territory of New Zealand. And I also want to acknowledge the community which was here before, actually 3 communities, because there's a community which we had before, they were forcibly displaced by the Dutch domination, and then also the community in Rennell and Bellona, the West Rennell community, because I work a lot with them, and actually I asked them if I could talk about our work together, so that's why I'm here because I represent also, I'm here because, and my knowledge is not only mine, it's the one that other people have given to me, so I wanted to say these things, so thank you so much. I'm really, thanks everybody for being here today, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'm so happy to hear when, you know, I have a representative of the government talking about understanding the needs of communities and new scholars talking about we actually really need to engage positively participation. But what is participation? I worked with for 20 years before joining the academia around the world, Africa, Asia, and now working with some communities also now in the Pacific, right? My doctorate thesis was 20 years ago in Brazil. And so one thing I see is that we tend to, what is participation? We don't have to think about participation from our perspective, Western perspective, but we have to listen. When Isatis was saying listen to the community, so we're talking about needs assessment. Let's listen really to them. What about their time frame? What about, we often impose a project time frame. We talked about donors before. You're talking about trying to make sure that we change the donor like cycle, right? We're trying to go to a community, trying to convince them to the project, and trying to get their consensus, right? Is their consensus really free? Because we are putting pressure on them. So are we listening to them? Is that free consent means also that we actually need to give them time to understand what they want, time to understand what they need, time to understand what we want to give to them, what we can give to them, right? If they need what we are giving to them, because sometimes they don't need it, right? And we have to be also open to hear no from a community or to change our projects. So that's the challenge of participation, because of effective participation of communities. Communities are very their knowledge is so, and cut me if I take too much time, because I'm Italians, we tend to talk a lot, but plus I'm from Naples, so even more. But communities, their knowledge, they have this relationship with the environment, with land, the resources, that it's more than just the value, right? It's actually, I always say, we have in Western world the anthropocentric relationship. The man is at the center of the nature. For indigenous people, the nature is at the center, right? So we can learn from their knowledge. We can, if we take time to actually talk to indigenous people in the way that actually they can. It's their way of talking, not our talking, our needs, but their needs. So when we talk about effective participation, are we really listening? Are we really making sure that they are saying what we want to say to them? I was in Raleigh and Bellona for I co-drafted with the community guidelines for dealing with extractive industries, and it took 22 dialogues to get to a first draft, and the funding finished at the first draft, right? So now I'm actually desperately trying to find some money through research to get back there, and the fund were from PBF and UNDP, so which I really thank a lot for that as well. But now I'm trying to find money to go back, because the community is like, extractive industries are coming, can you help us? And now I'm there like, okay, and I feel I'm not doing enough for them. So to just take away from this, listen, take the time for the communities, and second is also understand that the funding cycle is not the one which led them. And there is the respect for the traditional governance, which is something that we need to engage in a way that is, we understand that sometimes we talk about gender and women, and that's women access to land or youth access to land, which is very important. But it's also a challenge for these communities, right? Because the traditional governance sometimes is not really allow inclusive. So we need to give them time to also think about these different ways. And I stop here because otherwise I take your time, and I'm really happy that.
Thank you, Francesca. I think it's a very well-received point. You sometimes hear arguments, in quotation marks, against public participation with the idea that, oh, that could take more time to come to a decision, as if climate inaction has been delayed because of public participation. I always felt like that argument just falls on its face. Tim, I wanted to come to you last to give you a chance to reflect on how some of the themes you've heard from our other three speakers you see connecting in the Open Government Partnership. Maybe you can just say a word for those who are unfamiliar with what the OGP is, and would love to hear your thoughts on climate governance and how you've seen that take action in the OGP.
Sure, absolutely. So thank you very much, and fantastic to be here, and already learnt so much from the earlier sessions. So a quick word on what the Open Government Partnership is, and it's actually 13 years old this week. It was established back in 2011 to provide a kind of a multilateral platform for governments and civil society to collaborate, work together on reforms that make governments more open. And by that, and Zatis kind of mentions the three kind of principles that we focus on. So the first around transparency. So information, data that government holds should be freely available for people to be able to understand what policies are being made on their behalf, who's making them, how they're being influenced, which is obviously a big issue within the climate sphere. How money's being spent, kind of what's being procured, what the impact of that is on communities. So that's the first point around transparency. Second point of open government is on participation. So it's not enough that people should just have access to this information and kind of see what government is doing on their behalf, but actually to really get to grips with these challenges that we face today, and none less than climate change. People really need to have a say in that process. They're the ones who often have the better solutions to many of these issues, particularly at a kind of community level on the ground. They understand the impacts of these different issues on their lives, on their communities' lives, on the people around them. And it's just sensible to make policy with people rather than do things to people. And then the third point is that to bring this all together, there needs to be accountability. So really, those who are in positions of power in society need to be accountable to everyone for how they're using that power and how that's impacting on people's lives. And again, when it comes to these questions around climate and these kind of how decisions are made on these big issues that have massive repercussions for everyone, that accountability piece is so key. The fourth, I guess, principle that kind of underpins a lot of that is inclusion, and kind of acknowledging that you can set up all of these kind of fantastic transparency, participation, different kind of routes for people to have a say, but actually you also have to really come to grips with the power disparities in society, with the fact that some people have privileged access to decision making, have privileged access to money to be able to lobby. And so actually that kind of fourth point of inclusion and kind of opening out those opportunities to everyone is so key. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Tim. So I have a few questions for each of you, and if, just let me know if after someone's done speaking, if you want to jump in, you've got an idea or a comment. But Maciel, if you are a climate adaptation specialist within the National Climate Change Council, but you are also the Dominican Republic's focal point for action on climate empowerment. You might hear that referred to as ACE. And just really quickly, I'm not sure if it was introduced previously because I just got off the train, but if you're not familiar, ACE refers to access to information, public participation on climate change, as well as awareness, education, training, and international cooperation. And all of this is sort of convened, and parties to the UNF Climate Change Conference are encouraged to submit work plans and follow through on those. So people often talk about how public participation needs to be meaningful. I think the general idea is participation that occurs earlier in the decision-making process so that civil society can actually influence the scope or the decision-making options. But in the context of climate adaptation or resilience, what makes participation meaningful to you?
Something that is meaningful. What is meaningful? Meaningful is something that has purpose, that is full of meaning, that has value. So in the context of climate change, it should be something that adds value. So the first part would be to understand how we wanna see what is meaningful. And I think that for effective, meaningful participation, because you need the participation to be effective, the first part would be empathy. And it goes back to the previous point I made, when you need to understand how the demographic is going to benefit from any decision, whether it be a policy, whether it be a project that is going to be implemented, whether it's going to be something that is going to be published. How does that relate to them? And then put yourself in your position to see how you would want that to look like, or how that could be useful for you, so that it is meaningful, so that it has value, so that it has true purpose. Then I would say that's part number one, so empathy. Part number two would be the storytelling. I saw a video recently, and probably all of you have seen it, which if someone comes to you in a language that you don't speak, and they hand you a ticket for $1 million, but it's in Chinese, you don't speak Mandarin, so you're just gonna throw the paper away because you don't know what it says, right? And so the storytelling behind the decision-making, it's important. How is the beneficiaries, how are the communities, how are they going to effectively understand what is the purpose behind that decision-making? Then part number three would be the data, the baseline that is established. behind the decision that you want to make. Because if you want to implement a policy or project or an initiative or whatever, there is something behind it. There is a need that has been previously identified that you would like to cover, that you would like to tackle. But you need to have valuable data. You need to have credible information behind that. And then part number 4, I would say, would be transformation. How do you get all these other 3 stages and turn it into something that is robust, that is concise, that it can appeal to their trust, which is what you were mentioning, so that we, as government officials, understand where we are being held effectively accountable, as you had mentioned. So honestly, from my experience, it doesn't matter in which part of the process you have their participation, so long as the participation is before you make the decision. Because there will always be time to reassess. There will always be time to reanalyze when you are truly trying to benefit any specific demographic. In the context of ACE, for example, we worked on a workshop for teachers so that teachers understand how to teach about climate change in the schools. So the curriculum in the Dominican Republic is pending to be updated. We do have a law for environmental education and communication, but it's pending the rule book to be fully implemented. So in the meantime, we got moving and we said, okay, so we need to tell the teachers, make them understand why this is necessary, because we will advocate for this, but it would be great if they would also understand why they need to advocate for this, even if they don't have the rule book. And we didn't really have all of the funding to go through with this, and so what we did was a participatory process where we involved different institutions, where one developed the methodology, the other one paid for the catering, the other one paid for the classrooms, and we also got on board with the National Capacity Building for Teachers. It's in Spanish, the name, so I'm translating it as I go. And so we got them on board so that they would be the ones that would stamp the seal of approval for any teacher that would take the training, even if we don't have the rule book. So we said, okay, so the teachers report to the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education counts on this institute to train the teachers. So then we need to go to the people who train the teachers, get them to understand why we need to train the teachers, and get them to invite the teachers, because if they invite the teachers are definitely gonna come. And we had 210 teachers registered, and like 120 attended. It didn't cost my institution, for example, any money because we didn't have the funding, but the fact that we didn't have the funding didn't stop me from speaking to everybody and their mother to make sure that we got this. So that's what I mean when I say it doesn't matter at which point you make people aware of the need, as long as you take them into account. So that's what I hope I didn't take much more time.
So you hear people talk about innovations a lot, and then sometimes they'll say, you know, innovations, and then they'll rattle off an idea that you've heard like dozens of times before. But that's a real example, I think, of an innovation. I mean, how you actually came to a way to encourage the participation, provide something that was really valuable for those teachers. So I really appreciate that. Tim, maybe you want to reflect on the example of the culture that Maciel has really helped to cultivate there. I thought it was really interesting to hear you take a values-based approach to it rather than, it's often talked about like the sequencing, when you have public participation and where and how often and so forth. But really, you know, if you're committed to it, you can come back to those decisions when new information arises, or you have those relationships established with those communities. I thought that's really interesting. Tim, as the democracy and participation lead at OGP, I know that no one is more familiar with how OGP's 75 national and 150 subnational government members are addressing participation in their action plans, which are plans that governments come together with their civil society to create every 2 years and then to commit publicly with transparent follow-through and evaluation from civil society. Many of these commitments are specifically oriented towards delivering climate action. I know that you have, as you mentioned, it's the 13th anniversary. You have a lot of evidence on what's working. What are some of the insights from the OGP experience of creating those cultures of participatory decision-making, I think illustrated by Maciel, that you think could be most relevant to climate resilience in the conversation we're having?
Yeah, thank you. So I think one kind of general reflection or learning that we've had across OGP's lifespan so far, and this applies across all topics, including climate change, is that where you have government, civil society sitting down in a room together, co-creating something, you get a better product than if government just goes it alone on these issues. And we've got from our data that we've collected through the development of reforms that go into open government action plans, you see that they tend to be more ambitious, they tend to be better implemented, and tend to have better early results if they've been developed with civil society in the room. So I think that, first of all, is a key point that we need to kind of to keep making. That this isn't just about kind of some like fluffy kind of abstract idea. It actually has a tangible benefit for people. But as you were saying, Jesse, so environment and climate have been an element and kind of a key element within OGP since the very beginning. In the early days, there was a lot more focus around the transparency and open data aspects of climate and environment governance. Nowadays, we're seeing much more of a focus around participatory approaches as well, which is fantastic. And just to give you a few examples of what that looks like, and one that actually the ACE Observatory have been involved in Paris. They've been developing an index on ecological democracy for cities to help to support much deeper climate participation. Kenya has recently committed to promoting participatory development and the use and transparent and accountable use of sustainable climate solutions. Chile last year committed to a participatory implementation of the Escazú agreement. So we're seeing kind of quite a lot of examples emerging across our membership. But a few of the kind of common issues that we see around kind of particularly kind of participatory climate governance is, first of all, sometimes the quality isn't necessarily particularly good. So often governments don't necessarily have the skills and the capacity to do this well. So that's one area that we need to think about how we support. Another is around sustainability, that often, and particularly with some of the more innovative approaches to involving people in climate issues, they are kind of a one-off, a one moment in time, and then no participation kind of continues beyond that. And lastly, around impacts as well. So one of the areas that we need to get much better at is linking these kind of participatory mechanisms into actually where power lies and where decisions get made. So often we see fantastic outputs of participatory deliberative processes around climate, and some of those do then go on to have impacts on decision making, but sadly not all do, and we need to kind of make those connections much better. So that's an area that we're kind of focusing on more and more at OGP at the moment. It's kind of how do you indeed kind of build up that culture, skills, capacity within government to make sure that that climate kind of and participation climate governance can be a real thing. And I think this kind of the point I'll finish on is actually the thing that really makes a difference is meaning and intention behind it. It doesn't really matter, and I think this the example from Dominican Republic is a good illustration of this. You don't always need masses of resources and or necessarily the most kind of flashy participation technique to involve people. What really matters the most is whether government truly wants to hear what people think and their experiences, and that's the area that we really need to kind of continue to work on around how we build up the political leadership and the supporting public servants to really kind of take on this and drive it forward.
Thank you, Tim. Francesca, you have decades of experience working on land governance and land tenure security, so how communities can ensure that they have rights to their resources and their land and can protect those, as well as the very connected issues of gender. Do women share equal access to land? Can they assert their rights in that access? Mobility and conflict. We know there's piles of evidence that recognizing and protecting community land tenure is good for climate. It reduces carbon because less trees are cut, less land is degraded, and also supports resilience in many different ways, livelihoods, including, of course, just access to land. Can you speak from your experience on the types of participatory processes you work directly with Indigenous communities that actually empower communities? Empowerment is that word in ACE that I really just want to focus in on. What actually leads to empowerment? What have you seen from your experience in helping Indigenous groups participate fully and effectively in just transitions or help to secure their land tenure and self-determination? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, long empowerment. What does it mean, empowerment? It means that communities have the power to decide, right? So how can we make sure that they actually are in the, we talk about participation, I think it's partnership, you know? It's not participation only in decision-making, it's partnership in decision-making. They have to sit in the leading place, right, the driving seat. I always say I'm a tool in the hands of the communities. I'm facilitating what I'm just explaining things that probably they don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. You don't know that the community of Rennell, when I went, they didn't know that the FPIC, the free, prior, informed consent, what was it, right? So they didn't know they had the right to consent. They didn't know they had the right to say no. And that's important. So empowerment, let's give them the power to be agent, right? But let's give them back their power because they had the power. And you know, system of injustice, colonialism, and of course, you talk about colonialism before, but social inequality took them, and land grabbing. So there are a couple of things here when it comes to participatory processes. So first, I think that there should be, I took from the perspective of a facilitator of certain processes, but also of an academic, and there is all this knowledge from both perspectives, right? Both sides, and I think really being humble and understanding that, and that's the exercise of humbleness never ends. I learned when I went to Kosovo in 2004, and I'm still learning that I don't know many things, and sometimes I assume things that don't exist. So the first thing is like making sure that we are open-minded to allow communities to speak, right? And for the effective participation. The other thing is one of the most interesting processes I work with was this one that in Rennell and Bellona. So I'm working with the Solomon Islands since 2020, and I conducted a research using the indigenous methodology that they use for knowledge transmission, right? So I learned myself, and I had people teaching me, of course, and then through that, there were needs that the community of Rennell and Bellona was in identifying during that particular process. So we co-designed a little bit, when you talk about needs assessments and the needs of community, there was such a lack, actually I was lucky, because the community identified these needs, and then there was COVID time, but we had people who could travel within the Solomon, so one colleague went to travel and talk to the community, so identify needs for writing the proposal. So it was actually really very much written with the community knowing. And then after COVID, I could go and run these dialogues. And at the beginning there was, because there are a lot of extractive industries, I just have to say a little anecdote. So extractive industries sometimes, which is very sad, they go to the community and they say, can you please sign this paper? Because that's actually for your sitting allowance. So they sign the paper. 2 months later, it's an evidence brought in court that they signed the surface access agreement. So that's actually what they see in international people now going to the province. So I went in this climate. There was another foreigner going. And of course, that it took time, and it took time to discuss with them and to identify their needs. One thing I did, so learning a lot before going, learning a lot their traditional governance. And we talk a lot about the inclusion of women and youth, because the project was bridging traditional governance and sustaining peace in the community. And we talk a lot about bridging, including women and youth, but that particular traditional governance didn't allow women and youth to take decisions on land and natural resources. So I had to have meetings with separate groups, right? And I had to get the approval of the elders to include women and youth in the decision-making process, because that was not me. I couldn't impose my views, my way of operating, or our international human rights system. We cannot do that, right? And so they thought that, and something that the community said, and at the end of one of the first dialogues, Richie, one of the elders, stood up and said, we have to allow our women and youth to participate, because these are unprecedented challenges. We heard unprecedented a lot for COVID. I say, oh my God, another unprecedented. But they are unprecedented challenges, and we don't have solutions in our traditional way of saying it. And they allow women and youth to participate, because women are the ones who cultivate the orchards, and the orchards were taken for land mining, basically. So the society is becoming food insecure as well because of that. So that experience, so that's actually being respectful, as I was saying before. But also, it took for me, I think I said 22 dialogues. I went 3 times, and I spent time with the community. And one day I was also lucky because the flight could not leave, so I actually had to go and eat. We were eating together all the time, but also buying things from the community. So it was totally a different way of, also seeing me, and also somehow keeping the promises, because you often go and promise and you don't keep the promises because you cannot go there anymore, or you have life gets in the middle. I try to keep promises and to keep contact with them, and so at the end we had this really drafting. I put a Word document on, so we were talking about the challenges during the first meetings that we had, and they had a Word document on the screen, and they were seeing exactly what I was writing. So then I printed out everything, and they could check what they said. So they have the document now. It's a draft, unfortunately, but they hold on it like very proudly, and now they know that, that unfortunately, so that's from the good experience. The bad experience is that when we talk about the government, when they can participate, the participation should be really, as I say, partnership. So from the beginning, often some governments antagonize indigenous communities because communities sit on resources, and they think that they want the community. So they tend to find a way to give an apparent security of tenure to community through giving land titles, which is not all the time giving security of tenure. And then community, then they weaken their tenure, they sell their land, and they lose their land, right? And so the governments shouldn't antagonize communities in these ways. And and that's another thing that I really learned. In that particular case, and I close with that, the last dialogue, the government was there and the extractive industries was there. And I must say, some people from the government wanted to bring it forward, but unfortunately, without support from partners abroad, they didn't have the money, basically the funds to do that. So that's one of the elements. But if I can just use a word for empowerment, we need to use partnership, we need to use respect. When we talk about respect, just trying to really learn, and also not only learn what the other, what the community, and be open, but also really learn to wait. We have to be patient. Thanks.
Thank you. So empowerment starts with partnership. Turning to you, Zatis, your leadership on the Action for Climate Empowerment Observatory, which you should feel very welcome to tell folks what that is. and all the negotiations that you have participated in the international climate space. What do you think success should look like in terms of how parties to the climate convention are conducting public participation, connecting it to their national climate plans and commitments, and enabling the public to track their progress? Because I will point out that there is not an accountability pillar of the Action for Climate Empowerment, and also that public participation is not a novel concept. So how can we be doing it better? How can we be fulfilling its purpose and intent and building that trust that we've heard come up so much in the conversation? Thanks.
Such a small question. But yeah, I think that, so through the ACE Observatory, and I wear like 2 hats. So I'm a climate governance specialist. I'm also a scholar. And I think that ACE kind of combines those two. So when we talk about ACE, we're talking about power shifting, right? So through academia, right? Like we're talking about education. We're talking about co-creating knowledge. How do we ensure that education is serving people? How we make sure that we are giving people the knowledge that they need to make this informed decisions. So ACE, in a nutshell, is having an active society that is informed and ready to act. So in terms of the NDC, all nations should have climate strategies into how they're going to contribute to the Paris Agreement. That's an NDC. So we have found that there's not a lot of cases that we have super great or like the level of participation that we would have, but we have some bright spots. So a couple of years ago, we united a lot of multi-level representatives. You know, we had the government. Maciel was part of that consultation. We had members of civil society. We have members also of community, like at the community level, and then international bodies to try to define what is effective participation. Again, that's not like a one-size-fits-all, but there's some elements that go into it. And I think something that we need to remember is that education, access to information, and participation are human rights. So those are where we start when we're talking about how do we embed this into the NDCs. So for the NDCs, and I will go farther, right? Like we're talking about NDCs, we're talking about national adaptation plans, we're talking about the loss and damage. How do we ensure that the voices that matter are at the center? So this looks like, so it's definitely political will, but more than political will is having the coherence within the government to make sure that their institutional capacity to make that happen. Because sometimes there is good intent, but if you don't have a way to sustain it, you know, it's just like stays there, right? Like it stays with like the government officials that is in charge of it. So we have seen, like, for example, in Argentina, they set up a cabinet. So they have like a climate cabinet, and they put ACE at that level, and that makes sure that it trickled down. Several like changes in government. We don't know how that will play out now, but. And then, for example, in Dominican Republic, I was able to be a witness as part of like their plan on developing both the NDC and the national adaptation plans. And they went by regions, trying to define and trying to connect with people about what was needed, and also getting their input and their buy-in. Right, like, so this sometimes happens in silo. Like, for example, we have the US NDC that just happens behind closed doors, and then they're like, here's our NDC, right? Like, so I think that making sure that that process is one that brings people along will make sure that we have both like the ambition, but also the effectiveness of like the NDC. So what we would like to see is that how are you engaging and putting at the center, you know, the gender issues? How are you putting the youth, the indigenous, and then establishing processes? We can say that, for example, Chile, and again, you will hear me talking a lot about Latin America, but overall, like when you look at how ACE is doing. Latin America, it's by far one of the most advanced regions, and that is also exemplified by something that Tim mentioned, that is the Escazú Agreement. And the Escazú Agreement is a legal tool to ensure that you have access to information, participation, but also protection for land defenders, because you cannot have participation if participation is not safe. So for us, when we're looking at ACE, we look at ACE Plus. So we also look at transparency, we look at access to justice. So what are those accountability mechanisms? And it's not just that you do participation as a checkbox, but that you can have both deliberative processes and make sure that you follow up. It's like, how did you embed or took into consideration what that community gave? So that definitely, we're at a crucial point at the moment. None of the NDCs are up to par. And we cannot get there without involving the voices that are the most burdened.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists. I just want to do a quick time check because we're right at 3 p.m. I actually have no idea when I'm supposed to end this session. Is there somebody who, now? Okay, we need to wrap up, so I need to sign. Okay. Okay, well, there goes that question. All right. So first, we heard so many fantastic remarks. I just wanted to follow on and maybe give, if we could, maybe 2 minutes just for each of you to share perhaps 20 or 30 seconds on what I feel is a key theme. So we've heard some fantastic examples of how to build partnerships, how to. I love the approach of empathy, storytelling, transformation, and data that Maciel touched on. Tim, you both, Izatisi kind of sort of joked about the changing political regimes. I wanted to talk about the power and politics of this, if you could really quickly in a reflection, and bring the inclusion and the accountability portion of this, because we know that having participatory spaces isn't sufficient. They can be dominated by those groups, by vested interests. Those organizations also have access to those spaces. There's a crazy statistic in the United States, something that 95% of Environmental Protection Agency comments come from industry, right? So how do we actually ensure that there's inclusion, that there's historical representative justice that's applied to these participatory spaces? And any thoughts or ideas about ensuring that they're politically important to continue on in future political administrations, that getting rid of that space, those participatory processes would be costly politically. Just 30 seconds of just thoughts and reflections before we end there.
30 seconds for all of that. So it used to be my job actually to design participatory deliberative processes in the UK for all sorts of topics, including climate. I think one point I'd say is these principles and values have to be hard-baked in from the beginning. And there are ways to make sure spaces are inclusive, that you have kind of balanced participation, that you can track that some people aren't having more influence than others, but you really have to design for that. That stuff does not happen by accident or on its own, and actually the reverse, that stuff definitely doesn't happen if you don't design for it. So going in, and it kind of comes back to a point I made earlier with kind of intent and kind of design around this is so key.
Thank you, Tim. Would anyone else like to share a final thought or reflection on that?
Thank you. Well, I would like to first thank Isatis once again for the invitation and for being a part that time on the update of the NDC of the Dominican Republic. We did that during COVID, and it was quite a challenge. We had all type of consultations, virtual consultations, in-person consultation. I would go to your office. Whatever was needed, it was done. And so if there's one thing that I would take away from all of this is, aside from the political will, speaking specifically on the subject of empowerment, where you said that it's key to think about empowerment through a partnership. And this is something that I would like just to tell all of you. Some of you that I know personally and that I know work in this, be contagious with your will. Be contagious with trying to make people understand that they can advocate for others in the same way that you want to advocate for them. So that's my final point.
Thank you all so much for your time and attention today. I really encourage you to follow up on the work of OGP, of the work that Dr. Marzatico is doing, and the fantastic work on Action for Climate Empowerment that Ms. Cairo is leading for the Dominican Republic and the ACE Observatory. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody. The academic panel is next. Yeah. Oh, sure. You know. Oh, I don't think.
What do you need?
I don't think I knew. I just want everyone. So, could everyone? We need to do a little exercise to wake up. I was falling asleep. Went to the ladies' room, woke up. So, everybody, if you would please elevate to your highest self, if you're able to. So, if you would elevate to your maximum height. Your maximum height. You can do better than that. I see some people bending over. Your maximum height. There's like money above. Elevate to your maximum height. You're down here at your minimum height. Look at this. Tell her we need her at her maximum height. It doesn't matter to me how interesting the dialogue is. We're needing there's people over there. Get them right behind you. No, not hugging. Hugging is not it. Your maximum height. You have to raise to your maximum height. Grab them right there. Just because she has money doesn't mean get her up to her maximum height. Excuse me, we're looking for your everybody show her what maximum height. Your maximum height. Ooh, that means you have to be up on your toes, reaching, and then wiggle, because that's how you say, I did it, I did it. Yes, it feels so much better. Okay, now if we could have our academic panel come forward. And it seems like I'm actually collecting microphones. I mean, I really like talking, but
Should I present them or you?
yes, you can.
All right. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Now we have Walking the Talk, how academia shows up for climate justice. So I would like for Christian Brannion to come up here. He's going to moderate the panel. Thank you. And we will be joined by Ana Baptista from the New School. Woo! We're energized. Jacqueline Club. Club from Columbia Climate School. Martin Stanislaw from Drexel University. And Hugo Sarmiento from Columbia World Projects. So, take it away. Yeah.
Okay. All right, awesome, and I can use that one, okay. All right, how are you guys doing? Yeah, good afternoon. I'm gonna sit in a moment, but I first wanted to note, as I think others may have done, that we're gathering in the unceded ancestral homeland of the Lenape peoples. So I asked you to join me in acknowledging the Lenape community, their traditional territory, elders, ancestors, and future generations. We also acknowledge that Columbia University, like New York City and this country, as a nation, were founded upon the exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples. So with that, let's begin. Thank you for joining us today for the Climate Justice Summit People Deliver. In particular, thank you for joining this session focused on highlighting the best practices and pitfalls in integrating climate justice into teaching, research, and community engagement. I really have a really esteemed panel that I'm joined with. I'm so honored to be part of this. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. In particular, Dr. Isati Cintron Rodriguez, but also all the organizers for this event. Let's give a round of applause for them for all their hard work. Dr. Ana Baptista, director of the Tishman Center at the New School and also an associate professor, friend of mine for years. Dr. Jackie Klopp, director of the Center for Sustainable Urban Development here at Columbia University. Dr. Matthew Stanislaus, who's vice provost at Drexel University and also executive director of the Environmental Collaboratory. And Hugo Sarmiento, who is not only an assistant professor, but also a fellow at Columbia World Projects, right? All right, so I'm gonna sit down. Okay, great, because we're all friends and I'm not on a higher level than you guys. There's no hierarchy here. So as you guys know, as awareness of climate justice has grown, more and more college faculty are developing courses focused explicitly on environmental and climate justice, or at least courses that touch on environmental climate justice in their classes, or at least they say they touch on environmental and climate justice in their classes. And more faculty are doing research focused on environmental and climate justice, or at least they say their research touches on environmental climate justice or promotes environmental and climate justice. And yet, many would say, I think, our elder and someone who paved the way for us today, Dr. McLean, said earlier that there's a lot of work for us to do, right, to actually achieve climate justice. And so universities play really a unique role because of the access and the resources they have and the role they play in society, particularly around policy, right? And so they can substantively and perhaps meaningfully contribute to advancing climate justice. I want to start with kind of an opening statement for you guys. Can you share how in your work or your experience in academia, folks have effectively integrated climate justice into curricula or research, right? Into courses that are being taught or research. How have they done this effectively? How have you seen folks do this effectively in academia? And are there any best practices that you think have emerged that you can share with folks? And I'll start with Dr. Baptista. We can kind of progress that way.
Oh, I thought you were going the other side for a minute. I was like, all right, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's very cold in here as we're all, I'm like, it's like Alaska. We're going to change the climate starting in this room in here. But I am very happy to be on this panel. It's a conversation that we've been having at the New School and at the Tishman Center for a long time. My center, the Tishman Environment and Design Center, was founded 10 years ago, and our mission is really focused on working with climate and environmental justice movement leaders. So we're really focused on that collaboration, and not so much on research agendas, but more on collaborative partnerships driven by what the movement says they want and need. So we really operate on the premise of invitation rather than agenda setting. And it's a difficult thing to establish because I would say in the last 5-6 years, it's interesting. If you Google Climate Justice University Center, and we did this, that's why I'm saying this, you will find over 120 centers and institutes across universities in the US that have some explicit focus or mention on climate or environmental justice. And that rise in popularity of this and ubiquity of this issue is relatively new. You know, if you ask the sort of OGs in the movement, Dr. Bob Bullard, Dr. Beverly Wright, even Dr. McLean, if, 20, 30 years ago, the topic of environmental justice and climate justice was a very marginalized issue, as were the communities that those movements were led by. And so it is really, really important that as the popularity, and in part the popularity is a testament to the movement, right? To the movement of frontline, people of color-led, Black, Indigenous-led movements that have brought this issue to the forefront over many, many decades of struggle. It is not because universities thought it was, a great idea in and of themselves. That was really a product of that movement. And so that popularity has also brought with it new challenges, I think, about the issues of authenticity, legitimacy, autonomy, agency, extraction, right? Exploitation and co-optation. There's a lot of tension when you put movement, a movement-centered movement like environmental and climate justice that says people speak for themselves, and then you have universities and academic centers saying, well, we are going to teach this now. We're going to institutionalize it. We're going to build it into our culture and our curriculum. Well, how do you do that? How do you center the movement and the people for which that, climate and environmental justice is about, is for, is led by? So there's lots of tension in there. How you do it well, I think there's a lot of great lessons. If you want to go to the tishmancenter.org, we have a whole website called Centering Justice in Higher Education. We did a whole symposium calling in our peers to have these difficult conversations, and I think this panel will be a really wonderful opportunity to do that, do some real talk. What are the challenges and opportunities? I'll give you one example of how we've done that at the Tishman Center. A few years ago, a funder said, hey, we would love to invest in a project in higher education focused on environmental justice, maybe start a new master's program. And we said, that's interesting. How about we go to the EJ movement and ask what do they want? How would they like to see this investment? So instead of us launching a new program, we undertook a collaborative year-and-a-half-long project. We interviewed and talked to over 150 movement leaders around the country and said, what would you want to see centered in a university of higher ed? And they said, we need investment in our movement leaders. Our movement leaders are burnt out. They're tired. They're dealing with so many issues. And so that's what we did. Now we have a fellowship called the Environmental Justice Movement Fellowship. It invests in environmental justice movement senior leaders across the country for 2 years to help them take risks, redesign the solutions that they see for the movement, and really have the space to imagine the world that they want to build together. And we provide the sort of incubator for that. And it's called EJ Disrupt Design. You can look it up. And it's an example of how you can take an opportunity that would only come to higher ed, and instead of only investing in ourselves, seeing how can we invest and share that outward into the external communities and movements that need it most.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Klopp.
Oh. Yeah, so I honestly think Columbia is in the middle of these conversations right now, and we are in a process of trying to gather a lot of the faculty and students and partners to have a really serious conversation about exactly that question. What does it mean to center environmental and climate justice at all levels, during the our curriculum, our education, our research, our public service, and then our fourth purpose, like to really have impact. And so you have to ask, well, who gets to say what it is that is effective? And that's where I think really listening, like you were saying, to the people who are at the front line or the fence line, who are struggling on the end of the consequences of injustice, asking them, exactly like you're saying, what would it mean for people coming through an education like one at Columbia or the New School or elsewhere, to really understand and be able to act. And so I think one thing that we're really trying to do is exactly do reverse learning and to listen empathetically to what is needed. And we've heard some of that already today, like they need resources. So when you're developing projects and classes, can you reach out to those communities and say, how do we share resources to start, and what do you need? Especially with these kinds of classes that are around service learning or engagement. And I heard today something that's very important from people in these struggles. It needs long-term commitment. It's not jetting in and jetting out. And so that also means that universities need to allocate resources to be serious about this, to have people who are responsible for working on this and fielding the kinds of requests that we get from communities facing injustice, whether that is needing evidence, unfortunately, to prove what there is obviously obvious often to them about the consequences of injustice, or whether that's, helping them amplify their voices. So I think one thing that's very interesting is a couple things I've seen as we're trying to have these conversations is things like the reverse learning, having environmental justice, climate justice leaders on campus, properly resourced, to be able to access students and faculty, and for the movement in a way, right, for transformation. So those are some of the sort of creative things that we need to do, as well as like really advisory services, like if we get requests, how can we really act on them? And I would just say also the other thing that's really important at the academic level is mainstreaming. So we are offering more and more classes. That's fantastic. And we get the students who are keen and interested going to those classes. But let's face it, that's not the core of our student body. A lot of them are going into finance. They have totally other concerns. And so how is it that we, for places like Columbia that have a core, that have basic things that every educated person should know, how do we really start to push to make sure that this is part of that? And that's something that is part of an ongoing conversation on our campus. So I'll stop there. So it's an unfinished project here.
Thank you.
Everywhere.
Thank you.
Everywhere.
Matthew.
So I'm going to try to be as provocative as possible, because I think this conversation requires to be provocative. Just a little bit of background. I cut my teeth in environmental justice politics in New York. I was the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, lived into the bad old days of Giuliani's absolutely killing of communities, represented the Harlem Community Board to stop the very building that we're in. So let's just acknowledge, let's acknowledge a real truth, right? There's a difference between academia, the institution, and the pedagogy, and we need to have a conversation about both, right? This reflects the destruction of the Harlem community spirit, this building. So we need to just acknowledge it. There needs to be a nameplate in this building of what it represents. We cannot talk about justice unless you talk about what this building represented. Now, I'm going to call out people, right? President Bollinger was negotiating with the community, but then used his access to the mayoral office and the city council to push through this master plan. So we just have to be real about the role of academia in its displacement of communities, in its theft of intellectual property, in its use of data for fundraising. So I'm going to go old school right now. Who knows Grandmaster Flash?
I
The
know
Message.
Grandmaster Flash.
Okay.
No, Grandma.
Oh, who didn't put the hand up? My God. There is a line in that, I grew up on that music, right? So there's a line in that, it goes, it's all about money, right? And now I'm forgetting the line. You know, you got to have a con in his land of milk and honey, right? Academia is using climate justice as a con for fundraising, right? Let's just be real, right? And so if we're authentic, as Anna talked about, we've got to have the partners up front. We've got to build in the community leaders up front. We got to be solution assistance providers to build power in communities. We cannot study communities for publication. If that's our motto, we're not about climate justice. We're about our career advancement. We're about building buildings, right? So that's the bad. And I think it's really important to take it to heart, because academia right now collectively works against climate justice. Let's just be real, right? What a handful of us are doing, just being, so I'm new to academia, so I'm a skeptic of academia. You might have not known that, right? So before I had brutal conversations with communities across Philadelphia. And I said, listen, Drexel University has used you, has used your data, right? Has not used its access to serve your interests. We spent a year building out principles of engagement. We acknowledged all of the historic bad in the principles. We acknowledged that you have suffered historic disinvestment and redlining. And then we built out a data sovereignty agreement that says we don't publish a thing, zero. All data is owned by you. If you want us to use that, you have to give us consent. So the most important thing about all this work, all this conversation, you have to give up power, right? You got to give power to those who've suffered for decades and systemic solutions. See, the systemic problems are not going to be solved by the publication of a paper in the greatest academic journal, right? It's about systemic investment in the problem, right? So we began with that and then carefully built out, how do you communities want us to assist you? We provided capacity for priority setting, and we brought in consultants, we brought in students, and we're very careful about what faculty we work with. We will not work with all faculty. Let's just be serious about that. Faculty has to be respectful for the community voice, respectful to community leadership. Same thing with students. This is not a check in the box, right? You had to be respectful and be humble to learn from communities, right? And so we're in the journey. So we've developed recommendations. They've identified that we're going to translate the policy recommendations that they will then champion and we will support. Clearly, we're bringing the data to the table, the analysis, which communities then recognize that, unfortunately, academic-based data has more credibility with policymakers. So we're bringing that to the table. But we're bringing it as building solutions for them. There's a lot more I can talk about, maybe a couple of other songs from the 80s and 90s, but we'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Hugo, Dr. Smith.
Thanks. So I think I agree with most of what's been said, and so I'm just going to add a few, kind of different takes on this. First, I think that the point on the complicity of academia in creating the climate crisis, I think that's huge. I think that's the first step. And as you rightly pointed out, Columbia University in particular, thinking about our role here in the community in Harlem, and not just here, but again, being provocative here, we're at Columbia World Projects that projects globally. We are organizing projects across the globe. And so we have to also pay attention to our impact in all the different sites where we're developing projects as well. We're not just a local actor, we're a global actor as Columbia University, and therefore we have to pay attention to the social implications of our work at these sites. So I think that's the first place to begin. I think also, we're not a monolith as Columbia University. We are one of the elite academic institutions in the United States and perhaps the world, but and we do have this sort of history of exclusion, unfortunately. But there's also really important traditions of resistance, of activism that we have that I think we need to recognize and celebrate and elevate as models. Okay, I'm relatively new to this. I'm an assistant professor. I'm not an associate professor yet.
So I'm so sorry. I hope I don't get you in trouble for saying that. Assistant professor, Dr. Summer.
In urban planning here at Columbia University, at Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation. And some of the conversations that we're having, which in the first instance may not seem directly related to this topic, but they certainly are. It's about the composition of our student body. Who are our students? Who has access to Columbia University? And again, here we are in Harlem. If you walk on campus, it's a different world. Okay, so the debates and fights that we have around programming as it relates to diversity, equity, inclusion, which currently, as we all know, if you're paying attention, is a hot button issue. Institutions that promote these programs and invest resources in this idea are under attack. This is no longer kind of a common sense, given, right? This is now a point of contention. And so we're very much engaged in that fight internally on how do we create a more accessible university? How do we recruit Black, Latino, immigrant, working class students? Because if it's true that we have to look up to environmental justice, community-based organizations to lead us, to set the priorities for this work, then we have to also open the university to them, right? To their youth, to the students who live in these communities, bring them into the institution and then support them within the academy. That, I think, is a really important strategy that we're working on, and it's very much related, I think, to this work around climate justice. I always tell my students, the first thing is to think about who's narrating the climate crisis, who's defining the crisis, and that's the beginning of setting these priorities. And so having students from these communities inside our academic institutions really is about addressing that central question, is positioning youth from these communities to be part of the debate in a very central way and to define the debate and tell us and help project how we're thinking and defining terms like the climate crisis or what climate justice means to begin with. Often we take that as a given. We think we all agree on what climate justice means. That's not a given. Depending on who you ask them, you might get a different response. And so I think that work of opening the academy, of tearing down these walls that we've created historically, I think that's an important first step.
Thank you. Loved what you all said. Anna, totally agree with what you said about going to the EJ leaders, the communities themselves, so you can prioritize what the university focuses on. Maybe research is not always the best thing for the institution to do. Jackie, kind of love what both you and Hugo are talking about in terms of really getting on the same page at the institution, right? Around how does the institution view climate justice and having those conversations internally before you go out and do all the work you want to do. And Matthew, I'm also a skeptic, and I really appreciate everything you've said, particularly about data sovereignty. Actually, I wanted, Dr. Cintron Rodriguez actually invited me to present a poster, and I actually had to tell her, hey, I wasn't able to get buy-in from South Bronx Unite, who I work with. I don't want to present any data I collected with South Bronx Unite without their buy-in. So I really agree on the data sovereignty piece. A lot of what you guys have alluded to are institutional barriers. And part of the institutional barriers, for example, is that as a professor, as a researcher, are you going to be promoted? Are you going to advance without publishing papers, right? Without bringing in grants? And you might teach courses, publish grants, write papers, and none of that advances climate justice, but that leads to promotion. Alternatively, Anna, as you alluded to, you might do none of that stuff and actually authentically promote climate justice, and it does not lead to your promotion. So I'd love for you guys to talk about what do you see as pitfalls and challenges in terms of implementing climate justice initiatives in academia? You know, what are the challenges, what are the pitfalls, and in particular, if there's institutional barriers, how can you overcome those institutional barriers? You know, how can folks in academia overcome the barriers that prevent them from authentically promoting climate justice? And any of you can, I'd love all of you to share, but whoever would like to jump in first, feel free.
Well, I guess I'll jump in. I mean, I'm fortunately, I'm in the vice provost role, so I've had direct conversation with the president, and the provost about including in evaluation community-based work, right? I mean, it's a work in progress, right? But we're going down the road. So every dean now has some form of that in the evaluation, you know. So that's a good step along the way. But there's also an institutional question. So I've had a discussion with the director of NSF, you know. There is this academic federal funding complex that gets in the way of community-based work. The incentives are to fund and publish, and then career advancement, right? So if you look at NSF grants, which is the largest funder, you all know this, largest fund of academic work, you know, 1% really, and they're doing a little bit more, is about authentic community-based work. Most of it is about publication. And frankly, a lot of it is about building buildings, which really struck me before I got into academia. You know, how there's so much money to build buildings, you know. And so, you know, I've had conversations with multiple representatives from universities, you know, about can we collectively go in to the large federal funders and talk about reorienting. If you talk about climate justice, you have to reorient the funding and the incentives, right? So it's a lot more, but those are some of the things we've been doing, you know, so.
Thank you.
I'm an accidental academic as well. I am a professor of practice, so I am a clinical professor, and some, you know, the different universities might have different titles for these types of professors. And, you know, I never wanted to be an academic. I got a doctorate degree. Actually, met Maddie when I was an activist in my hometown in Newark. I worked for over a decade in a nonprofit, a grassroots organization there doing EJ work. We met during a cleanup of a Superfund in our community, and Maddie was a great advocate in the EPA. And I only joined academia under this idea of being a professor of practice. In other words, my tie to the institution was through my practice-based and movement work, which is rare, I think, in universities, to hire people that sort of bridge between those worlds and are not just focused on tenure, you know, publish or perish type of thing. But I think what I've found now that I've been a decade in the institution, there are so many business models in private, you know, institutions, private higher ed in particular, that impede the flow of social justice, impede that engagement with that authentic relationship building that's not transactional. There's so much impetus to suck money into the institution. Every time a university goes for a grant, they get 50 to 60% overhead. What's left? Why would any community group ever partner with a university? They'd be insane to do that. And so a lot of times in my institution, it's like, don't go after that money. We should not be applying for that money. We should not be, you know, as Dr. Manuel Pastor, USC says, empire building. If we're really about it, if we're really about that thing called environmental justice or climate justice, there are certain practices we should not be doing and should be stepping back and away from, and rethinking how we do those partnerships for fair and equitable funding and resourcing for the communities that need it most. That doesn't mean we can't be partners. We can still come in as sub-grantees, and we don't take 50 or 60%. You know, the communities can get their funding. So that there's a lot of institutional barriers there. And I would say one other thing that I've seen even more, I felt more recently, and this, we're gonna get more into real talk. Maddie kicked it off, so now it's gonna get hot with this building right here, is also this, you all have been reading the news and have maybe seen some articles about the influence of the fossil fuel industries and the corporate capture of universities. And you know, many of our universities are guilty of this. If you dig deep enough, you will find it. That money is flowing to these institutions in multiple insidious ways. This has been an open secret, it's not new. But more and more, it's becoming a real focal point for our student activism and for our movement activism, because it's in our curriculum. It's not just in the research, it's in the embedded in a lot of the policy that's coming out of universities that is harming communities. We have universities putting out research funded by industries that is killing communities, poisoning them. And then to add insult to injury, those universities are training our young people to say, hey, this is the carbon future. This is the future of, you know, the fossil fuel industries. We're going to teach you how to do it equitably. We'll just put the word justice in front of it, and you want you to go back and sell it to your communities as equitable. And that's the most painful part of that, is that it's also reaching into the next generation of what should be our activists and advocates, and instead it's turning them towards industry mindsets. And the industry capture of our next generation. And there's not a lot of critical breakdown and deconstructing of that pedagogy and that curriculum. And it's very isolating. If you're an academic and you're doing advocacy and climate justice work, and all your peers are getting millions of dollars to fund industry-funded projects on carbon capture and hydrogen fuels and all the greenwashing, false solutions, and then they're teaching their kids, hey, our students need to learn how to do that equitably, how to send out that false solutions equitably. And you're the academic that's not doing that, you are very isolated and very vulnerable, both professionally and in whatever work you're trying to do with the movement. So it is, I think a very important moment for our institutions to be with movement partners, to be with our student activists on campus and off, to build an ecosystem, not an empire, because we need each other right now. Otherwise, we're going to be super vulnerable, and we're going to make our communities more vulnerable.
Yeah, I really want to acknowledge that and how important it is. And I think there is a role for really rigorous research, excuse me, on misinformation and climate denialism and history of how we've gotten here. And so I really think we don't want to throw out, the academic enterprise around these sorts of things. And in fact, these kinds of enterprises are often not the ones that are really getting all the funding, like you're pointing out. But we need to still create a lot more space to have those kinds of conversations. And at Columbia campus, I think that the student activists really are at the forefront of these kinds of conversations. We have a committee now to look into fossil fuel funding at Columbia, I think thanks to the pressure of Sunrise at Columbia and other organizations that have done, frankly, they have taken research skills that they have learned and turned them into asking for transparency around funding on campus. And So I think I just really want to reinforce what you're saying is that creating that space for students to ask the very hard questions, including of their own institutions, because we know historically all of the powerful institutions are complicit consistently in injustices. So that needs to be deconstructed. And so I just really want to reinforce what you're saying. And then there are baby steps that are happening here in terms of, thinking about funding models where we can, especially from philanthropic funding that doesn't take a huge overhead, of making sure there's no overhead or low overhead to our partners. They're often appreciative if we can help them write grants where they can get resources. And I have been involved in projects like the Resilient Coastal Community Project, where the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance was there from the very beginning, shaping the project, shaping the agenda, and then also on the budget. And thanks to philanthropic support, we're able to get them resources so they have the capacity, to build the kind of, work and research that they need for their communities. So I think we're working on those models. I know our provost's office also is thinking about translational scholars. So these are people, again, how they get selected. It'll be very important to see who are having impacts. And I think we need to have a conversation about what kinds of impacts. So we're seeing some openings and we have to push really hard to move things forward. So I just really am reinforcing and also saying that we're working on this at Columbia. Hugo, I don't know if you want to say something.
You want to go?
Sure, I'll add to that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of work to be done, and certainly it's something that I'm very kind of conscious of as junior faculty on the tenure track, and all the pressures that we have to deal with from the institution. It does sort of raise this question of what can the institution do? How can we change the institution to reward or incentivize this kind of work? Because as it is, it doesn't. We are, told that to prioritize publications, engagement with the sort of intellectual community that we're a part of. This is what's rewarded by the institution, and so we certainly do find ourselves in a vulnerable position as junior faculty, and we need to look for ways to change that environment. I think there are a couple of examples. Again, I'm very new here, so I will defer to Jacqueline and Paul, who's in the audience here, who know more about Columbia's history around this kind of work. But things like the Fourth Purpose or social impact work that Columbia World Projects encourages. I'm a part of one of those. As was mentioned at the beginning, I'm a fellow here in the Early Career Impact Fellowship program. This kind of programming, these kinds of initiatives, I think, can be, they can be supportive. They can help faculty that do want to invest their time and energy in supporting, real profoundly transformative research and engagement. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but certainly I think the students are at Columbia push real hard, and that's I think important to recognize. But I think for the junior faculty like myself who want to do this work, we need to find ways to support that and to make sure that we can sustain our engagements. I'll just say one last thing here, that this is a very real and concrete challenge for me. It's work that I'm trying to develop myself, engage in community here in New York. I work with a community in the Far Rockaways that deals with flooding and a history of racial exclusion in the housing market. I've developed a project with them over the last couple of years, and it's been incredibly difficult to sustain it. It's been incredibly difficult to sustain that relationship and to build it, because there isn't a incentive structure, so to speak, to support that kind of work at Columbia. We're on the early stages of sort of building that. But I think it's really important to pay attention to that if we're going to sustain this kind of work.
Let me just do a closing statement. I think it'll give you a chance, Matthew. love what you all said. I really appreciate, too, that you did give tangible things that universities can do. Data sovereignty agreements, evaluation. When I was administrative faculty at Georgia Tech, they were, frankly, scared to death of being evaluated by communities. I think similarly at Columbia, folks are a little nervous about actually being evaluated by communities. Systemic investment was brought up. Really centering the priorities of the EJ movement, maybe not focusing on research, incentivizing things other than research and publications. So we've got some real solutions. As we close out, I'd love to hear from you guys. What is your vision for academia in the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, especially you, Hugo, you're new here. I mean, I think you're probably here in part because they want you to transform the culture of the university. They want you to change the university. That's what I want. That's what I want, at least.
Not too much for you.
No pressure. No pressure on you, Hugo. But let's imagine equitable futures. In my work, I'm always trying to get climate scientists and folks in the climate adaptation resilience space to imagine a society where we don't have low-income nations in the future, right? Let's not assume that's going to persist into the future. Let's imagine 2100 where countries that are low-income now are just as wealthy as other nations. So what is your vision for academia over the next 5 to 10 years? And just quickly, maybe 30 seconds each. What would you like to see? And we can start from Hugo and work our way back.
Okay, well, that's a big question. Well, again, I mean, I think I'd like to see a more open academy, one that's willing to engage, that's willing to put in the resources that need to be invested in really sustaining these engagements and scaling them beyond what we currently have. So just a more open academy. And by that I mean, I think not just in terms of the people that we're engaging, but also the types of scholarship that are being promoted by the academy. And I certainly think that we've talked about kind of different dimensions of the model that we have in mind, of this kind of community-engaged, social justice-oriented work. But I think that there are a lot of kind of different approaches to that, and we need to kind of be open to that diversity. And I think that will come, I think, from the communities across, New York, across the U.S., and also across the world. Most of my research is in Latin America, in Colombia. I currently have a project in Chile, and I've done work in Puerto Rico. And I'm always blown away at the work that communities do in these different places, completely without any support, any institutional support. And I think they can be our guide. I think that paying attention to the work that's happening in these places can really point the path forward. And as an institution, we need to be open to that. And so I think that's the sort of way I kind of envision the future of the academy.
So, despite all my criticism of academia, the fact is that academic studies are the foundation beyond every single climate conference, right? Every single regulatory decision, largely, and so embedded within every research framing is judgment, right? And so it's a term that I began to use recently as trickle-down environmentalism, right? Which, including EPA, believes that if you protect the many, you protect the vulnerable, right? We have to reframe how we look at climate. My frame and the frame that the community that I work with, that if you protect the vulnerable, the many will benefit. So I would ask universities, thank you, to reframe every single climate research project. How do you protect the vulnerable first? Design your research agenda based on the vulnerable first. Because if you solve the vulnerable, you then solve it for many. And then also work backwards to NSF advocacy. Advocacy to the NSF, to the funders, does have meaning. So if we reframe how you protect people, and then connect with those who are funding that, and then connect with how universities are evaluating, career performance. Then you begin changing the paradigm of are we really solving the existential crisis that we're in right now? I'll stop now.
Well, I agree with all of that. I think, I really don't think that we're behaving as institutions, academic institutions, as if we are truly in a crisis, both a climate and ecological, and then also at the core, also a justice crisis. So I too would like to see that we are actually shifting the paradigm so that that is actually a reality for people. And if that's a reality, then what we need to be able to solve this crisis, the political movements, the shift in power, but also the shift in ideas and, the data behind them, the knowledge behind them needs to shift. And we then, as institutions, need to be exactly what you're saying, Hugo, open institutions, collaborative institutions, equitable and democratic in the way that we see knowledge. So the knowledge is not just what's in the laboratory. That's very important. We need to measure carbon and we need to measure biodiversity loss. We need to measure these things as well as the profound implications for us as humans and particularly those at the front line, fence line. But we need to realize that we're in a new situation. Things are changing so rapidly, as we heard from our colleague from Senegal. His grandmother was a university to him, and the people on the ground are seeing what's happening. We don't even know this in our academy. And so unless we come up with open models, democratic models, ways to work together better, we won't solve this problem. And I just want to say that we need to make our knowledge, including our academic papers, open. So beyond the fact that we're producing these papers, some of them which are valuable, and hopefully we're producing them with the grandma, with the communities. There's paywalls. I can't tell you how many times I am sending journal articles to my colleagues across the globe. So we need to shift that and also bring people together to have open coursework, open online places where we can have these conversations. And even where people aren't able to access online, figure out how to get to them. Because this is a global crisis, it needs a global brain, and it needs all of us. And so that means our institutions need to change pretty fundamentally. So I'll stop there.
Anna, you can close this out.
All right, vision. We need a vision. We're going to project in the future. We're all going to close our eyes. We're going to imagine this building is gone, and it's like a community garden. We're going to give it back. I think my vision really is modest in many ways because our universities and our world is in a crisis of democracy, a crisis of climate change and injustice and exploitation. So how do we push back like so many communities around the world that are resisting and reimagining? I think we all have to do that too. And so I would love to see a community of practice, like an ecosystem, right? We have a little community here today. We've built a community here. We're having hopefully conversations. Hopefully you're meeting people, making connections that you'll carry with you forward, commitments that you're making. I want to call in my peers and my movement partners into a community of practice where we can build an ecosystem to support each other through the good times and the bad. Because the bad times will come. They will always come. And when we're flush, when everybody's into climate justice today, environmental justice today, tomorrow, we might be on the other side of that pendulum. Very quickly it can turn, especially for the most vulnerable. So what do we need? We need each other. We need each other to survive those good and bad times and to lift each other up and build new things, build a community of ecosystem that we can only build when we commit to one another. So that includes institutional partners that have been doing it a long time, irrespective of the hit that their academic careers might take, they do it, they persevere. And the movement partners that continue to build those relationships and make solutions in the world. So I would imagine that in 10, 20 years, Do we have a community of practice of committed academicians, scholars, practitioners, movement partners, young leaders working together in whatever university or community that they're in to build a socially just, vibrant, thriving, free community? So that's the vision, I hope.
Thank you. Round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Dr. Cloud. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Hugo. All right, I will pass the mic to...
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
For moderating.
Oh, a picture. Pass the mic to you, Satis.
I had to do it.
Oh, I'm getting in there.
Okay. I couldn't let that go.
All right. So talking about connections, we're now going into a break. We're going to have an ice cream social, so you're welcome to go downstairs and grab ice cream and be back here at 4:35. What?
Hello? Okay, people. Hello? Okay. Especially if you're wearing an article of clothing of mine, you have to stop talking. Okay. If we start taking our seats, that means the people in the front that are having the lively conversation will have to sit down. Parisians. And Richard, don't go far away. But there are people, let's see, who else do I have? I'm just sending somebody downstairs to get other people. So I have before I start the next conversation, I have a new friend and colleague that wants to say a few words, and I'm giving 3 minutes because, our program is very robust, a little behind schedule. So Richard Green, come over here quickly because I'm counting the minutes like after I said your name. And okay, and you have three minutes. I should have given you a handheld mic. So control room, he has 3 minutes. If you see this, you all know. And I'm not going far. Go.
Oh, okay. Oh, goodness. So I've been a professional public speaker for 40 years. I've never had this kind of pressure. First of all, let's give Felicia a big hand for being who she is. Yeah, we have to do it quick. So anyway, Felicia and I are going to be launching something very exciting in the next 2 weeks to make sure that we all do what I believe to be, and Felicia, I think, agrees, the most important thing that we can do between now and midnight or 8 p.m. on November 5, 2024. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Right? So we can talk a lot, and I've been involved in the environmental movement for a long, long time. We can talk a lot about all of the things that we're going to be talking about this weekend at this conference. But what I want people to understand is that there are people who are desperately trying in the United States House of Representatives, in the United States Senate, and people some people running for president of the United States to implement all of the great things that we're talking about here. And that currently, and I will keep this nonpartisan, currently we are one United States senator away from accomplishing these things, four House members away from accomplishing them in the House of Representatives, and then we just need a president who will sign it. So in order to create the largest possible engagement and registration and voting turnout for people who care about climate, who care about other things like women's rights that are associated with climate and climate justice, Felicia and I are going to be launching a huge, wonderful, first of its kind 2024 civics challenge related to the 2024 election. And people will be receiving all sorts of information about this. We're going to have a number of very cool celebrities. There will be prizes. And the goal will be to get everyone on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat, to create content to teach their peer group, their fellow friends on social media about why it is so important to vote. And I'm very happy to do that. Felicia is amazing. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
That's amazing. Yes, that was 3 minutes. And so now, that was 3 minutes. That was very well done, I have to say. We're all excited. It's going to be wonderful. And now I'm going to sit down for a conversation with 3 or 4 questions with 2 colleagues that I know well enough that it'll work. Okay, so I'm going to start with Melanie and have you introduce yourself and the work that you're doing that relates to this space and this moment.
Hello. Oh, perfect. Well, first of all, thank you, Felicia, and to HBCU Green Fund, Donors of Color Network. It's so great to see you all here today. My name is Melanie Allen, and alongside Aaron Rogers, I am one of the founding co-directors of the Hive Fund for Climate and Gender Justice. We are a re-granting intermediary, which is a fancy way of saying that we raise money and then we make grants. Who here knows what philanthropy is? Thinks about philanthropy? No? Okay, so both Ansha and I are in philanthropy. I have a job that I did not know existed when I was a student here at Columbia, or for many years thereafter. And so, what we do is really make grants to folks that are doing critical work to help address the root causes of climate change. That is the work of the Hive Fund. We do that work with a focus on the U.S. South. And so our primary states where we're funding now are Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, and North Carolina. And North Carolina is also both of our home states. And when we launched in 2019, less than 2% of, or actually, how much do you all think kind of goes out to climate organizations every year through philanthropy or grants? So when we launched in 2019, and I think Ansha may have some better numbers now, but like $2 billion, that was the size of climate and environmental philanthropy in 2019. And that was, I think, based on 2018 data, but less than 2% of funding was going to organizations that was led by people of color, and less than 2% was going to organizations that were led, that would say that they're doing justice work. And I know Abdul and Donors of Color, they have talked about this data ad nauseum. And so that's why we exist, is to really shift that balance, but also because we know that there are powerful people who are doing work, particularly in the U.S. South, which we think of as the belly of the beast if we're looking at what it's going to take in this U.S. for us to meet our climate commitments, but for us to actually equitably transition into clean energy. And so we've got 2 intersecting goals. One is to accelerate the phase out of dirty and polluting energy, and the other is to accelerate an equitable transition to renewable energy in the U.S. South. To date, we have made more than $80 million of grants to I'm like, that's something. To more than 150 organizations doing incredible, powerful work. They are, contributed greatly to one of the largest environmental justice wins that we've had in recent years, which would be, the pause on LNG permits. They helped to shape the Inflation Reduction Act and are now helping to implement it, but doing critical and incredible work. And so I'm excited to be in this conversation to talk a little bit about philanthropy, the landscape, and I think the path forward, particularly for those of us who not only care about moving forward in climate action, but care about moving forward justly so that communities that continuously get left behind are actually at the center and the forefront and left behind no more.
Thank you so much. That deserves another round. And so there are a few people that I credit with really immersing me in this work. And the woman to my left is one of them. So Anja Miller, we go back all the way to 2000. And you don't look like it though, but anyway, this audience is very familiar with me now. We've been together a minute. So Anja, really, I think if you could start with we did, I think, some incredible work early on. And I think both of us are still on that same journey. So if you could really speak about kind of what our intention was then and how it brings you to this work in this moment.
Thank you, Felicia. You're going to make me cry.
It's okay, because I like
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for bringing all of us together here. This is a beautiful moment as I reflect upon our history. And it's just, it is a quarter of a century, probably longer than some of y'all have been on the planet. We came together in a coalition called the Environmental Justice and Climate Change Initiative, and we were bringing together environmental justice networks who, at the time, there were some really strong, robust environmental justice networks like the Southwest Network for Economic and Environmental Justice, the Southern Organizing Committee that Felicia was a part of, the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, which still exists today, the Indigenous Environmental Network, the Northeast Environmental Justice Network, Southwest, the Southwest Network for Economic and Environmental Justice, and we, with faith-based organizations, with labor organizations like the Steelworkers Union, and coming together to really lift up the issues around climate change and environmental justice to organizations that were already on the front lines of the fight for climate justice because they were fighting a power plant in their community or uranium mining on indigenous lands, but weren't necessarily calling it climate change and making that connection, but we're really at the forefront. So we started doing popular education curriculum for young people and started the Climate Justice Corps for young people ages 18 to 28. Week-long intensive training with incredible mentors and leaders like Felicia to educate folks about the issues and how they were connected to the frontline fights, and then worked in community-based organizations over the course of the summer. And now many of them are leaders in the climate justice movement today. So it is really beautiful to be here in a place of a lot of young people, 20-something years later, where all of y'all have come to learn about, to talk about what is next in the climate justice movement at a time when people, when we started, people weren't really talking about it. So I'm now working at a job that I also did not know existed when I was in college. I'm the executive director of the Health and Environmental Funders Network. So philanthropy, yeah, I didn't really know what that was, and then much less a network of a network of people coming together to strategize around philanthropy. So HEFN is the only funder affinity network where funders come together around environmental health and justice to advance solutions, build leadership, and expand resources for environmental health and justice. And we're doing that to create a healthier future for all. So that's a little bit about my background, and I'm just like, again, like my heart is so warm because Felicia was such a mentor for me early on, and so just to be here is just so beautiful. Thank you.
I used to beat up on her all the time, so I was like a parent.
Accurate,
but
all up on me.
All the time. I used to make her cry. So I don't see why you're not crying now. But, so, we, all three of us, most of us, have worked to advance BIPOC communities, right? To really diversity, equity, and inclusion were like initials in between my name, Felicia D.E.I. Davis, right? But now, in this moment, there's a lot of pushback, backlash. We had the George Floyd moment, which was great, although I felt if I got one more statement for racial justice, I thought I would explode. But it was a good moment of moving resources. And now it seems that pendulum may be going the other way. And yet, we still are at the brink of what can be a really great moment. So given that kind of tension and challenge, what is it that you see? How do you think we need to come together and think about philanthropy going forward? And those of us that are in community, how do we need to relate, support, or push that community?
Well, I think thinking back to 2020, in the wake of the, devastating death of George Floyd and reckoning with police violence, we did see lots of statements, lots of commitments from foundations that had never uttered the words racial justice before, and we did see some action. And I think that was both related to kind of that moment and COVID, which was, something that we had never experienced in our lifetime, and it pushed some of the systems that honestly had kept resources inside institutions out more freely. Folks, waived some of the requirements or, made general operating support grants, gave people more trust. And, I was hopeful, like many of us, that that would be something that endured. And to Felicia's point, we have not seen that endurance. And in fact, a lot of folks have retracted or have pulled back from those racial justice commitments they've made, even if it hasn't been publicly, those dollars aren't flowing in alignment. And, when I was thinking about what's happening in the landscape, it also felt really important to share kind of the nature of philanthropy, that philanthropy is a very fickle sector. Like, something is hot, sexy, they take the language, it is in every report, every annual report, everyone updates their website, and then you have whiplash because, the languages change, the commitments change, and they move on to the next thing. And so I think that's what we are, quite frankly, experiencing in this moment. Racial justice is no longer quite as hot as it was before, and I think whether quietly or, really publicly, folks are changing and shifting their focus. And, I think what that means, particularly in this space, it's also important that we've had the presidents of several foundations that have been legacy environmental justice and climate justice funders transition. And so, as happens in philanthropy, their focuses have shifted. And so we have groups like, and we're in New York, so, JPB, that was a huge environmental justice and climate justice funder that is no longer specifically funding that work. And they're funding really important work, because we do need to be focused on democracy. And, it's a shift in funding. We're seeing other organizations that will be sunsetting their climate programs this year and shifting to other things like the press and media and misinformation. Again, very, very important. But it leaves our climate justice, environmental justice organizations in difficult situations. And so I think one of the things that we've been working on is really how do we help these funders to understand that no matter what their issue is, that climate justice touches it, or it touches climate justice, and that climate organizations, community-based organizations are going to be an important part of their solution. And so I think folks like me, folks like Anja, that's an important part of our work in talking to other funders, talking to folks that are going to be in these rooms making these decisions, is making sure that they see the connection to climate in whatever they're doing, and that they, have a commitment to continue funding climate organizations. We fund what we call multi-solvers. And so if you look at the list of grantees on our website, probably 70% of them do not have climate or environment in their name. They are community organizations or organizations that see climate as critical to the work that they do, but that's not all they do. And so what we're trying to do is kind of get folks to move beyond these silos that philanthropy has, that often kind of drives nonprofit organizations to try to shape shift or put their work in buckets, when really it's much more broad and also much more connected. And so what I think that means for the way forward is that we're going to have to be really clear about the connections to democracy, clear about the connections to economic opportunity and workforce, clear about the connections to media, storytelling, create a narrative shift when we talk about the work that we're doing around climate justice. And that is an unfair burden to put on already resource-strapped organizations. And it feels like our reality. And so, a lot of the work that we do is try to push so that there's a frame in philanthropy so that, each and every organization doesn't have to tell this story, but we can help people kind of bring that to the lens of whatever new area they're working on. But I think that's going to be the really important part, alongside connecting to an ecosystem of folks that are doing work, because what we see when shifts like this happen is that folks feel like they have to take credit for everything that they're doing in their place. They're like, we are the climate justice organization in Kalamazoo, and all climate justice work that happens here, we're responsible for it. Instead of leaning into an ecosystem and saying, hey, what we need is for all these organizations to be strong, so we don't have to pretend that with $50,000, we're gonna solve these complex issues. We, require you to understand the depth and complexity of the issues that we're addressing, and to fund each of us to understand what it actually takes to get to these solutions. And so that is difficult work. I think part of the work of intermediaries is that we're kind of 1 foot in philanthropy and 1 foot closer to the grassroots. And so our hope is that we can do a lot of that, but also that we can do it in good company with folks like philanthropy serving organizations like Heaven, and also the folks on the ground, so that hopefully we shift the way that folks are thinking about how this happens, and get beyond this kind of hero philanthropy to more of a funding strong ecosystems and funding them in ways that are durable, that help to move the work forward.
So Melanie mentioned philanthropy serving organizations, which is this, technical unicorn kind of organization. That's the technical term for what we do, although we see ourselves as a movement serving organization that works with philanthropy. And we partnered with another organization of our kind called the Environmental Grantmakers Association on a report called Tracking the Field. And the data is a couple of years old because we look at 990 data, the tax reporting data. But there was a 52% total funding for environmental health and justice in 2020, compared to 33% in 2021, compared to 33% in 2020. So there was an increase in environmental health and justice funding over 2020 to 2021. In fact, there was a 90% increase from 2020 to 2021, from $440 million to $1.26 billion, 2020 to 2021 in environmental health and justice. And again, the context of that around people were really wanting to say that they were doing something around racial justice, and this is an example of that. But when you look at the actual grants, one of the things that is interesting is that the top 10 grantees that are in that are big green organizations like the Nature Conservancy or Sierra Club, Earth Justice. And so I think part of the challenge is also in how does philanthropy define what environmental justice is, and how do people differentiate between what is community, what is work that is accountable to environmental justice communities, to BIPOC organizations. And I think the work that the Hive Fund is doing is a great way to cut through that, because like Melanie said, they're an intermediary. They're very close to the grassroots and actually like know what's the real deal, like who's actually doing the work versus who has a huge development budget that they can have staff to write these big grants that take a lot of time to work on, to do reporting on, and then can also like partner with universities who can get federal funding. So there's a huge disparity there. And again, that was a moment in time, and there's a really big question about what's going to happen after, when, like, what's the next reporting data going to look like? Will be interesting to see that. We're running the numbers on that now. But yeah, we're really concerned about what that's going to look like. I have a question for y'all. How many of you work on, study climate justice? Okay, all right. How many of y'all work on, study environmental justice? Ah, interesting. Okay. One of the, so what I'm seeing is that it's about the same. It looks like, was that what you were saying? Yeah. The reason I raise that is because one of the things that I've seen in philanthropy is that there's a move towards climate change and climate justice and away from using the language of environment or environmental justice. And it also seems to be a demographic, a generational thing, which I'm a little concerned about, because focusing on climate justice leaves behind a lot of the really amazing work that's necessary, that's happening in climate justice communities that may not necessarily be climate related. So like people who are working on contaminated water, people who are living next to solid waste sites. And that work isn't squarely in the climate bucket. And so I just encourage all of y'all, because y'all clearly are educated about this issue, to keep lifting that up, that there's a difference there and people need to be paying attention.
So, thank you both. Now, there's been, anybody who knows me knows I do a lot in the civic arena. And in that arena, I'd say for more than a decade, there's been thought around, we will have to fund our freedom, right? And that we cannot necessarily look to what we think of as philanthropy, old school, to get where we need to go. Because we seem to go like popcorn, up and down and shift in and out and around. And so we're in a room, we've had Donors of Color Network, but is there thinking around what fundraising needs to look like, right? And acknowledging that even giving that tithe to church is philanthropy, but is there a way that we need to think of things maybe a little differently, or maybe to accelerate differently, structure differently? I don't know. So just tossing it out there.
Yes, I've been thinking about this a lot. We've been working on this at my institution. I think the reality is a lot of us have relied for a long time on institutional philanthropy, which are, it could be a Ford Foundation, insert wealthy person's name here, foundation. And, there's a grant process, and, you may not know until you know that organization, but once you know that organization, you expect to write an application, submit something, and then make decisions. And what we're seeing is that more and more of philanthropy is actually kind of high net worth individuals. And that is kind of wealthy people that are, moving their money how they want outside of a foundation. And so it could be that they have a wealth advisor and they're moving it and they're just writing checks. What we're seeing more and more is DAF. Does anyone know what a DAF is? It's a donor advised fund. It's like a black box of philanthropy. And so, excuse me, Ansha talked a little bit about 990s. Okay, but you know, it is basically a fund that because the IRS doesn't necessarily require them to report in the same way. So folks can say that, you know, they're making contributions and they put a lot of money in DAFs, but we don't know how much money is there, but we also don't know where that money is going. And so it's very different from kind of traditional foundations where you can pull out their tax information and say, oh, okay, for the past 10 years, they funded environmental organizations, so this is a good match for me. Excuse me, y'all. Or you can say that the average size of their grant is like $50,000, so that's the amount to ask. And so I think a lot of what we are trying to do right now is understand more about the world of high net wealth individuals, how they move their money, and donor advisors, because donor advisors are kind of financial advisors. I have a colleague who calls them wealth protectors. Which means they are not necessarily kind of in the role of trying to help people give out their money. They're trying to help them actually keep money or see what they can do to keep money, many of them. And so trying to understand a little bit more about the world of donor advisors and help them, because if you're a donor advisor for, I don't know, 10 clients, they each have different interests. You probably don't know much about climate and don't have a lot of time to figure out the particulars. And so if you have one donor who says they're interested in climate justice or the environment or anything, you may do a Google search and come up with some organizations, but there's not a HEFN necessarily for these donor advisors to help direct them and help them make good decisions to then make recommendations to their donors. And so it's a space that I think really in the next 5 to 10 years we're gonna see continue to grow. But yeah, there are billions of dollars now that are moving or else just sitting in DAFs. I think the other thing that I'll say, and I know we mentioned federal funds, is that I believe, or what I've heard from some people is, you know, there's billions of dollars of federal funds that have come out into the space, and so folks don't need to continue funding in the space. And I think what we've tried to impress upon people is that's actually the opposite. Like, we are winning. We have a step forward, right? Historic legislation. We need help with implementation. We need to make sure that like this works as well as it possibly can. And so I think what we've been sharing with philanthropy is actually what we need you to do is to support implementation in ways that help make sure that those federal dollars get to the communities that need them most, that help make sure that the folks that are on the ground have the support they need to be able to help shape and direct those dollars in ways that are gonna help meet their needs. And so I think the other thing that I would say beyond trying to figure out how we engage, because I think all of us are going to have to do it, figure out how we engage this new growing area of philanthropy, it is how do we get to foundations and get them to use their 5%, which is those grant dollars in this moment to make sure that we can be successful with the federal implementation, but also the 95%, which is what we don't talk about, and that's the endowments. That is the bulk of the wealth that foundations have. And this is a moment, we've never seen a moment where it could be more useful, better leverage than this moment right now, where we have, you know, all of these communities that want to either have their own solar projects or have their own energy projects. And those dollars could be catalytic and create ownership for those communities that mean that they don't have to rely on philanthropy in the same ways anymore. It's taking a lot of education and a lot of kind of one by one working with foundations to even get them to think about that use of that endowment in this moment.
Anja.
Yeah, I mean, that
was good.
That was good. One thing that I've also noticed is that foundations are starting to, kind of like the DAF model, be leaner in their operations, which means, oh, we don't need as much staff, and that will get more money out the door. But I think, to Melanie's point, that means that there's less really taking the time to build the relationships, to have trust-based philanthropy, to invest in the long term in the organizations that are really doing the work and building movements for the long term. That is what we really need to win. The other thing is that a lot of these, a lot of big money that's coming in right now is some of the tech money, the tech billionaires. And there's a lot of focus there on some of these technical solutions that may or may not, probably not, address the actual health impacts that communities are facing from living near polluting facilities. And in fact are investing at cross purposes to what communities need in things like carbon capture and sequestration projects, in trying to put things up into the sky that will reflect light and heat. I'm just like really surprised that these are things that we're seeing more funding going into. So I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, I want to jump in and say that the principles, the original principles that we worked on 25 years ago stand today. You know, we said polluters pay. We said communities speak for themselves. We've been resolute. We stood in and by those principles from so long ago. We didn't do it by ourselves. It was a broad swath of networks, and the difference with environmental justice networks is that they were activists organizing networks. I wouldn't say less program driven, but it was process change making. So now, in this moment where we really are at a very critical juncture, and I've noticed funding of kind of ecosystems, and yet, so we appreciate, especially the Hive Fund, which we've benefited from and know well, but not just ourselves, but our colleagues, so that we don't have to, we can share openly, right? Because everybody's been benefited. But coming together. So we've been, Hive Fund has been instrumental in funding a number of us working in the ecosystem. But then we need something more. So what are you seeing if you're, health and environment, big space, community-based, big space. And so now we have expectations as we wind up and say, going next, we're looking at DAPs, we're looking at high net worth individuals, we are looking at more money all the time, but we also have to get ourselves together to have the infrastructure to be able to scale. And so if there's any word that I've thought about with all of the federal, with George Floyd, with everything, how does community scale and how does philanthropy help that? And we'll close on that because Asatis hasn't given me a thing, but I can feel that it's about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to let you close. I think I would reframe the question. Because...
Go ahead, Grasshopper.
I know. She's going to be on me again 25 years later. I would push back on, do we need to scale? Because the community work that's happening is what needs to happen in community, and maybe the question is, how do we make sure that we are in relationship with each other so that we can learn from each other and the work scales? It's not necessarily that the organizations are scaling, but the work scales because it is this is a terrible analogy. I need to think of something better. But you know, it's like a virus where we're spreading the good news. We're spreading the good work. We're learning from each other, and that's what we started. That's what we were doing with the Environmental Justice and Climate Change Initiative, like spreading with small organizations across the country, learning from each other. And I think there's a lot of that work that's happening, like through the Climate Justice Alliance, through formations like the Building Equity and Alignment Initiative, through the grantees of Hive Fund, which one of the great things about some of these intermediaries like Hive is that not only are they giving the resources to groups that some of these large foundations will not give to, but they're convening them so that they can learn from each other. And I think that's what the scaling looks like.
Okay. We did. Okay. Okay, we're going to say small is beautiful, but trust and believe bigger is better, okay? So, because I'm imagining Hive Fund with a 10 or 100x, okay? They got the ability. I'm imagining me. You say, small is beautiful. Yes, gorgeous, but 10x. I mean, I'm looking at the challenges in community.
Right.
And to think we can tackle them at this scale, I just can't imagine it.
So I think it's actually a really interesting question. The Hive Fund, our frame, our model is called Place Plus, which is we've got to figure things out on the small level before we can scale. And I think too often we see people going for big when they haven't figured out the thing yet. Like, how does it work? What does it actually take? And so like the work we're doing in Atlanta now, like what is it going to take for communities to be able to shift these energy systems? It is, how do we fund people well enough, not just so everyone at the table is funded, but so there's actually support for the table, right? They may need consultants, they may need facilitators, there may be other collaborative infrastructure. And so I think that's one answer, is that we've got to make sure that folks aren't just funded, to do this work, but also collaboration takes dollars and time, and that we recognize and resource that. And, I think we have to understand, like, what is community-based work to do, what is philanthropic work, and what is government work? And sometimes from my view, it is that our job is to be able to get strong enough so that we can push government, so that we can get into those, get folks who understand, like we understand, the power of democracy and the need for climate action to the place where they're making decisions at that scale. Because I don't necessarily think that, when we look at the complexity of our problems and the scale of our problems, that they're all gonna be, changed by the funding of small, community-based organizations. I think they have a critical role in driving, shaping, making sure that folks are engaged in that change, but also, at least, from where I sit, so much of this is around what does it take for us to get back to good governance, so that when we are, looking at interventions, like we're talking about the water system in Atlanta and it flooding, it's not just gonna be, how do we help people get around that flooding, but what is the infrastructure that's necessary there? And philanthropy is never gonna be able to address that at scale. That's gonna take the trillions, and that's not gonna come from the philanthropic side. So that is at least how I think about it. And I think, to your point though, the work that's happening at community, it is not yet scaled to what equity would look like, right? It is not scaled to what the big greens are doing. It is not scaled to the impact that these community organizations are having or could have. And so I think it is a question of how, folks in philanthropy, we ask a lot about the dollars, but what I am most interested in when I'm talking to people is your strategy. Do you see equity? Do you see justice? Do you see community engagement and democracy as a core part of your strategy? Because if you don't see that as key to getting into climate action, then it's always going to be an afterthought, an add-on, your last 10%, and not core until you think about how we get there. And so when I think about what it means, or kind of think about answering your question, it is, on the philanthropic side, how do we shift and make sure that this is core to how they think we get there? Because we're not going to Tanja's point, technology our way out of these problems. We're not even going to policy our way out of these problems. It's really going to take transformation, and that includes people, that includes this community-based work, and that's got to be core and critical, and it can't be a 1 year on, 1 year off, depending on what's left over. It's got to be core. And then it is good governance, and how do we really shift what we're doing as a nation? And that starts with what's happening at your city, what's happening at your county, what's happening at your state.
That's a great wrap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are going to transition once again. I thank you so much. I want to mention, because I gave Richard Green such a short time, but we are really excited to have a civic challenge. And Isatis, come on, because you got the next. Is this our final? Oh, yes. Oh, let me take the microphone.
All right. We're going to move into our last panel. And we really cannot talk about climate justice without human rights. So we'll have Andrea Coutinho Lubac moderating this panel. She is a journalist and executive director at the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice, which is a national institute focused on communication, research, advocacy, and climate education for Black population. So come on up. Big round of applause. And then I'm going to introduce our panelists because they're going to be like our last panel. So first off, we have Juan Rosario Maldonado, who was born in 1950 in low-income community in Caguas, Puerto Rico, among solidarity, love, and care. He told me to tell you that he has a granddaughter and he wants to leave this world a better place for her. So I think like that's the best introduction that we can give, but he's one of our greatest environmentalists in Puerto Rico, and he really works in making solutions for community. Then we have Asma Abu-Said. Is a gender and economic justice expert with 13 years of experience addressing issues of gender, economic development, and climate change, working with organizations as Oxfam, International Finance Corporation, Internet 2, and Al-Shabaka. She provided solutions and programs for women's economic justice. Her work published in different spaces such as Oxfam Policy and Practice Development and Gender Journal, Al-Shabaka, and the World Economic Forum. Asma is currently working on research care practice under genocide and the envisioning of just and care inclusive post-genocide reconstruction of cities focusing on Gaza. Then we have Javier Garate, U.S. Policy Advisor, Land and Environmental Defenders, Global Witness. He advocates for the rights and protections of land and environmental activists, and he has worked extensively with defenders across Latin America and has had work like in Colombia and elsewhere. Then we have Marinel Ubaldo, is a dedicated advocate for climate justice and the environment, and she's a registered social worker, recently completed her master's in environmental management at Duke University, specializing in environmental economics and policy. And lastly, but not least, we have Francisco Vera, who is a 15-year-old activist, defender of the right to a healthy environment, and author. At the age of 9, he founded the Guardianes por la Vida Collective, a platform for children to advocate for climate justice and environmental peace. So yeah, I want to invite our panelists to come on up and give them a very big round of applause. So I'll take it.
Where is everybody?
They're here.
Yeah, take your seat. Welcome, everybody. I think just... yeah, it's used. Hi, everyone. What a wonderful convening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying until the end. I think today we are navigating through several perspectives, and I just want to highlight that I'm very passionate about exploring climate justice concept across the world, and I think here we have different visions and regions that can show us that climate justice is much more than just advocating for justice. It can be finance, can be racial justice, can be historical reparation, and can be accountability, which is the perspectives of our panel today. So I want to welcome all of you, and maybe we can think about the first round of sharing about what motivates you on your climate justice journey. So what brings you here, and your personal experience in your region, your country, in your local communities that brings you to this audience and to this place today. Let's start with you, Francisco. Welcome. So do you have a microphone? I think I can give you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And well, I'm from Colombia. I'm 15 years old right now, and basically I started when I was 9 years old. I basically invite some friends, some colleagues during the situation that the Amazon forest was suffering in 2019, and that in fact is being repeated. The fire in a very important forest for the whole world. So I decided to take action to do something, no? Because finally, I think that the fight for the climate is also a fight for justice, no? For the climate justice, no? And there is a very good campaign of international amnesty that says, take the injustice as something personal. Yes, imagine the injustice is happening to your brother, to your family, to your mother, to where is near to you, close to you. And in that sense, I think it would motivate you to take action and to do something to attack and to contrast the effects of that injustice. And the injustice that is happening right now, for example, in the Amazon region, in your country in Brazil, or in my country in Colombia, it's terrible simply. And that was precisely what motivated me to do something. And what I did was to create a movement following the leadership of great activists, for example, as Greta Thunberg, but also in our region, regional activists that are leading the climate action in their territories, and that also inspire me, in the sense that I have learned from them that basically everyone has an agency, a voice, and simply our voice is the power we have to change the world. If we use our voice to fight for the justice, and if everyone does that, I think we can create a massive and collective change. And that was the objective, the objective that, let's say, inspired me to take action and to create Guardianes por la Vida. Guardianes por la Vida started with 7 children, colleagues from my school, as I was telling you, and now we are more than 700 children in Colombia working in different initiatives, overall related to environmental, climate, and citizenship education, precisely trying to make them understand that they are citizens, and in that sense, as citizens, they have a voice, they have an agency, and they can use that agency to contribute to advocate for different human rights. And one of them, of course, a main one, a fundamental human right, to our human right to a healthy, clean, and dignified environment. So basically, that's why I'm here, to defend the right of my generation, together with my colleagues and with many other young people. For example, here I see a great friend, Haley. Nice to see you here. And well, all these young people that I think, of course, I suppose you are involved in the climate action, and hopefully you are, and if not, this is the opportunity to you to start in the activism, not just for the climate justice, but for the immense and for the infinite injustice we have in our planet right now.
Thank you, Francisco. Juan?
I come from a very small island in the Caribbean. We used to be killed by the problems. Now we are being killed by the solutions. The things we did to fix the problems are becoming the problem. And the reality is I didn't start at that young. I went to the university at 19 years old. I was an honor student in the University of Puerto Rico, and I didn't know at that time that I was living in a colony. It took me a trip to Chicago, to the Chicago Mayor Daley, in the year after the Democratic Convention. Some people may remember that. And I got there in 10 months. I learned what colonialism is and what racism is. And I went back to my country saying, I will fight that for the rest of my life. So I went back with a commitment to fight for the independence of Puerto Rico. So I started doing that. 3 years after that, I was dealing with environmental problems. I mean, I was not pursuing that thing. That thing was pursuing me. Every time I tried to change courses, it came back and back again and again. That the problem of the real problem of the people were related to the way they live and the exploitation and everything. So I started working with that many, many years ago. And at that time, and I would keep this presentation really short, at that time, I had many reasons why to fight for justice, not environmental justice or climate justice or gender justice, justice. I mean, there is one justice. Everything got to be inside that. If you don't have any of them, it is not really true justice. And I had many reasons. Then I got a granddaughter, and one day, and I hope I have time in the rest of the afternoon to talk about that. One day we were talking, and she told me something, and I said, oh my God, what the hell we did with this, with our country. And at that time I decided I have one reason, and only one reason. That granddaughter and all the granddaughters and grandsons that are outside there, they didn't ask to come to this world to live in the way we are living right now. They need a place where to live with dignity. And that's my commitment.
So I come from Gaza. So growing up, experiencing aggression was the constant thing in my life. And I worked in the field of agriculture and economic justice. And my family comes from a Bedouin community that has to transfer their ways of living because of the 1948 Nakba and start taking agriculture as one of the practices to survive. And I grew up with the idea that my grandmother used to always say, she had a saying in Arabic, which translates to English, a lab filled with soil is much more important than a lab filled with gold. And to be honest, for me, didn't make any sense. How could soil be more meaningful than gold? But growing up and working with women in the agriculture sector in Gaza, and we were focused on understanding their unpaid care and domestic work, and what are the responsibilities and how this responsibility exasperate over time. And the women themselves, they brought climate justice into the equation, saying, well, when we are experiencing floods, the people who take responsibility of children and so on are us. And this is not something you hear in conversation. So we've done a sensing exercise to just see what's the understanding of climate justice. And it was interesting to see that the majority of people, when they thought about climate justice, it was not important, but not because climate justice is not important, but because people are, when you are under occupation, there are so many layers that makes you think about survival on a daily basis that climate does not come into the forefront of what you think. So this all made me experience and dig deeper on how we experience climate justice from a much more layered lens than what is perceived, how agriculture and political identity is intertwined, how growing up with a chronic manufactured energy crisis completely turn your whole life, so you are in a constant state of adapting, and how that affects women experiences and how that affects our concepts of social and economic justice.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Marinela Baldo. I'm a climate justice advocate from the Philippines. I started my activism in 2012. My community is one of the coastal community facing the Pacific Ocean. So growing up, I've been really used to typhoons, storm surges, and I've been used to fleeing, to evacuating. I honestly thought that was the way of life until 2013 came and Super Typhoon Haiyan struck our community and killed thousands of people in our province, including my friends and family members. And it felt like it was the end of us, honestly, at that time, because there's no future at that time. Like, people thought that we were all dead, and people were already offering prayers for us, and we were all wet and cold for 3 to 5 days until hope arrived. And at that point, I couldn't feel like, at that point, of course, we didn't know that, oh, this is climate change. But then afterwards, when all of this, when we talk to elderlies and we talk to academic and experts, and then they say, like, this is the strongest typhoon ever recorded in human history. And my grandfather, who has lived in our place for all his life, has never experienced this kind of devastation. That, and learning how ocean warming is strengthening typhoons. Yes, climate scientists are saying that that Super Typhoon Haiyan is not yet an effect of climate change, because for it to be an effect, it has the same phenomenon has to be observed in a minimum of 30 to 50 years, which I think right now we have been in the Philippines has been experiencing strong typhoons. In the Philippines, we have an average of 21 typhoons per year, and half of them goes through our community because we are in the Pacific Ring of Fire. Just imagine rebuilding your home 10 times a year. Just imagine losing your school 10 times a year. Just imagine thinking about your future every time there is a typhoon. Thinking about, am I going to survive this typhoon? Will my family members survive this typhoon? What is the future for us here? And I am very lucky that I was able to go to college because my peers were not able to go. My peers were forced to send out to big cities to work in order to help out their families back home to rebuild. There was no future where I came from. There is no saving. But yet again, even though we don't have luxurious, lifestyle, we emit so little to the global carbon emission. However, we lessen our emission, there's nothing that we can do to stop the climate crisis. And that's the start when I started lobbying with our government. I started lobbying with our local government unit. And in 2015, we have submitted litigation called National Inquiry on Climate Change to the Commission on Human Rights in the Philippines to investigate 47 carbon majors for their human rights contributions linked to climate impacts. Because as the economist Richard Hide's research shows, that there are just 100 corporations fueling climate change. They're responsible of 72% of the world's carbon emission. And 47 of them exist in the Philippines, so we sued them. And we won after 7 years. So that was the start of our...
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for sharing. So lastly, Javier, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Javier. I come from Chile. I was actually born in exile because in Chile there was a military coup in the 70s, and I was born in Chile. Then I returned as a baby, very young. We returned as a family to Chile, and when I was a teenager, I joined and started a movement for the right to conscientious objection to join the military in Chile. And I was very involved in all the campaigns and work against the role of the military in our societies. And then I started working a lot with many organizations and groups looking at conflicts in our world, in our countries. And I started working with groups all over the world, looking specifically at the role of the military and conflict. And then that led me to work and see how conflicts are being driven by the need for who controls the land, who controls the territory, who controls resources. So that led me to make the connections between, well, many of the conflicts we are seeing today, we're seeing all over the world, and many of the wars we're seeing all over the world are related to who is controlling these resources, and these resources for what, to exploit and for what, and to have this impact that now is leading us to also to this climate catastrophe. So that led me to, from that personal experience of human rights violations in my country, from the military and understanding conflict, led me to make the connections between conflict and protecting the environment, and that's how slowly I moved and have joined now. I've been working with Global Witness in the work of documenting and bringing attention to the attacks and the crimes against environmental land defenders all over the world.
Thanks, everybody. Sometimes we are in a rush and we can listen about stories and perspectives. How important it is to know where you're coming from in terms of fight and advocating. That's why it's very it's a picture. I see a picture of many, many fights inside. A lot of fights. So thanks for sharing. And let's start again with Francisco. So I want to say about leadership and young leadership. So you founded the Guardianes por la Vida, and at a young age, advocated for climate justice and environmental peace. So what you said about what inspired you to take action, but I want to go beyond. Additionally, in your work, you are facing some serious threat, some death threats, and I want to listen from you. What can be done to protect young environmental defenders, not just in Colombia, but also around the world?
Well, yes, this is a very serious and regrettable situation that is happening in many places, but Latin American and the Caribbean highlights the dangers that implies for citizens that want to raise their voices, to stand up for some principles, and yes, how dangerous is for them, no? In fact, Global Witness recently launched the annual report about human rights defender, and in Latin America and the Caribbean were killed 196 people in our region. The 40% of those people were from Colombia. Precisely, and what happened in Colombia is that basically we have been involved in an armed conflict for more than 5 decades. So it's simply like a war, and it's deeply related, for example, with what you were talking about, Javier, with the topic of the land, to who belongs the land, no, and who is defending that land, no? The land of the indigenous people, the land of the farmers, the land of the traditional communities that have habited our country for centuries and centuries, but that then big companies got to our territories, arrived to our territories, and exploited our resources, passing, fully forgetting our rights and our dignity and our life, simply. And that's why many people is killed, because of the economic interest, the money, simply, no? The money is what moves the interest of humanity, no? It's very sad, but it's something that, of course, must to be addressed from the government measures, no? And that's why, for example, it's so important to have regional, national, and local mechanisms to have access to justice, to information, and to public participation in environmental affairs. That, in fact, is the name of a regional agreement called ESCASU. ESCASU is an agreement that is based in the Principle 12 of the Environmental and Sustainable Declaration of Rio, that is based in 3 human basic rights. The right to information, to access to information, to justice, and to participation. And of course, also this agreement address that topic of the protection of human rights defender. defenders. I had to flee Colombia, in fact, 3 years ago when I was 11 because of the threats, but it's not just the threats, it's a criminalization of that human rights defenders are doing. It's relating them to criminal groups, to the crime simply. And this is something that cannot happen. Simply defend the life shouldn't be something that make us feel unsafe, no? The human rights defender should be simply protected, recognized, and supported, but on the contrary, not just the individuals that commit these crimes, the criminalization, the death threats, and everything else, let's say, opposite to this fight, but also the own states. The states are not taking the action, and in that sense are helping the individuals that are committing the crimes to simply let these cases in the impunity, to let the justice not to advance, and to simply let, in many cases, the human rights defender to death simply, no. So that's it.
Thank you. Jumping to Javier, because I think in Latin America we have similar experience. So I want to highlight your work at Global Witness. You focus on land and environmental defenders, many of who face as well violence and threats. So can you share the key finds from the new Missing Voices report, and what are the gaps and opportunities that reflect on Latin America big pictures in terms of protections, rights, and accountability?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, a few days ago we published, as you were saying, Francisco was saying, our 2024 report. Thank you, Francisco. We saw that you put a tweet outside and then about the report, and you got a lot of comments back, and that was quite nasty comments. But thank you so much for putting that message out in support and sticking out for that all that work that you're doing. As you, thank you. Yeah, so our 2024 report that has documents the attacks, the lethal attacks, so that's killings, but also we report the forced disappearance, because that's also a phenomenon we're seeing more and more happening against land environmental defenders that are being disappeared for the work they're doing. We started doing this and publishing this report since 2012. So this over a decade of publishing this report, and sadly we're not seeing a reduction on attacks against land environmental defenders. And this year, for 2023, the figures are quite extremely worrying. As Francisco was saying, in Latin America is the region with more documented attacks. For the whole world, we have 196 attacks. That's the whole world. But then in 70% of those attacks happen in 4 countries, which is Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Honduras. So that's, if you think of the whole world, then you think 70% is happening in 4 countries. That's quite a staggering kind of figure. Also, like Francisco was saying, if you look at who are the victims of who being attacked by, we have that 50% of the attacks were indigenous or Afro communities who were murdered for protecting their land, protecting our planet where we live, and they are the ones at the forefront of also protecting us from climate change, because we know that indigenous communities, land, and Afro communities are the ones that are better protected against climate change, that are conserving our forest, our water that we need so much for keeping us away from this climate catastrophe. So those you can see clearly who are the communities, the groups who are being under attack. And then, as Francisco was saying, Colombia has 79%, 79 cases of 196. So since 2012. We have never recorded a country with so many attacks in 1 year. So that's is also a very concerning pattern that we're seeing in not only Colombia, but in many other countries in Latin America. But we know also that in the Philippines, things are not much better. The Philippines has always topped the list in terms of lethal attacks outside Latin America. We know there's also many, as you were saying, many fights and many, in terms of also controlling the land and the resources that are there, and human rights and environmental defenders are under permanent attacks and criminalization, what they call also red tagging in the Philippines. So it's a situation, it's not only Latin America, it's global. And often one of the biggest problems we have is we ask, so who is killing them, no? Who is behind these attacks? And we often can know who has done the investigations. Often will see, okay, who did the shooting, but it's very difficult to know who was behind, who was ordering that those crimes. So, and most of all, who were enabling, which were some of the times the drivers of these attacks are many times linked to industries, extractive industries, who are pushing their presence in these territories to get access, control of this land. So, for example, for 2023, we know that 25 cases are linked to mining, the mining industry. This has been for many, many years the industry that is responsible for more of the attacks and the killings of land environmental defenders. We know the mines, they need access to those resources. And for doing that, they displace people, and they, as we see, kill them to get access to this land. But it's very difficult often to know exactly who is behind this, because investigations are slow, and many times investigations don't consider that when someone is killed, maybe this person was an environmental defender, a land defender. They say, yes, there was a crime committed. But if you don't look at it as an environmental defender, you don't start looking at, okay, so what were they campaigning against? What were they defending? And then it's very difficult to know who were behind that. So that's what we're being demanding and asking. We need investigations that really look into who are behind these attacks, because we need to go to the root causes of these attacks, because it's something, okay, how to protect them, but we need to go to the root causes of what is causing this, that land environmental defenders are being killed, according to our report, every other day. No? So every 2 days, there's one environmental defender killed in the world. So that's we need to stop that, and for that we need to go to the roots of the causes. Thank you.
And going through to the roots, I want to talk to Asma. Your work focuses on the intersection between climate change, gender, and economic justice in Gaza. So how does the occupation reshape people's relationships with agriculture and nature? Can you tell us more about the specific ways climate change exacerbates the vulnerabilities of displaced women in Gaza in this moment that we are living in the world?
Thank you so much. So I think to answer this question, one has to look at one fundamental aspect of colonial practices, which is really targeting indigenous communities' existence, but also their relationship with land and agriculture. And particularly in the context of Palestine and in Gaza, tactics that is used by the Israeli settler colonialism is ethnic cleansing, uprooting, but a process of demographic re-engineering of the population. And this demographic re-engineering of the population plays so much role in the connection community have with the land, the connection people have even with a practice like agriculture. And this is not something new. This has been there since the mass expulsion and ethnic cleansing in the 1948, where the majority of Palestinians at that time were planting agriculture, depending on sustenance economy, and really their food security is based on planting, growing, and supporting themselves. And then when the Nakba happened in 48, those people who are productive suddenly became dependent on aid assistance and suddenly found themselves in refugee camps where the population density is very high, where access to basic services does not exist. So this is one of the fundamental tactics that is being used. The constant process of displacement does not allow the person to develop this kind of relationship with the land. So you turn from someone who was a custodian of the land or of the nature to a person who have to navigate their ways of survival, and that would also mean that sometime you would do a harm for the environment. So like, if we look at right now what's happening, the genocide in Gaza, Israel has damaged over 360,000 building and house. Now that meant like pushing people into areas that is like the only available land that exists. And the majority of land that exists is agricultural land, which meant that you need to like cut trees, you need to occupy these spaces. And that jeopardize your own like food security, among others. So like, you are forced to take decisions of like desertification in a way or another because you have to survive among this constant state of displacement. So that's like extremely important to highlight. Another aspect to look at how this relationship is being distorted is really something that Wisman called like colonially imposed climate change. For example, like before the Israeli genocide on Gaza, Israel has practiced desertification on the perimeter of Gaza in order from a security lens, which meant that most of the fertile agricultural land is not accessible. And these are areas where women have so much employment, particularly in the agriculture sector. And for them to continue to like plant, it meant that they are risking being targeted and shot at. So there is this kind of risk. Now, the desertification currently is going to unprecedented level that we've never witnessed before, because until April this year, about 48% of agricultural land in Gaza has been like destroyed. And the damage is the highest in agricultural fertile areas in Khan Yunis and in the north of Gaza. So this was the land that was responsible for the food basket. Now, the other angle that is extremely important to highlight is what type of weaponry that is being used on the population and how that results in a complete ecocide that is taking place in terms of like the destruction toward like water infrastructure, hygiene and wash facilities, but also the amount of like rubbles that exist that would result in like so much diseases, that result in so much aspects that you need to consider on communities' life. There is 37 million tons of rubbles currently in Gaza, and that's a statistic from May. Now, from May to now, like the numbers has like gone so much higher. So like this process of re-engineering the whole community and the life of the people, it's first of all, of course, attack people's existence on a land and their connection, but also jeopardize like their future security, jeopardize their health, and also any prospects of like what does our relationship with environment. So it turns from a custodian to a survival mechanism that need to like continue existing.
I want to jump for colonial legacies and resilience, and I want to speak to Juan, because Puerto Rico has its fair share austerity in terms of colonial legacies affecting community and climate resilience. Could you tell us and share an example of a successful community-led solution that strengthens climate resilience in face of this challenge? I think we are sharing similarities, but some difference in terms of regions. So what can you share in terms of community-led solutions and in face of colonial legacies?
Yeah, I will do that, but I will give a little background with something that people in Puerto Rico wouldn't like me to be saying here. But we have to say, because there is no way, no one can subjugate you without some cooperation from you. There is no way that a colony can become a colony unless some people inside that colony cooperate with the oppressor. And the thing is that we in Puerto Rico, I think Puerto Rico is, and I have been saying this, I remember having this discussion with Naomi Klein about the Chuck Doctrine. I mean, we have been in Chuck for the last 600 years. We haven't came out of the first shock more than 500 years ago when the Spaniards came into and invaded the country. And then the United States came in and we were in shock again. They dispossessed basically all the land of the people by devaluating the money. So by one fiat pen writing, they took away half of the wealth of the people of Puerto Rico. It was a very oppressive. Like the thing you are hearing, it happened in my country too, but at some time, they started doing something different. They started working with different approaches, and it worked. I think that Puerto Rico is the most successful social control experiment in humanity. I have a friend from Africa that came here and told me, Juan, I went to Puerto Rico, I didn't see one soldier. In the whole time I was there for 1 week, I didn't see a soldier. We don't need the soldier in the streets. People have the soldiers in their mind and in their hearts. They know they are colonized. They won't dare to say anything. So what I'm trying to say is that that thing also put us in a very, very difficult situation. We have become victimized in the sense that we in Puerto Rico live like if we were rich and we could spend all the things we want because of the arrangement we have with the United States, we can overconsume like anything. We never think who is dying in Ecuador, or who is dying in Brazil, or who is dying in Africa to bring the food that we eat in Puerto Rico. Almost 90% of the food we eat in Puerto Rico comes from abroad. That thing worked perfectly until the 90s. In the 90s and in 2000, slowly the system started breaking. They couldn't. Chile, the Chicago boys used to come to Puerto Rico when they were installing the neoliberal system in Chile. They came to Puerto Rico to see how to do that. And now we are facing the reality. We are in bankrupt. People are separated from the land, and people are trying to get back to that. Some people are trying. Some young people are trying to get back to that. And we are doing that after Maria, where the whole island went in the worst blackout ever in the history of Puerto Rico. For more than 1 year, some people were without electricity for more than 1 year. 3,000 people got killed, and most of them were killed by the lack of electricity. And now we are doing a project in which the communities are starting. I mean, we are not waiting for anyone. We are doing the thing with the people. If the people don't want to do it, we don't do anything. In our project, the work help is prohibited. We don't help. I mean, we are not better than you and have more than you. We will be with you. We will work with you, and people are starting to take their things in their hand. They're starting to create a system from the community, and we are already in 10 different municipalities. Before this year ends, we are going to be in 15 municipalities, and people are creating a safety net, electrical safety net, in which the people control the whole thing. And it's a very small project. I mean, the budget of the project, I remember I had a meeting the other day with a person of one agency. He said, what is your budget? He said, our budget wouldn't be able to pay your chauffeur, your driver, you know. But still, we are going on and on and on and on doing that. That's why we are here in New York, because I think the only way we can do that is with the people. Not for the people, but with the people, doing the thing bit by bit. It will take a long time. If I will say, I want to say something that we need to do, start talking with the other one. Start talking with the people who don't believe the things you believe. Start talking with the people who think different. Start talking with your enemies. The people you think are your enemies, they are not your enemies. We are the others of the others, and that's not mine. Eso es de Facundo Cabral. I don't want to steal anyone from it. But the thing is, we need to start talking with the rest of the society and start talking with the people that we think we are doing that. And it's interesting how people react to that. Most of the time, on the long run, they will come. And I think, like I told my granddaughter one day, she asked me, Grandpa, when I grow up, will Puerto Rico still exist? Can you imagine a little girl 5 years old asking, will I have a country? Will I have a country where to live? And I said, we are going to have a country. It will exist. How it's going to be, she asked. I said, the way we make it. The way we make it. It's going to be the way we make it.
Thank you for challenging us in terms of hard conversations and non-negotiable dialogues. So we want to finish before our call to action with Marinelle. Your campaign focuses on holding polluters accountable for the climate disasters. And what strategies have proven most effective in your publishing government? And to take responsibility, in terms of taking responsibility, particularly loss and damage and frontline communities. So what are the learnings and your most takeaways in terms of accountability?
Thank you so much. In my experience for campaigning or holding polluters accountable, it is one of the most effective strategies that I've seen so far is really amplifying the voices of those historically silenced. Because it is for the corporations and for the government, it is so easy for them to ignore statistics, numbers, graphs. But when they are confronted by the real human cost of their inaction, it becomes so hard to not act on it, right? So it is. I've seen how the power of storytelling, the power of lived experience, how storytelling and sharing lived experience have shifted the narrative, and it is. Sorry, I'm so excited to share to you about making rich polluters, but so many ways how we can amplify the voices of communities, not just in the Philippines, but also around the world. So I would say first is amplifying the voices of the of those historically silenced. Second is building coalition. Climate change is a fight that cannot be solved alone. We need everyone to be involved. Whatever field you are in, whatever profession you have, climate change is always there because climate change is a threat to our existence. So even though you are a businessman, even though you are in a medical field, there is planetary health right now because literally climate change is threatening everything, every aspect of our lives. And second is pushing our governments and sending petition or signing petition. It really goes a long way. Even though you just hit the sign petition online, it really goes a long way. And we can see that in our Make Rich Polluters Pay campaign, we have 600,000 support globally already. And that speaks a lot. That speaks a volume because that is giving a message to our world leaders that 600,000 people around the globe are actually asking us to act on this campaign. And that also helped us negotiating for the loss and damage fund, which we had seen a lot of that in the climate negotiation. In fact, in COP27, the loss and damage funding has already been operationalized. But the fight does not end there. The fight goes on with asking the global north, who are responsible for 92% of the excess emission, should put money into loss and damage and making sure that that money actually goes to the community, that money is transparent and it is equitable, that those people who have been championing for so many years climate action on the ground will actually have access to that funding. How we can make it so transparent, how we can make it so equitable, because we all know that accessing this funding is so bureaucratic. We all know that grassroots organizations that does not have that mechanism to actually get that funding, because first, they don't know even how to write grant proposal in English. Second, they don't have a financial department to do all the liquidations. Those are so many systemic hindrances for grassroots communities to actually get those funding. And that is not just true for loss and damage funding. We have heard earlier about philanthropic funding as well. A lot of environmental and grassroots organizations are needing funding to support their actions on the ground. And for us, at the Make Rich Polluters Pay campaign, it is very important that we acknowledge that corporations and Global North has a lot of, they are responsible for lessening the carbon emission and responsible for making sure that the communities in the frontline communities will not suffer again the way we have suffered before. Because we all know that, cultures, tradition, you cannot put money, you cannot put number into it. Like, my community will be under the water in 2050. I am now here in the U.S. I just finished my master's. I am working with League of Conservation Voters in North Carolina, working with the communities in North Carolina on their environmental justice issues. But I do want my children to go back to the Philippines and see and show them that, hey, this is where I grew up. This is where my culture came from. This is where my traditions came from. This is my food. This is my community. But with climate change, I am not even sure if my community will still be there when my children come and visit our community in the Philippines. So, yeah, there's so much work to do. And this campaign is just the start of so many campaigns that we should do in the future. But we really have to make rich polluters pay. Thank you.
Wow, I want to honor each of you because of the courage, the persistence, and also all the challenges you are facing in your personal and professional journeys. This is our very last panel, and I want to jump for our call to action. So as a journalist, we love call to actions because it's the things that people will remember. And I want to give you 1-2 minutes just to say what is the immediate action or policy change that could make a significant difference to advance on climate justice. So how people that are watching us or will read about this panel or read about this event, so how they can make real change in terms of justice and accountability. So I want to start with Francisco, and then we can follow the order, but this is our call to action opportunity before the closing remarks.
Well, my message, my call to action is just exercise your citizenship and use your citizenship and put it in favor of the life. No, I mean, stand up for human rights, for climate justice, raise your voices, vote rightly, vote, please vote for the option you believe in, but inform you before, investigate about the candidates. That's really, really important for my generation. I'm telling you the next. It's simply my children, my grandchildren, your granddaughter, and the grandchildren and children of everyone here who will suffer negatively or positively our actions today. And just one last message. I had it here prepared before. No, this is not. No. This is not well. Is the message of the eco-hub. Now we are seeing a lot of crises, many crises around the world, not just the planetary crisis. What is happening in Gaza is unthinkable. Basically, we are overcoming what is unbeatable, we are trespassing the red lines in ecological terms, the planetary limits, but also in the international framework. No, we are seeing a genocide right now and many other wars. We are living the highest level of violence since the end of the World War II. And this, of course, make us fall in the eco-anxiety and in the anxiety in general, no? So my message is don't lose hope and use hope as the driving force to take action and to change our world. Thank you.
I think that in the case of Puerto Rico, one of the big problems we have right now is the way the government money for the energy transition is being used. Right now, the way they are using those funds in a way which almost guarantee that if we have another major hurricane like Maria, the same people will be without electricity for months and months and months. It's almost, it is designed not to change the system. It is designed to change the technology, but keep the power relations the same, so the same people keep being oppressed by this new technology. That's one thing. And the other thing has to do with the thing that he was talking about, Gaza and the things that are going in the world. There is no way these wars could keep going on without the help of the developed countries in the West, the United States, supplying weapons and supplying money to keep killing people all over the world. Not only in Gaza, but in Yemen, in a lot of the places that we don't even hear about, because they are not so famous. There is no way that can happen, and that has to be fixed here in the United States. It's the duty of every people in the United States to try to stop that. We don't need more weapons to kill people. We need more money to use to develop the countries and to take poverty out of all of these countries, because I think everybody wants to behave and to work for the benefit of their own people. But we need to let them do that. We need to let them do that.
I think a call for action need to start with acknowledging the role that militarization plays in the climate justice space and the climate crisis that we are experiencing, as well as the environmental. And I just want to give very quick data information. For example, Israel was among 8 military emittents who committed that they will have or achieve net zero status in terms of their military emissions by 2050. So that's a commitment that Israel has in addition to other countries. Now, in the first 4 months of the genocide on Gaza, the amount of green gas emission that was produced because of the Israel military genocide of Palestinians equaled the amount that is emitted by 26 countries and territories. And that's only in the first 4 months. Now, if you want to calculate the cost of reconstructing Gaza, that number goes to the emission that is produced by 135 countries and territories. And that's only on the first month. Now we are almost 1 year of the genocide. So this numbers is multiply it by 10 and 100. So it's very important for us to recognize how militarism play a role in all the environmental justice and climate justice issues. And therefore the call for action is to challenge these kind of indicators and reporting that is not mandatory reporting, that does not come with punitive action and accountability measures, particularly at the international arena. That's number one. The second one, use your voice, use your space, use your privilege in order to demand for a ceasefire. It does not make any sense to talk about a climate change if people are no longer existing. And the last call is that we all come from places of privilege in our institutions and our spaces. So you can use one powerful tool that people have used like along like histories and time and movement, which is boycott and pressure for divestment. And this is something we all can do within our own limited responsibilities and abilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to say that thank you so much for being here. I think being here, knowing this kind of stories, knowing this is really, really important. I guess one of my call to action is to continue talking. Do not stop the climate change conversation, because even though you're just in your dinner table or catching up with friends, it really makes a lot of difference. And I felt like when I moved here in the US, I felt like I was starting my advocacy all over again. There's so much disconnect of people in the US of what is happening around the world. There's so much going on with sports, but not so much going on climate change topics. And that needs to change. And I am not saying that sports and climate change are not related. They are related. Because if the weather pattern is changing, then we have seen it during the Olympics, how hot it was for the football or soccer players to... Anyway, let's not go into that, but you know what I'm talking about. But also to just give you some statistics, the world's 1% population is more responsible than the 2/3 poorest population for the climate breakdown. And that is around 5 billion people. And the emission of that 5 billion people is just an emission of 1% of the population. And that is crazy to think about. And we really have to hold these corporations accountable, because we need more funding for loss and damages. We need more funding for the community in the front line of climate change. And I know climate change is something, sometimes it is, it is a crisis that is beyond us. When we think about it, it's so big. Sometimes I feel it too. I feel the anxiety of like, I will not ever be able, maybe I'm not even here anymore if we get to that point when we see the solution to this problem, if there is a solution. Or I will not be here anymore if we see the result of the work that we have been doing since I was 14 years old. Because climate change, being in this climate movement, it's slow. It takes a while to win things. And I hope that it will not discourage you to still be in this fight, because you are helping our generation. You're helping the generation after us. This is not just for us now. I know we have been talking a lot about the future, but it is also for us now in the present. So we have to make sure to maximize whatever resources we have to help the vulnerable communities. Signing a petition is one. Voting this November is first. Second is signing petition and making sure that climate change conversation is going on, and it will go on and on and on until we get to that point that we have a solution to this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I think also coming from like an organization like Global Witness, for us, we first of all is to listen to people like you four here. I think that's the first step we need to do. Organizations who we're based in the global north, we need to listen to the communities, listen to the ones who are there at the front line to understand what is happening, and then work in solidarity, solidarity that can help build movements that are stronger at the most local, to the regional, to the world stage, because through these strong movements is that we can actually put pressure, that through strong movements that we come up with policies, or we can the Escazú agreement that Francisco was talking about wouldn't have happened without strong movements in Latin America demanding their rights for the protection of the environment. So with strong movements, we wouldn't have access to these rights that we're demanding. So I think, first of all, is to listen, to build, work in solidarity, and to use our also, like you were saying, our privilege of where we are to put those pressures where we can. And because we all have different roles to play, some here can put pressure on their governments. Some who can actually vote here it's important that they vote, but other people they can take other actions. So I think most important is where we are, what are the actions we can take in our local space, and then build those connections at the regional, international level so we can have strong movements that can demand lasting change, and so we can stop this climate madness that we're having. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Colombia. Thank you, Puerto Rico, Gaza, Philippines, and Chile. Thank you so much for being here.
So don't go rushing off. We have dinner for those that know me. Who knows me? Put your hand up. Put your hand up. Let me see. More people than that know me? Yes, she has my sweater on, so I know you know me. Yes. Wait.
Dijo yo tengo que salir ahí, imagínate, yo invité a ese negrito.